Hello, everybody, and welcome to Calling All Heroes Rising Minor 2 Playoffs Day 1. I am Nacho Toast. I'm going to be your analyst today, and I am joined by the lovely Veronica. Veronica, how are you doing today?
Hi, I'm doing really good. I'll be doing today's play-by-play, and I'm extremely excited for all of the matches that we have going on today. So it's going to be a really good day of matches, and we're out of Swiss, we're into playoffs, and this is where the stakes are. This is where people got to show up. This is where teams have to be together, and it's where all the good matches are.
Like you said, this is where it really matters, and talking of good games, we have an amazing one to start. We have the defending Major 2 champions, Fable Rising, coming into the 4 seed out of Swiss. They're going to be playing the 5 seed MRG Amethyst. Now, as a player in Swiss that unfortunately did not make playoffs, I lost to both of these two teams. Both very strong rosters. Fable Rising obviously has been together a little bit longer. A few roster changes fairly recently. As we see, their starting lineup here, we have Zana, Sari, Megalas, Najila, and Patamon. 3 of these players were part of that championship-winning core from last tournament, but Sari, perennial Lava Lilies player, and then Patamon, the Fable Rising manager, is going to be coming in and playing main support for them.
Yeah, for sure. And as you said, they are the 4th seed, so they did have a little bit of a rougher Swiss stage than the defending champions would have liked to have. So I'm really curious to see kind of what issues they might have been having in Swiss and if those are still going to be prevalent in today's playoff matches, as they are going up against MRG Amethyst first, who had a kind of a similar Swiss run to them, losing to a couple of the same teams, and I believe to Fable in the Swiss themselves. So they're out here, they're looking for revenge. You have Vaxis on tank, Sophie on DPS. They/them is looking to be starting on DPS today as well. I believe, is they/them the same as Neko, or are they
different players? I believe they/them's a support player normally.
Okay. So subbing in for the DPS role today, and then Faith and Sea Bunny for the backline here. And this team did run the D.Va Brig Juno in the Swiss rounds that we are seeing take prevalence in pro play. So I'm really excited to see this team kind of perform after they've had a bit more practice on the supposed meta as well.
Yeah, like you said, they played almost exclusively, at least in my series and what I saw in that really exciting 3-map series against Fable Rising. They played a lot of that Widowmaker, that D.Va, that Juno, that Brig, occasionally mixing in something like the Ana as well. But from my perspective as another player, it felt like a lot of the times it was very easy to weather the storms, and if you weren't getting split off and playing too independently, it felt like they really couldn't capitalize on that Juno speed that's so powerful right now. So like you said, with another week of practice, they could have made a huge jump here, and it's going to be very exciting to see how they match up against a Fable Rising team that is also still coming into their own.
Absolutely. Both teams hungry, both teams want it, and I'm really excited to see where this match goes.
And with both teams introduced, we should be going into our first map here. We haven't gotten word on what it is. I believe the map for Lijiang Tower is the map pick here. From Fable Rising, they are the higher seed. Now, Fable Rising historically has been a very strong Lijiang team. They play a lot of this Ramatra brawl composition on every single map. They like to mix in the sim cast, playing to Megalas and Sari's strengths, both phenomenal players on those individual heroes. They are a very tough team to beat when they're playing their style, and that's what I'm imagining we're going to see here on Night Market.
Yeah, for sure. Night Market is a really, really good map for kind of the composition that we've been talking about here with the Juno, the Brig, and the D.Va here, which is going to be MRG Amethyst kind of specialty. I would be interested to see if either team on Lijiang ends up bringing out the Ramatra variant of that composition, which does have, and it looks like MRG actually hovering it to begin with here. Vaxis hovering the Ramatra. I'm interested to see it on this map in particular. I know that on the other two it's a bit more popular. This one here, if you're running the Ram, which seems like both teams might actually be running the Ram, so a little bit of a bait by starting on the D.Va here. I want to see the teams lean towards point here and just try to control the objective with this Ramatra.
Interestingly enough, Fable Rising is going to be the team that's opting into this Juno Brig, a composition that we haven't really seen very much of them from. In Swiss, they played the Baptiste Juno on this map, so opting into the Brig now, they're going to be taking point control first here with this matchup.
Yeah, it looks like both teams angling towards that point, but the TP does come through from Fable Rising. They're going to be able to take the first cap if everything goes to plan. MRG just kind of angling around outside in the courtyard here. They are running that Mei, while Fable Rising is running that Symmetra, so Neko going to be looking for these walls here to cut off the team, get her own team into the fray. Form used by Xana, going to be pushing the front line of MRG Amethyst back a little bit. Megalas building up that beam. Neko does find Patamon though. Patamon first one to go down on the Brigitte. Slow use the choke. The no shields on either side anymore. Neko walling in, trying to get in. Turrets just taking them down. Sophie gonna destroy those turrets for their team, but I think it's already a bit too late as Zaina does go down late, but Fable will win the first fight.
And now we're seeing the strength immediately of Megalas on this Symmetra, those turrets. You know, MRG Amethyst gets that opening pick, Patamon goes down, that backline of the Juno Brig isn't quite as strong as something like a Bap Lucio, but having those Sim turrets and that beam up, it makes it very hard for MRG Amethyst to actually path straight into point and collapse on that Brig.
For sure, and looks like they're going to be recontesting here, already regrouped. Going to be going on coast side actually. Bit nervous, but there is no Lucio to boop them off here, so they are a bit safer. Trying to get around the turrets of Megalas. They enter the point, Amp used by Julie. Form used by both tanks. Window does come down from Faith. Lamp used already. Neko finds Megalas first. Lamp goes down to Zena, who's going to be next to fall. It gets very low. Faith does go down to Najila. Ult used on the side of Zena with the Annihilation. Patamon finds Vaxis, and it looks like it's a bit scrappy, but Fable Rising should come out on top here. Zena getting extremely low, DPS almost taking her down, but no. Wall used late by Megalas. I think the fight might have already been over. You're gonna want that one back, I believe.
Yeah, really heavy investment from Fable Rising, like you mentioned, using the Orbital Ray, using the Annihilation, using the Symmetra Wall as well. They're not quite too close to their rally. They'll be getting that up mid-fight. They'll have the OC to start this fight off, but if you look across the board, MRG Amethyst only invested 2 ultimates that entire fight. They are sitting on a heavy bank here. If you're Fable Rising, you might just want to give this fight up.
You're going to be looking at Neko here with the Blizzard. There is no speed on the side of Fable Rising in the form of Lucio to get them out of it. Blizzard does come down. Vaxis finds Patamon and Megalas inside of it. And 4 down already on the side of Fable Rising, almost instantly to that Blizzard. And MRG going to be taking the fight away with just 1 ultimate use there.
Yeah, now granted, it is a pretty big ultimate. Blizzard can win a fight on its own. But now we have the beat for this OC if we need it, or we can match the rally coming up from Patamon. And then we have this Deadeye for Sophie to start. Sophie, very strong hit scan player. If you give them the option to walk in with this and just get themselves in a strong position, they're going to do a lot of work with this. And Sari's going to go down immediately.
Looks like the TP was intended to be a bait, might have been miscommunication. Sari taking it and going down to Sophie on the other side of MRG Amethyst. And the fight is just going to be an insta wash from there. MRG Amethyst with that 1 pick, they're going to be able to hold for now.
Yeah, worst possible pick to go down for Fable Rising. Unfortunately for them, MRG Amethyst not really pushing, building those ults a little bit more. Now the TP is going to go down, and they're just going to cross to the other side of the point.
Looks like they're trying to flip around a little bit, make some space for Sari to get in with this overclock. I imagine that's just going to open up with it any moment now. Looking for the angle. Vaxis takes down Megalas, though. How does that happen? Both ults on both sides being held. Sophie actually opting to pop the High Noon, does take down Patamon on the Brigitte. Zena goes down next, and we're up to 60% taken for MG Amethyst, and they've only had to use 1 ult to hold this point.
Yeah, only the Deadeye invested. They're coming up on almost everything else. Fable Rising still has that OC, still has that rally. They haven't invested either ult. Notably, though, Najila has built up this Orbital Strike. Zana very close to this Annihilation as well. There's going to be a lot of Qs to press this fight. Watch for Fable Rising to try and take the initiative early.
This time they actually do take the TP, no longer a bait, not opting to see if they can make that same mistake. Najila using the Orbital Ray. B comes down from Julie. Megalas does take down Neko first to go. You're going to want that Blizzard back. Vaxis next to go. Does die through the Annihilation, incredibly so. Faith uses the window as well. A lot of ults come down from MRG Amethyst, but just going down to the onslaught that is Fable Rising with their own ultimates. 4 used on the side of Fable Rising, 3 used on MRG Amethyst, and Fable will take the first point as a result.
And MRG Amethyst were in a good spot, unfortunately not quite respecting the Symmetra TP as much as they maybe should have. They let Fable Rising take point control, and everything from then on from MRG Amethyst was purely reactive. You know, the Annihilation gets popped, the Blizzard gets popped. None of those ults are in times that they want to use them, and unfortunately, Fable Rising has the stronger position there, and they're able to just use those ults to counter each and everything that MRG Amethyst is doing, and fully control point here.
Yeah, Fable Rising able to take down Neko actually before the Blizzard was built, about 8% away. I'm curious to see if the Cryo was forced out early from Sari's overclock for that to happen. It looks like both teams opting to hold on to the same compositions. MRG Amethyst moving over to the Symmetra possibly though themselves. Well, no, goes back to spawn, does swap out to the Tracer, where you see a Tracer may kind of a low damage DPS composition on the side of Amethyst, but does offer them a lot of angle control.
Yeah, and notably, Fable Rising instantly on point, and with this Tracer, MRG Amethyst is going to have to play these angles, but with this Symmetra, this pure frontline damage is going to be really hard for them to sustain.
Megalas does build a full beam here. is just beaming down this front line. Najila does go down, but traded out by Sorry for Faith. Megalast next to go, a little bit of an overextension with that beam, looking for the damage on the Ramatra. Julie takes her down. Form used on the side of Zayna. This Ram is 1 HP. Vax is able to get their form back just in time. Is still incredibly low. Can go down to, does end up going down to the Sojourn on the side of Fable. And it looks like, even though it's a very scrappy, Fable Rising might be able to hold if their tank is able to hold this phase here. Sorry, under a lot of pressure from Julie and Neko. Megalast does take down Sophie though, and it seems like that will for sure swing it over into Fable Rising's favor here.
Yeah, and these longer fights you'd expect to go in the favor of MRG Amethyst, playing this more stable backline, playing the Tracer, trying to build up these angles, but Fable Rising losing Megalast early, just able to get that TP back immediately. And with this pure frontline damage that Fable Rising has with this, you know, Ramatra, with this Symmetra, it's really hard for the front line of MRG Amethyst to actually sustain through it and let those angles establish themselves.
We're going to see MRG Amethyst angling towards White Room here. Trying to come across this bridge, use the Maywell to their advantage in this choke point here. A lot of damage coming through from the Sojourn though. A lot of poke for them to walk through.
Neko has built up this Blizzard and gets the opening pick on the Starry here too.
Neko with a great shot. Does have Sim Wall if they want to use it. Opting to save it. Blizzard comes down from the side of MRG Amethyst. Vax is taking down the Megalast with it. And it seems like MRG Amethyst, with that opening pick, with that Blizzard, going to be able to just sweep this fight.
Yeah, and only investing the Blizzard there, they're going to have each of their other 4 ults up online. Fable Rising is going to be building up a lot of ults as well. Expect to probably see an Orbital Strike early, maybe a Sim Wall as well. They're going to be going for this TP. There's not much that MRG Amethyst can do to contest it without investing an ult here.
I would be a little worried about Julie booping them off. It seems like they're going to take the safer route, do go towards White, saving the TP for later, maybe going straight to point. Pulse Bomb does come out from Sophie, catches too! No lamp or anything to save the DPS of Fable Rising as they both go down to Sophie's Pulse Bomb here. An incredible Pulse Bomb, easily winning that fight for MRG Amethyst alone.
And once again, only investing the single ultimate, that time Pulse Bomb, a really fast ult to build. Now MRG Amethyst, if they're able to keep cycling these ults, use something like an Annihilation early here, if they can keep taking the initiative in these fights, it's going to be really hard for Fable Rising to not overinvest. Having all 5 ults here, if they don't take the initiative first, they might end up panicking and popping a little bit too much.
Oh, Julie getting a little bit too excited there. Does go down to Sorry on the side of the Sojourn. Overclock and Annihilation used on the side of Fable Rising. 4 ults on the side of Fable Rising. Annihilation also used from MRG Amethyst. And Fable Rising, with that one pick, immediately burst onto the point with 4 ultimates and delete MRG Amethyst from their hold. It's changing the point over there. I would want some of those ults back. I think 4 was a bit overkill.
Yeah, a bit of an overinvestment there, but critically, MRG Amethyst invested the Annihilation and the window into that fight, so it is only going to be beat matching their rally here. They're going to be playing here fast. They're trying to burn down Zana.
Healing through, Vaxis taking a lot of space for her team, is going to be able to make room. Full beam charge on the side of Megalast though. Beat does not catch Vaxis, has to use the lamp because of the vet. Vaxis getting very, very, very low, does catch Patamon, Megalast goes down. Xana does finally trade out, but it might be too little too late. Xana coming up with another form soon, might be able to get something done with it. Sorry is still alive here in this backline. Is not able, does eventually go down to Julie and Neko here. Blizzard decided to be used on the side of MRG Amethyst, not wanting this fight to go over too long and for Fable Rising to come back. And wow, that beat not quite catching Vaxis was almost a disaster.
Almost a disaster, and because of it, Neko has to invest the Blizzard to actually get that cleanup, not letting Fable Rising come back into that fight. Now, luckily, no ults for Fable Rising yet. Annihilation will be coming up, but if Sophie's able to get a Pulse Bomb like she did last time she had one, it could be almost the map for MRG Amethyst here. Now, they could just try and play slow for this window here. Critically, the speed rank is already out for Najila.
Does throw the pulse out, catches one, Megalast goes down. This is last fight, not enough time to regroup. Maybe time to wait for Megalast to TP back, but it's very dangerous to just sit here. A lot of pressure coming down onto the backline. Form used, Annihilation comes out from Xana trying to hold them back. She catches Faith. Patamon does go down though. Julie down to both supports taken out by Xana. And it seems like we're looking for a point touch here on the side of Fable Rising. It's going to be very difficult. Who is going to touch?
MRG Amethyst is really split up right now. We saw Vaxis pushing up a lot. Neko getting dangerously low to Megalast here. Orbital Strike online for Najila.
Najila goes down to Sophie before she's able to get that up though. Megalast taking a lot of damage. Vaxis is back on site, has that form again, uses Annihilation with it. And it seems like MRG Amethyst is going to be able to hold this. That Pulse Bomb taking down Megalast as on their walk up, doing just incredible work from Sophie.
And Sophie, phenomenal map on the Tracer, and critically, like last round with Neko and the Blizzard, Najila dies before the Orbital Strike goes down, and that was an ultimate that very well could have won them that fight.
Orbital Strike is a very, very good ultimate. You get a lot of healing per second, you get a damage amp, very, very critical ultimate. Very unfortunate that Najila does go down, but Najila was the one that had to touch card just because of, the time bank ticking up. Has to trigger that over time, is not able to get out with her life, and the point just swings over to MG Amethyst as a result.
And now here on Control Center, Sophie on the Symmetra to start out, could just be a TP out of spawn. But if we see these compositions stay the way that they have, Fable Rising really has to play very carefully with these angles. The Sojourn can get walked on very easily if she stacks too much with her core.
It seems like Sophie going to be staying on the Symmetra this time. Both teams playing the Symmetra comp, however, MG Amethyst does have that Mei looking for walls with it. Can Neko find something? Can she split up Fable Rising? Can she find the pick for her team?
And with this more fragile backline, this Sojourn instead of this Mei, it forces Fable Rising to play a little bit more path.
First go down to that Sojourn through the TP. Zaina does find Neko. TP looking very good from the side of Fable Rising, and they're going to be able to get 3 picks off it. Emergy have to back up.
Yeah, phenomenal TP play coming in from Megalas. If you're MRG Amethyst, you're going to be switching over to the Junkrat here. You really have to punish these TPs because if you're Fable Rising, you really can't just walk in with this backline. You have to go for these plays into the enemy backline with these TPs, try and position yourself around the map. And now the Junkrat swap could end up helping a lot with punishing that.
Right, this Junkrat here looking to just concussive mine burst to teleport. Megalas should look to bait it as MRG Amethyst actually wrapping all the way coast side here, looking for an angle in. They might drop down a contest point here. Fable Rising do have a good poke damage though with that Sojourn. Sorry, looking for the angle. Emergy finally dropped down 2 point. Zaina first go down to Neko. Takes a lot of burst damage, isn't able to get 4 mil before she falls. Megalas next to go. Patamon goes next as they all try to touch card just to stall it out before it ticks over. And 39% will be how much Fable has before it flips over to Amethyst.
And now Sophie coming up on this sim wall, definitely outclassing Megalas for ult charge. Najila almost has this orbital strike. Zana almost has the annihilation. Both of those ults are going to come up quickly. Expect to maybe see a sim wall play here coming from Sophie. They might just try and stall this out, try and blow up a TP. Zana is going to have a hard time face tanking this much damage coming in from MRG.
Right, you're going to want to see this wall split up the team with Fable Rising as Najila looking to use that orbital strike. Zaina taking a lot of damage on this walk up to that Junkrat. Tire is built on the side of Neko. TP comes through into the backline. Najila pops that ult, trades out for to the wall. Tire finds Megalas. B comes through from Julie as Patamon falls to Vaxis as well. Amethyst popping 4 ultimates here to Fable Rising's 1, and they are going to hold this fight, but the investment difference between both teams is massive.
Now, really heavy investment, but Najila getting staggered out a little bit here on the Juno. Not going to catch that respawn wave, so Fable Rising will have to wait a little bit for that, but the critical thing for Fable Rising here, don't use all of your ultimates. If you win this fight, you still have 2 to 3 more fights left on this map, and MRG Amethyst is going to try and take this fight dry or try and take it early and just force as much out as possible. You got to make sure that you're planning effectively and not just panicking and hitting that Q button.
You're really looking for a pick here. You're really looking to trade out with this Vaxis Annihilation. TP does come through. It's just Zaina into the backline, making a lot of space. Annihilation comes through, takes down Sophie. Megalas finds Faith. Vaxis trying to answer back with her own Annihilation. However, Overclock used by Sari on this high ground here. What an angle. Rally does come through because of the Annihilation. Oh, sorry. Annihilation actually not used by Vaxis. Does hold on to that. The form alone forcing out both Overclock and Rally from the side of Fable Rising.
Yeah, and a really heavy investment for a dry fight for MRG Amethyst. Now they get to walk in purely with this Annihilation. It's only met with the sim wall here. They can build up this window. They have a heavy advantage here.
Looking for a TP. Does go TP coast. Looking to do the same angle that they did before. They're going to drop down a point here in just a second. Megalas does have this sim wall though, able to split up the point if need be. Where will Vaxis go with this Annihilation? Looking at the front line, taking a lot of space. Shield used on both sides. Form used into the Annihilation. Sim wall comes down. Sophie first to go down to the Sari on the side of Sojourn. Julie trades out Megalas though. Lamp used by Faith. And Zaina does go down, which is quite tragic to have your tank second lost. And it seems like Fable are going to fall piece by piece. Zaina switching over to the Diva, looking to touch this point before in trigger overtime.
Megalas is going to be switching over to the Junkrat as well. If they're able to touch this point and stagger this out a little bit longer, Najila has this orbital strike. It's only going to be bent by the window by Faith, and that shouldn't be enough to keep it up. But unfortunately, Najila is going to be getting caught out, getting walked on in the backline.
Najila taken down by Julie and Vaxis. Tyre used, takes down Megalas as well. Xana does straight out Sophie, but it's just too little too late. Fable Rising going to go down to MG Amethyst as they take the first map of the series.
Yeah, Emergy Amethyst playing really well. You can see Fable Rising wants to play this Brig Juno, but when you play that more fragile backline, it forces them to play a little bit more scared. It's a lot harder to keep your tank up through, what is an absurd amount of frontline damage with that Symmetra and that Junkrat, and we saw time and time again on Control Center there. Neko and Sophie on the side of Emergy Amethyst just pumping damage into Zana, forcing that form early, and just burning through it and going co-side, setting their Baptiste up. We see the play of the game here, Sophie's Pulse Bomb, which again won them that fight and partially even that round by investing so little. Emergy Amethyst seemingly done playing that Juno comp. They're just going to invest in what has worked for them in the past, playing this more default style, and it's working right now.
It is going really well. I am surprised that we are seeing kind of a Ramattra mirror rather than the Divas. I do expect the maps that are coming out that we'll see next to lean more towards the Diva part of the tank, kind of like hero choices that they have. I know both tanks do favor that Diva hero, so Li Jiang I think is the only time we're really going to see the Ramattra mirror, and going forward I do expect to see the Diva, which will be a much more interesting matchup.
Yeah, and as a reminder, here in playoffs, the loser will be picking the next map, which will be a hybrid map. This is a 1st-to-3 series as opposed to a 1st-to-2 in Swiss. So Fable Rising is going to get the map pick. Historically, they've been a very strong Brawl team. Zana very strong on that Ramattra. Do you expect to see maybe a King's Row pick coming out here, or do you think they might opt into trying to play that Diva instead?
I think they might opt in to try and play that Diva. I think even if it does go to King's Row, you might still see a Diva matchup just because of the available high grounds that map does have. If we do see a continuing kind of Ramattra mirror matchup, I am curious to see if Fable Rising will opt towards that Mei themselves. I think the Mei does lend itself towards having an advantage in that matchup rather than the kind of the Symmetra Sojin that they were running on the previous map.
I think Fable Rising, it feels like watching them, it feels a lot like they're just trying to almost play the same stuff that they were playing last major when they won the championship, obviously with that Ramattra, that more traditional hit scan along with the Symmetra, except they've just changed up the backline. And in my opinion, I feel like having that more fragile backline with that Juno Brig, it doesn't really opt itself super well into playing that more aggressive style that Fable historically has been very good at running.
I think it's really interesting to see that MG Amethyst is actually lending away from the Juno Brig when they were the first team in Rising to run that backline composition. But it is doing very well for them right now. I think the windows they're utilizing to really take down the front line of Fable Rising, and Fable Rising just not able to quite match that aggression with the Juno ultimate.
Mm-hmm. And like you mentioned, Juno very strong, 100 healing per second. Roughly, I think 75% of Coalescence's healing, give or take, right? 35% damage boost. It is an insanely strong ultimate. It charges pretty quickly. Najila obviously historically is a flex support player, opting into playing the Juno for that team. Do you think that playing the more flex support oriented heroes helps or hurts the experience in trying to play Juno and comp like that?
I think that Juno kind of has the masquerade of being kind of a main support, but does lend itself more towards the kind of flex support style, where it really relies pretty heavily on just managing your positioning and rather than kind of moving around the map and assisting in like duels between your DPS and their DPS.
Mm-hmm.
So I would expect the flex support history to kind of be more of a boon than a detriment here as she moves over to the Juno. And King's Row is going to be the map choice, so it seems like you might be predicting it a bit correctly here. If they do roll out on the Ramattra here for King's Row, we'll have to see. If they do run this mirror here, I would like to see it, man.
I would love to see a Mei coming in from both teams here. Neko has shown that they're very comfortable on that hero. It feels like Megalas, I know she can play Mei. It feels like she's just opting out of it just because they haven't practiced it maybe. And it looks like as we load into the map here, Megalas is going to be starting on the Mei and Najila on the Baptiste. So maybe Fable Rising just taking a second, composing themselves, going back to what's worked for them in the past.
And while you brought up Neko on this Mei, looking very comfortable on this hero, I think with the Juno and Brig composition that Fable was running, it was Neko was finding amazing blizzards. Almost every blizzard being an insta-fight win for the side of MG Amethyst. And it seems like Fable Rising opting more towards the Baptiste Lucio that they ran last tournament. So this Lucio speed amp might be a bit easier for them to get away from those blizzards, maybe lower Neko's value a little bit. Sorry, looking for a pick on the Widowmaker here. Is not going to be able to find one, taking a limited poke from Vaxis. Does take a couple shots. Goes over to the Tracer here instead of a hit scan. Very interesting.
And we are going to be seeing Fable Rising going for an early rotate, trying to take this high ground away from Sophie here. And we are going to see Sophie and Faith immediately force back the speed boost coming out from Amanda, or Patamon, I'm sorry, already.
Faith might be caught. Faith caught. Goes down to Megalast. The speed boost from Patamon does find her. Not able to rotate away fast enough. Wall comes through Megalast, however, it goes down before the cryo's used. Forms on both sides of the Ramatras as they try to trade out here. Sorry does find Sophie, though. It looks like Fable Rising up one here. Going to be looking for it. Julie does trade out Sorry, but Patamon does trade back out. And it seems like Fable Rising here, they're going to be able to take this point, pushes Emerging Amethyst back over to the choke as they reset in Archway.
Yeah, trade's going both ways, but heavily favored in the side of Fable Rising as we're going to have a slight little freeze here. Losing that Baptiste early makes it very difficult for Emerging Amethyst to actually contest in that fight. And we're going to see they try and get a retouch here. It's going to be walled off and formed used early. They might end up getting staggered here.
They do not actually touch the point before it flips over. They do find Patamon and get out though, so they can hold this Archway choke point. Very famous to hold here. You know, very difficult for the attackers to push through. We'll have to see how Fable Rising deals with it.
And Fable Rising, critically, look at the ult charge on Najila's Lamp. Look at the ult charge on Annihilation for Zana. They are very close to these ults. Neko has to get a good Blizzard to be able to hold this Archway here.
Zana does go down through the form here. Sophie taking her down. Sorry trades out with Neko though. Before Megalast uses Cryo, keeps herself alive. Blizzard's available on both sides. Are they going to be used? Might just wait for the Zana to respawn.
Neko is dead, coming back from spawn. Fable Rising has an opportunity to go fast here with one of these ultimates, or Emerging Amethyst might just be giving them the space anyways.
Emerging Amethyst backing up to the library corner. This is another good corner for them to hold here. But it seems like they are being forced back a bit. Window used on the side of Najila a bit early from her. Cart nowhere near. As Emerging Amethyst, they're able to just back up and kite that ultimate.
Emerging Amethyst just straight back to the next corner. They have all their people back now, and they're going to be walking back in immediately with their ult.
Blizzard is used on the side of Emerging Amethyst, catches out Zayna. B comes down from the side of Julie as well. Patamon not quite having the ultimate available. And Megalast trying to answer back with her own Blizzard, but is not able to find anything at all. And Emerging Amethyst with those ultimates able to take the fight, and Fable Rising, they have to reset.
Now, it's a heavy investment from both sides, but Fable Rising using both the Annihilation, the Window, the Blizzard. They don't have a sound barrier yet. Julie already used hers as well. Now, we're going to be seeing this Window and this Deadeye from Emerging Amethyst. Only really the Pulse Bomb to match for Fable Rising.
Low coming out from Zayna does not catch Vaxis, looking for Force Form early. Emerging Amethyst giving a little bit of space here. They have that window. They want a longer lane to force Fable Rising to make it so they can't quite kite it as easily. It does end up coming down. Wall comes through from Megalast, keeps the window at bay as Fable Rising tries to back up. However, Faith catches Sari on the kite, and Fable Rising, they ought to just back up here, but Zayna using that form, Lamb comes down, wall from Megalast, almost falls off her own tank. Deadeye comes through, catches Zayna on the side in the library, and Fable will for sure have to reset.
Yeah, and we see a few stackers. Najila is not going to get the wave respawn. Almost has another window though. Neko only 30% off of another Blizzard here. Patamon has an uncontested beat right now. They might opt to just use that early, or they could just try and farm this window, try and take that corner. But like we saw before, if they use it too early, Emerging Amethyst is just going to kite back and play the next corner.
And Sorry has switched off that Tracer. Actually switches off the Ashe over to the Cassidy this time, opting to just mirror Emerging Amethyst's composition. Zana getting a little bit too aggressive early while her teammates were still respawning, and instantly goes down to Vaxis as they knew where they were, and Emerging Amethyst, they might go for a spawn camp.
Oh, and Najila is going to get out here, but that is a critical fight win for Emerging Amethyst, not needing to use a single ultimate there. Now Neko is going to get this Blizzard up. Vaxis and Julie are both going to get their ults in the middle of a fight, and there's not enough that Fable Rising can really do if they don't go quickly here.
Najila with this window here, going to see if she can get a better one than last time. Emerging Amethyst are holding library corner. Looks like they're trying to bait that window. Oh, Najila not falling for it this time. Does use window in the more opportune location. Lamb comes through. Blizzard, however, used by Neko to try to cut it off. B comes through from Patamon, keeps Zayna up. Annihilation used as well. B comes down from the side of Emerging Amethyst by Julie. Blizzard as well coming down from Megalast. Does catch so many. Megalast finds two with it, finds three with it. All headshots, baby. Sophie does trade out, but Fable Rising, they're to push forward with Megalast's huge ultimate here.
It almost makes you wonder why they weren't running the May to begin with. Megalast just an insane blizzard, and then headshot after headshot just over and over again. There's not much Energy Amethyst can really do there, and they invested 4 ultimates in that fight, Veronica. A heavy investment for a fight loss.
It is a lot of ultimates to use in that fight loss there. Fable Rising able to cap second, and King Zero's second point, honestly one of the most difficult points in the game to capture. So great from Fable Rising to be able to do that. Fantastic blizzard from Megalast. They push up here to this corner here, trying to get the card around it. Form used on both sides. Wall does come through. It cuts off Vaxis. Goes very low. Zany does find before the lamp comes through. And High Noon coming out from Sophie, trying to get them off. Lamp, Najila just egoing her with that lamp. And Fable Rising able to get it around both corners here, and they're looking to get it all the way in.
Yeah, really strong fight win from Fable Rising. We saw really early, they bait out the wall, they push in with their own. Sophie's going to be switching over to the Tracer here. I don't know that it's going to be enough. Najila is able to just match those duels, and we're going to see a really forced
immediately going very low. Lamp has to come out. It's just trying to block the damage. Can't do it. Sorry, almost has his ultimate. High Noon close to coming online. A recall used on the side of Sophie, just trying to contest this card as long as she possibly can. Najila does find Julie. Faith goes down. No supports on the side of Energy Amethyst. Najila finding Sophie again, and there is no one to touch this card, and 151 will be the time bank.
Yeah, and Fable Rising do a really good job capitalizing on the fact that Emergy Amethyst invested so heavily at the end of second point. You know, they get that first fight win on third point, and then they just immediately steamroll into another one. Najila getting bloodthirsty, we've seen it plenty of times throughout Rising. Every once in a while, you'll just see her in a fight, and her eyes will just go red, and she kills 3 people. If we're playing for Emergy Amethyst here, we really need to be making sure that we're punishing Najila for playing that more aggressive style, because it feels like right now, Vaxis in particular, when that form is popped, instead of going into the backline, it feels like they're just trying to match Zana half the time.
It does feel like they're trying to match Zana half the time, and I would like to see Faith using these lamps a little bit sooner. It seems like Vaxis is taking just a bit too much damage and going down, I think, twice so far before the lamp comes out, and that's just kind of a critical mistake. You know, you lose your tank, you lose the fight.
Yeah, like you said, losing your tank that early is going to be brutal. Same with losing your Baptiste if you're not lamping yourself well enough either, right? Now, Emergy Amethyst on the attack here, they're going to be coming out, it appears, on a double sniper. Obviously, the Widowmaker might swap off, but seeing the Hanzo from Neko here is kind of interesting.
I would not put it past Sophie to come out on this Widowmaker. You know, very proficient on this character. We saw her on it a lot in Swiss rounds, and she was doing very well in the hero.
Sophie single-handedly won some maps for Emergy Amethyst, and we're going to see a Mercy damage boost for her. Just optimize the pick, the Sonar Arrow. Neko's going to be switching, I'd assume, over to the Mei here, and they're just going to swap off Widow.
Looks like they will switch over to that Cassidy, Mei, and Julie over off the Mercy to Lucio. Wrapping around here, shield used early. They are opting to go straight forward, not going around statue. Sophie does get walled off, trying to break it for her tank. Shift used on Faith's side, form used as well. Vaxis just blocking damage, not able to walk forward. Zana does find Julie, and that's going to be a very short fight.
Very short fight, and like you said, these cooldowns are being traded back and forth between Emergy Amethyst and Fable Rising. The difference, Fable Rising is using them to push, Emergy Amethyst is using them reactively a lot of the time. And because of that, Fable Rising is able to get these openings really early.
Shield already being used just for this rotate here. Seems like, oh, changed their minds, not going for that high ground there. Slow use on the cart. Sophie will wrap around through the Mega Room, as will the rest of Emergy Amethyst, taking the same rotation that they saw Fable Rising do. How is Fable Rising going to respond? Seems like they're just holding underneath on the cart. No Baptiste for the side of Amethyst to find this time, just as Fable Rising was able to. And Fable Rising seems like they're chasing them through the Mega Room, and teams have flipped now.
Najila is going to be going down early. Sophie traded out. Form really early from Zana here.
Zana does find Faith though before that lamp goes out, and Neko trading out. Sorry, but you know, attackers have better respawns here. Julie finding Patamon, and I'd expect this to go over to Emergy Amethyst, however slow.
Yeah, Emergy Amethyst is Annihilation from Zana. This could actually turn the fight.
Neko 1 HP does go down. Zana with that Annihilation. Sophie does find her though. Lamp late from Najila coming back from respawn. Najila taking the duel against Sophie. Faith is here for the backup though. Najila just egoing 1v2. Patamon takes down that lamp from Faith, and the window is almost available. Najila needs to live here.
Now the D.Va swap is coming out from Vaxis now. We are going to finally see the D.Va here. Both support hooks online for Emergy Amethyst. Najila has this window online as well though.
Najila taking a lot of damage. Vaxis looking for the kill. Oh, Najila breaks her ankles. Zana does go down to Sophie, though. Window used on the side of Faith. And this is going to be a rapid for MG Amethyst. And if you're on the side of Fable Rising, you might want a couple of those ults back.
Especially that window at the end there. I get what Fable Rising is doing. They see Zana try and clutch that fight up, and they think, okay, well, I can do that too. The difference is MG Amethyst has a much heavier advantage at the end there. Najila is a really talented player, but winning a 1v5 is going to be a little bit difficult for her. But now, Fable Rising does still have the Blizzard. They still have the Deadeye. That can be a deadly combo on its own. Patamon coming up on the speed as well, and those are all going to be mirrored ults. MRG Amethyst has both DPS ults as well, and they are also going to have this beat from Julie here.
You're really looking for both Mays here with these Blizzards. Neko having massive Blizzards all game, Megalas with her own. However, Sophie does find Megalas looking for the Blizzard early. Blizzard comes down from Neko just to clean up the fight. Zana is caught, and MRG Amethyst, they're able to keep pushing this car forward.
It was a good lamp from Najila there. Unfortunately, since there's no Mei on behalf of Fable Rising, there's here for MRG Amethyst to just push past the wall and break it. And now only investing the Blizzard there. It looked like Megalas was looking for hers. I'd imagine MRG Amethyst knows that that's coming up. Julie is probably going to be prepping the sound barrier for that. Some slight main support behavior on the card.
Doing a little dance in the card. It's how it is sometimes. She has this beat though, looking to use it probably for Sari's Deadeye here. I'd like to see MRG Amethyst get active with it. Sari looking for the high ground for the angle here. Sophie with the flank. Does she find anything? Lamp comes down. B comes down as well from Julie to keep her up. Najila is found and she goes down, even though however slow. But however, Megalas did use the Blizzard on this side of Fable Rising. Cassie duels Sophie takes the victory. And that was a great flank noon from Sophie there. Does force out all of the resources from Fable Rising. Is able to find 2 off the end of it as well.
Yeah, Sophie really taking control of that fight, and we've seen time and time again now, Najila is going for these lamps for herself and just trying to ego duel these other players in MRG Amethyst. If she's able to consistently do that, it can pay off, but also if MRG Amethyst acknowledges that, it's going to be incredibly easy to punish, and that's what we saw that fight. Now, Neko has the Blizzard here, Faith has the window, Vaxis has the Annihilation. There's a lot of ults on both sides, but critically, Fable Rising is holding more passive to start off here.
Building this Blizzard incredibly quickly. Feels like it was just a fight ago that she used it. Going to be looking for it again. Uses it on the card. Zaina, it seems like she'll be caught out. Going for an aggressive play. Is frozen. Does she go down before she's able to? No, lamp late. Zaina saved. And it seems like Fable Rising, with the help of Sari's High Noon, is going to be able to ward off that Blizzard. Patamon uses the beat, trying to enable her team to push forward. Faith goes down. Sophie's next. And Zana with the beat, with another form after the Blizzard, is able to clean up that fight. And a great Blizzard from Neko, but better peel from Najila.
Yeah, and like you said, better peel from Najila, and then what a beat coming out from Patamon to allow that push forward. Faith had just windowed as well, able to just walk past it. MRG Amethyst now only sitting on Vaxis' Annihilation, and that is a mirrored ultimate. Megalas, we've seen how good she is with these Blizzards, and now she's going to be coming up on another one.
Vaxis getting really aggressive here, going straight for the backline with the Annihilation. Is, however, taking down Blizzard, cutting off her from her... Sorry, Blizzard cutting off Vaxis from her own backline and just taking a ton of damage from Fable Rising there. And it's going to... Zaina did use the Annihilation as well, though. So 2 for 1 on the side of Fable.
2 for 1, but maybe a little bit too aggressive from MRG Amethyst, not baiting out any of those cooldowns before going in. And now Fable Rising doesn't have any ults, and Najila will be coming up on this window relatively soon. But when you look over to MRG Amethyst, Neko is going to build this Blizzard up incredibly quickly. Sophie has the Deadeye just about. It's going to be a hard fight to win for Fable Rising if they don't play a little bit more aggressive here.
Najila with the window, looking to use it before Sophie gets that High Noon up. Window goes down. Are they going to find anything off of it? Seems like both Maywalls used on both sides, and Zaina does go down late, a little bit too far. The Maywall from Neko, cutting her off from her team, and MRG Amethyst, they're going to win that fight. No ultimates used. They have this High Noon, and they have this Blizzard going into this next fight.
Both support ults coming up as well for MRG Amethyst. Now, Fable Rising, they're going to have the Blizzard here, but that's all they're going to have. Patamon's still 25% away from this sound barrier of her own.
And Fable Rising looks like they might get staggered a little bit. Najila trying to get out of here. MRG really trying to get this kill. Lamp comes down, does save it from the High Noon. Not able to save Patamon though. Zaina going down very low, might be next, does fall to Vaxis. Vaxis pushing the backline now, and this card is getting real close to the end here, and they have both window beat and they have Blizzard to push it in.
And still only the Blizzard from Fable Rising. They're not switching to touch. They're going to try and take this fight normally, but Neko has this Blizzard. This is going to be huge for this touch.
Neko does use the Blizzard on cards. Zaina is able to find Sophie first. Window comes down from the side of Faith just to push this in. Zaina goes down next, and Najila is finished by Vaxis' form. Megalast, though, is able to find Faith with the help of her Blizzard. Patamon goes down to Julie. Julie finds 2. Vaxis uses that Annihilation on Card just to push it out of the way, and MG Amethyst, they will cap.
And they got a little bit more stalled out than Fable Rising did, especially on first point. But what a third point push coming in from Energy Amethyst. I know I said it when Fable Rising was playing. You know, Energy Amethyst stalled out a little bit in the beginning of that point, but once they got rolling, they really got rolling. And we could see Fable Rising, they really didn't have much of a response. It felt like they over-ult a little bit too much in these super winnable fights, and because of that, Energy Amethyst is really just capitalizing off of having that huge advantage. And when you have somebody like Neko who's able to build this Blizzard up every fight and a half, that's gonna pay a lot of value over to Energy Amethyst.
Neko building those Blizzards incredibly quickly, and I would like to give some credit over to Sophie, and it feels like she really took over the lobby with those high noons on their offense there.
100%. Sophie consistently on those off angles, and when you have somebody like Najila who is going to take that Eagle duel, right? You saw it, I want to say 2 or 3 times that push alone. That Deadeye comes out, Najila goes for the lamp on herself, and then just tries to take the Eagle duel, kill Sophie. But with that damage reduction you get from Deadeye, you're going to get almost all of your HP reduced, or almost all your HP knocked down from the actual ultimate, and you're not going to do much damage to the actual Cassidy, and you're going to get caught out a lot of the time. And that's what it felt like we saw. Either Najila would get caught out, or maybe she just wouldn't have the lamp for somebody like Zana, who's going to be taking a lot of frontline damage from Vaxis and Neko.
Sophie looking for a pick here again with the help of the sonar from Neko and damage from Julie. Will she find anything? Nobody peeking her, and seems like DPS is going to switch back to their standard lineup immediately.
And we're back to a complete mirror match. We saw how Fable Rising was able to stall this point out, but if they continue to overinvest with only a minute, it could end up actually working for them. Energy Amethyst is going to be rotating for high ground potentially here.
They will be doing this high ground rotation. Both teams seem to be favoring this kind of rotation here to flip the map, switch up who's the attackers, who's the defenders. Both times a Baptiste has gone down because of it. Will it happen again? Let's find out. Vaxis dropped a point with the rest of her team. Shield drops for used by Zaina. Uses form immediately after. Vaxis going down so quickly before the lamp can come out. And Sorry getting very, very low, does get traded out by Sophie, but Zana's already found 2, and it seems like Fable are going to be able to clean that fight up without any more trades.
Yeah, and since you go for that longer high ground rotation, that is going to be the only fight you get. Maybe you get a touch from Vaxis here on the Diva. That Maywall is going to come out really early, though, and now we're going to be seeing some stagger touches. And Megalast, Blizzard, and that should seal it.
Megalast already building that Blizzard up, is able to use it for Vaxis' touch there, and over time, Wick is burning down. Will anyone be able to touch? Sophie is able to go on it. You recall it already used. Neko is back on the Pharah, wall used by Megalast. Zana does find Faith, and Sophie goes down. Window used by Najila is going to clean the rest of the crew.
And a really good first point defense from Fable Rising. We saw it their first round, obviously, but it paid off a little bit more for Energy Amethyst. Then, when Energy Amethyst is going for this high ground rotation, if we watch Fable Rising, they just go and try and follow them. They just fully group as a team and then act as if they're the attackers, and it helps to nullify a lot of the advantage that you get from rotating that way. Because now attackers have to drop onto point, you get the high ground control, and you can set up your supports right back up where they just got knocked out of.
You're absolutely right. Fable Rising wising up to that rotation a bit quicker this time. Najila not caught out, and Fable Rising, they're able to defend the point there, and I think Vaxis went down before the lamp was able to come out, which is a bit of a story on this point, Faith a little bit slow with those lamps, and if they come out just a little bit quicker, we might see something different.
Now, we are going to be seeing a mirror match again here. Sorry, we'll be starting on the Widowmaker, I'd assume, switching over to the cast a little bit later on. But with the timing that Fable Rising has, Energy Amethyst had a minute. Fable Rising has over 2 minutes, just about. You could very easily get, 3 to 4 fights if you're moving quick enough for Fable Rising. And when we see how quickly, both of these mains are building up Blizzard, you can just play to bank up ults if you're Fable Rising. You only need 1 tick to fully win the map. Now, if Energy Amethyst is playing for a draw, they have to be very careful with how they use their ults. Fable Rising really doesn't.
It's Quinton. Sorry, gonna be looking for a pick here. Does she find anything? No. Vaxis just spamming the doorway immediately. Almost gets the kill. 50 HP remaining. And Fable Rising rotating around this statue here, looking for their way in. Seems like they'll be doing the Mega... No, does bails out of the Mega Rotation, forms straight onto Vaxis here. Wall comes through from Megalast, does cut Vaxis up from a team. Lamp being forced out from Najila already. And Fable Rising, they need to stabilize. Cryo comes through from Megalast just to heal up there. And Well, both walls used once more as Emergy Amethyst, they push back into Fable Rising after their push with their own cooldowns. But Neko goes down to Najila. That's not what you want to see. Megalod's getting very low. Is able to be kept up by the Baptiste. Has another cryo. Sophie getting down to 1 HP. Lamp is used on the side of Faith. Bow support's incredibly low on Emergy Amethyst. Julie does find Patamon in the midst of things though. Xayna trades off Vaxis. Tink going down is very, very bad. Megalast goes down, but Xayna and Najila able to trade out. Point is starting to tick up. Half the touch, no one able to.
And trades on both sides, but the attacker spawn, it's much easier for them to get back. Fable Rising are able to win out those trades, and even though you have somebody like Megalast going down at the end that close to Blizzard, it ends up not mattering. They were able to get the trades before that happens. Fable Rising shows that they are so very comfortable in this brawl composition that they're going to win King's Row here.
And I'm extremely happy to see Mei come out from both sides here. I think when you're in a brawl matchup, you're gonna want that Mei on both teams for sure, just because the walls that you can use to split up the enemy team, the Blizzard's able to control space and win fights alone, just so much able to come out from that character. And we saw both Meis on both teams here really just doing a number for their rosters.
And now we are going to be going to, I believe, Escort here for map 3. We have a few different maps available. Historically, Emergy Amethyst, from what happened in Swiss, they like to pick Rialto, and that's where they really thrived on that Diva Juno composition. They've lost the full traditional brawl mirror. It was close, but they lost the mirror decently decisively, and now they get their map pick. I would expect to see a Rialto pick coming out from them, see if they can whip out that Diva Juno once again.
Not only does a Rialto pick allow Vaxis to go onto the Diva and Vaxis' backline to go over to that Juno Brig, but it also allows Sophie to go to that Widowmaker, which we've seen her be incredibly proficient in, so I would not be surprised at all if we see Rialto come out from the side of Emergy Amethyst just to allow their DPS to really take the game over, as we saw them try to do on second point King's Row and throughout their offense.
Now, we will be going over to a quick 3-minute break before we find out what this map is going to be, but stay tuned. We have an incredibly close series on our Welcome back, everybody, to our first playoff match here in the Calling All Heroes Rising Minor 2 playoffs. We have a tight game right now between MRG Amethyst and Fable Rising. And slight correction from what we said before the break, it is not Escort for map 3, it's going to be Push, and Esperanza is going to be the map pick.
Yeah, and Esperanza being push map, I don't expect us to see Widowmakers on this map. I think we will be seeing either more Brawl or kind of like a Diva Casty lineup.
I would personally expect to see the Diva. We've seen that MRG Amethyst is comfortable on it. Zana has switched to it last second a few times for Fable Rising. I think if you're MRG Amethyst, you might just want to put Sophie on that Tracer and just play a more divey style. And I could be wrong, but it feels like that might be what the Esperanza pick is leaning towards.
Yeah, for sure. And the divey style, Vaxis is incredibly good on this Diva character, right? Applies a ton of pressure to those backlines, is able to peel for her own team efficiently, and I'd be very excited to see it come out from her.
And for Fable Rising, obviously historically a Brawl team, I don't personally think I've ever seen Zana play dive. If they opt into playing something like this Diva composition, it could be very exciting to watch because we haven't really seen this. We've seen the Juno break backline from them, but it was still with that Ramattra. They haven't opted into playing that Diva yet. So I know Zana personally, she says that she's a pretty good Diva player, but we'll have to see how it goes.
We'll have to see if that even comes out here, as you know, Ramattra or Junker Queen are both still viable on Esperanza. And I know that both tanks are practiced with that Juno break backline if Fable Rising wanted to continue running it, but Fable Rising, they did run it on the first map, did not succeed, and switched over to that Baptiste Lucio, which is a bit more common from the previous tournaments, and was able to succeed on it. So would not be surprised. It is being covered now, and I would expect them to run out on this just because of results bias.
Yeah, Fable Rising, obviously, they know what works, and they're going to be sticking to it here. MRG Amethyst also, they're going to be playing this dive composition that we've seen Vaxis really have a lot of success on. Sophie and Neko, both good DPS players as well. So I'm excited to see how stylistically this matches up. Obviously, a bit of a more dive-centric map, but Fable Rising is so strong playing that anti-dive Brawl that it might end up working for them.
And we are seeing C-Bunny come in instead of Faith here on this Kiriko. Same thing happened in their Swiss rounds. The substitution for the Kiriko, very common. Vaxis on the Diva, Sophie on the Tracer, and I'm really excited to see Neko on the Sekko, see what she can do.
Yeah, and Fable Rising is going to be taking cart control here, but now critically both flanks are open. They have to worry about both sides, and MRG Amethyst is applying pressure to both of them. But it seems like they're able to, Fable Rising is just able to weather the storm. Najila, never mind, going down early.
There's a headshot. Sorry, able to trade off C-Bunny though. Sophie goes down next to Patamon. Xana with the form does find Vaxis and the Baby Diva. Megalast sniping Julie with the icicles, and despite first to go down, Fable Rising is going to be able to swing that to their favor, really prioritizing card control there. MRG Amethyst diving a little bit too heavily. C-Bunny TPing in there, bit of a mistake, won't make it again.
And now, no ultimates on either side, but critically Najila now on the Kiriko, a little bit less sustained for these dives, but a little bit more help for herself to live through, and Sari has pulled off the high ground.
Vaxis flying high did force the ball. Vaxis does find Najila though, goes down, came back on the Kiriko off the Baptiste to try to get back to her team. Diving in now onto this Mei here, forces out the Cryo, getting very low, is able to be kept in mech by C-Bunny. Nope, goes out of mech to Megalast eventually. But Baby Diva with that pistol does find Megalast still. And Fable Rising, though it is a bit slow, they do go down to the side of MRG Amethyst. Vaxis respawning on that Diva now. We'll be back in time for the next fight.
And they get a few trades, but MRG Amethyst with that dive, when you get that flex support down that early, it's going to be very hard to lose that fight. And now we're seeing the Continuing Rush is going to be online soon. We're going to have the duplicate, Pulse Bomb, the self-destruct for Vaxis as well. And Fable Rising, they have the Blizzard, they're going to have the Annihilation soon. But if you're MRG Amethyst, if you're using your ults correctly, you could just match each of these and be perfectly fine.
Vaxis taking the high ground away from Fable Rising already, just trying to angle around, has this bomb, might look for a bit of a play with it, eats up the slow from Xana, form is still available, uses it now, goes for the backline, a lot of pressure coming down to C-Bunny, Coffee coming through from Echo Neko, and Sophie going down to Sari though. Blizzard coming out from Megalast does freeze up that copy. The Annihilation used by Xana as well. And despite the rush and the copy from MRG Amethyst, just the pressure of the Blizzard and the Annihilation with the AoE ultimates for Fable Rising, they're able to swing the fight in their favor.
And Emerge Amethyst is going to be trying to stabilize here. Vaxis is going to get DMAC though. Maybe a little bit of an overinvest or over-aggression from Fable Rising. They're going to get out with their lives though. Only the Blizzard and the Annihilation there used for them, but only the Kitsune Rush and the duplicate for Emerge Amethyst. They're holding on to each of these other ultimates, and now they're just going to have mirrored sound barriers, and they just get this self-destruct and this pulse bomb almost for free.
We're really looking over to see what Vax is able to get done with this Diva Bomb here. Patamon with the beat as well. Julie with beat on the other side mirrored. Shield coming out from Xayna, just trying to hold this front line. Does go down, uses that form just to hold this space aggressively, trades it back, looking to build up that cooldown once more. Echo switching for Sticky. Sophie does take down Megalast. Cryo not used on the side of Fable Rising. High Noon coming out from Star just to try to trade back, but it might be too little too late. Vaxis does go down to it though. Defense Matrix used a little bit too early. Has to trade out the Diva Bomb. Is able to find the remake though, and Sorry should go down here in just a moment.
And this is really the weakness of this Brawl composition. They've done a good job trying to punish these dives. We've seen Vaxis get blown up a few times, but when you expose yourself to this many angles, Patamon going to be beating only herself here as well. When you expose yourself to this many angles, it's really hard to live, and we're seeing time and time again, people like Megalast, people like Najila getting picked off really early because they can't look every direction.
And Najila doing a great job keeping Sorry up against that Diva, but Xayna does go down as a result of it, not having the healer for herself as a tank. Patamon with the beat is unfortunately not able to find anyone with it, and really unfortunate ultimate use for Fable Rising.
And now they're going to be coming up on this Blizzard again here, and that could end up blowing up an entire dive on its own. Najila has a mirrored Kitsune Rush with C-Bunny, and C-Bunny is going to be using it first.
Rush comes out from the side of C-Bunny, pushes Xayna back to the backline. Rush mirrored by Najila on the other side though, as the team just clumping together here on the card, trying to make sure it doesn't move any further. And Megalast has his Blizzard once more. Vaxis looking to eat it with the defense matrix. Is she going to be able to? Copy does come through from Neko, copies the Ramatra, form used into this backline. Does find Megalast. Megalast goes down with that Blizzard, is not able to use it before it happens, and Amethyst sweeping away this fight with their ults.
And Amethyst doing a really good job keeping the pressure on. Typically, when you see these Kitsune Rushes, the later Kitsune Rush is going to get a little bit more value, getting those cooldowns a little bit later in the fight. But we saw Fable Rising just not investing further, not investing the Blizzard in time. And now Emergy Amethyst is going to be coming up with the Pulse Bomb. They have a beat for free once again for the Annihilation. Vaxis has a self-destruct. Najila back on the Baptiste here, so no more Kitsune Rush for her. We are going to see Annihilation and Blizzard both for Fable Rising. They're two very strong ultimates.
Fable Rising touching the card before it's able to push up to the advantage. Annihilation coming out from Xayna on this front line. Forces out the beat from Julie early. Vaxis also having to kite away. Megalast applying a lot of pressure to this Echo here. Neko getting very, very low, is able to live. Diva Bomb coming out for Vaxis, looking for the reset. Does find Patamon, but Najila able to find it. And Sorry with a huge Deadeye finds both TPS from the side of Amethyst.
And a really, fight-winning Deadeye from Sorry there to get those two picks. We saw Emergy Amethyst invest really heavily into that fight using 3 ults. Obviously, Zana invested the Annihilation, but with that Deadeye, an ult that you don't usually see that much value with getting to, that's able to lock up the fight, and now Megalast is able to hang on to this Blizzard and use that for this upcoming fight.
We're really going to be looking for this Blizzard here. Vaxis going to want to eat that one. Looking like a very hungry Diva on that bridge. C-Bunny taking a little bit of pressure, does TP away from it, and Amethyst, they're just going to be looking for the card control here as they kind of force Fable Rising back. Blizzard does come through, Vaxis is not able to eat it, but the Suzu is good from C-Bunny, saving her tank, but Julie does go down on the backline.
Now, only this one pick, Julie will be back in the fight relatively quickly after respawning, but Neko
Sorry with a
not
great
quite
shot.
as much. C-Bunny has the Continuing Rush, likely not going to be invested here, though.
Vaxis just trying to trade out this Cassidy, playing a lot of pressure, but the Sports Fable Rising able to peel her as she does go down eventually. And a little bit of a stagger on the Diva almost, and Fable Rising, they're going to be able to get a little bit more of a lead here.
And now Fable Rising has both support ults, but that is all they will have into a Kitsune Rush from C-Bunny, a very strong ultimate, and duplicate from Neko as well. Now, they could try and go for a window early here, but it's going to get rushed through, maybe get duplicated on instead. There's not too much Fable Rising to do, especially when Kitsune Rush comes out. Right
Rush does come through from C-Bunny, but forced almost out of it immediately. Patamon with the beat, Xayna with the form inside of it. No one able to quite take advantage of this rush. Vaxis does find Sorry though, not able to be fueled by the supports, and Neko with the beam does clean up those kills, and Fable Rising, they do go down even through that beat, and Amethyst are able to take that fight, but quite a bit of a lead built up here by Fable. Even as Megalast continues to stall it.
a strong lead, and if Fable's able to control that first high ground, it's going to be really hard for MG Amethyst to actually push to match that lead. Now, Vaxis did have to use that self-destruct as well, so now only the DPS ults for Sophie and Neko for MG Amethyst. Fable Rising getting ever closer to that Annihilation that we've seen get so much value already.
Neko going to be looking for a copy on the enemy Ramattra here. She's done it every single time. She'll do it again. Just forming onto the backline. When is it going to happen? Any moment now. It seems like a lot of high ground control here from the side of MG Amethyst. The D.Va makes it very easy to go up and down. Pulse does come out. Does not able to find anything. Copy comes down. It is on the Ramattra. Neko finding a lot of damage. Najila goes down. Lamb late. Vax is able to find a Megalast on the other side. And Annihilation used by that copy. And it seems like Amethyst, just with those two ultimates from their DPS, are able to find the picks they need for the fight.
Yeah, and we talked a lot about the copy on the Ramattra, forcing that backline into a lot of pressure, but let's talk about the pulse bomb from Sophie. It forced both Patamon and Najila to stay hidden while their team was fully pushing out, and that's why Megalast ended up going down. There's no support for, you know, the Mei, who's a pretty big target, and now they don't have this Blizzard yet. They only have Annihilation and Window, and obviously coming up on the Deadeye, and as I say that, of course, they build up the Blizzard for Megalast here. Beat to match, but that's going to be it for MRG Amethyst.
Vaxis applying a lot of pressure, just trying to control this high ground. But Zeta says, no, it's mine now. Does use Form and Annihilation to shove them off of it, taking it for herself. Beat comes down from Julie, but it's a bit late. Sophie goes down to the Annihilation just a second before. Able to find C-Bunny on the backside with that slow as well. Vaxis does trade out, sorry. Able to trade out Megalast with the help of Julie as well. Bomb used, but the card is already pushing away from this D.Va. Vaxis is able to find the remake, but Julie going down to the Form, and Neko not able to contest this Ramattra. It seems like Fable Rising should be the victors of that fight, but the card does flip back to Amethyst's favor here as they continue to push it towards the lead.
They have this Continuing Rush online, but Fable Rising only used the Annihilation that fight. They still have almost every other ultimate in the bank. Neko building closer and closer to this duplicate. It might happen in this Continuing Rush.
Rush does come down, matched by the Window of Najila, but sorry, instantly goes down to that D.Va, just boosting into the backline. Blizzard coming out in the mid-fight. He's able to find Sophie with that Icicle. What a clean shot from Megalast. Julie did go down to Zayna in the midst of that as well, and Vaxis not able to find the remake. Does go down to Patamon, and Patamon now has the speed for this next fight as the time is ticking down. Cart is under contention as it seems like overtime will be triggered. I'm not sure who's on it.
And the duplicate is going to be coming onto the Mei. C-Bunny is going to get Megalast, but is going to get traded out by Najila here. The beat from Amanda does come out.
Vaxis does go demech on the card. Copy used by Neko, not able to find anything with it. Almost instantly forced out of it. Najila finds Vaxis, and Fable Rising trying to clean this fight up. Annihilation comes out from Zayna. A lot of damage for those remainers on the card, and Sophie doing a great job of contesting that card. Is able to find the overtime wick and keep it alive for a bit longer, but unfortunately MG Amethyst just at quite the old disadvantage, and honestly kind of a player disadvantage just from respawns. Fable Rising are able to take the map.
Yeah, Fable Rising doing a phenomenal job punishing this dive. It feels like Vaxis on this D.Va, once you don't have boosters, you have to wait a full 3-4 seconds to get those back up. And when you're running such, comp like Fable Rising with the Ramattra able to punch through defense matrix, with the Mei able to burn through it as well, it's really hard to sustain through that with something like, a Kiriko alone. And it felt like we consistently saw Vaxis either over-aggressing or just getting burned down, going for those really quick commitments. And Fable Rising really doing a phenomenal job punishing those dives.
Zayna using her form quite a lot just to look for damage on that D.Va, not able to defense matrix those pummels, and just takes a lot of damage on that armor. Not able to quite really live and sustain through it with the kind of Kiriko Lucio backline. I think Neko doing a great job on that Echo, was having very good copies throughout the majority of the map, but I think honestly kind of lacked some of the value in the neutrals, and the brawl we were able to see just take a lot of distance on the cart before those ultimates were able to come online on the dive composition from the side of Amethyst.
Yeah, by just controlling point, it forced Amethyst to go for engagements when they really didn't want to. Fable Rising were able to just consistently keep pushing cart inch by inch and just sustaining through the dives. Even if they lost a fight, they still got a good, 10, 15, 20 meters of progress off that fight alone just by sitting and controlling the point. Now, I believe we will be seeing Flashpoint as our next pick, and once again, MRG Amethyst as the loser of the map, or of the previous map, will be picking their Flashpoint map.
Flashpoint, there are only two options. I think I'm kind of curious which one we're going to see. The New Junk City does lend itself towards those Ramattra compositions that we've seen both teams kind of favor towards, but Obviously, MG Amethyst, they did select Esperanza. They did try to run that dive, and it did not work out for them. So I would be interested to see if they attempt to run a dive again on a map like Suravasa for Flashpoint, or if they go towards that New Junk City and try to run the Brawl mirror once more against Fable Rising. Honestly, both maps good for Brawl, both maps playable on Brawl, but if Emerging Amethyst want to try that Diva comp one more time, maybe this time with the Juno Brig, maybe with a different backline instead of that Kiriko Lucio, I would expect to see Suravasa from them if that was what they're attempting.
I would expect to see a Suravasa pick even if you want to take the Brawl mirror, because it gives you a little bit more flexibility if you want to switch off of it later on. And we've seen Fable Rising time and time again able to just punish those teams that want to play dive into them. That's how they won, obviously, Major 2 is just punishing dive comps consistently. So if you are Emerging Amethyst, obviously Suravasa has a lot of high grounds that you can play around, a lot of places where you can stage if you get control of point. But if you're not forcing point early, it's going to be really hard to contest Fable Rising when they're just anchored down there with that Ramattra.
Yeah, Fable Rising did a great job in those neutrals, just really kind of trying to force that cart through permanently, and they were able to get quite a bit of distance on it just from forcing it like that. And I do want to see, Amethyst less of the Tracer. I think obviously Sophie has a great Tracer. It's more just that she was able to control the lobby a bit more on that Cassidy, on King's Row, like we were able to see, and I do want to see if she's able to move over towards that again, and just kind of generally, I think a Brawl matchup might be more favorable at the current state for MG Amethyst.
Yeah, and like you mentioned Sophie, obviously more of a traditional hit scan player, very comfortable on things like the Widowmaker and like the Cassidy, but also Neko, it feels like, was significantly more comfortable playing that Mei. I feel like she had significantly more value compared to the Echo, and that's not to say she had a bad Echo, right? We saw those copies continuously get value. But it feels like when you're able to put a flex DPS player that's comfortable on Mei, you can just farm Blizzard very quickly. And it felt like she had a very good matchup into Megalas if they're playing that Brawl matchup. And on a map like Flashpoint, you might see a team like Fable Rising opt off of the Mei and try and play something like the Symmetra again, or maybe try and go for something like, you know, a Cassidy Tracer and try and control a few more lanes.
I would be surprised to see Symmetra come out, but it is certainly not an out of this world thing that might happen. Symmetra is kind of popular on New Junk City a bit more than Suravasa, so if it is New Junk City, then a bit more likely, a bit higher likelihood rather for that to come out, and it is looking like MG Amethyst is going to select that New Junk City to go towards on this next map.
Yep, New Junk City will be our next map. Map 4. Again, this is a 1st to 3, so we are on match point for Fable Rising. And now, historically, obviously, Queen has been very good on Flashpoint, and we haven't seen either of these teams opt into that. But do you think maybe MRG Amethyst might try and shift over to playing that more Queen style of Brawl?
We'll see what both teams are having here in just a second. Seems like it is going to be another Brawl matchup. Faith is subbed back in for C Bunny. So it seems like a dedicated Baptiste player for the side of Emergy Amethyst, and Ramattra, Cassie, Mei coming out again from Emergy. However, Fable Rising looking like they're going to be running something a bit more creative.
Yeah, creative is one way of putting it. Megalas is on one of her favorite characters with that Reaper guy. He's one of my favorite characters personally. Najila back onto the
shotguns, right? Like
2 shotguns. It takes, you know, what, 3 or 4 shots, right? Najila back on this Juno, and Patamon now is going to be playing the Kiriko. So they're going to be playing the Queen. They're going to be just trying to burn down Vaxis, it feels like.
Very high healing output from the side of Fable Rising here in this composition. You know, Xana has that HP gain from lifesteal along with the double flex support composition. Megalas doing a lot of damage in this front line here. Is forced to use Wraith. However, Vaxis forcing out the form as well. Xiao coming out from Xana is not going to find anything. Megalas going down to Neko, and seems Emergy going to just take a quick reset on cooldowns here as they win the first engagement.
And now, like we mentioned with Fable Rising previously, now we have this Brawl composition in control of point. And if you're Fable Rising, running this Cassidy Reaper, you don't have as much control over the flanks as you would if you were running something more traditional like a Genji.
Does find sorry, Xana was trying to look for some value with that shout, not able to find it. And Fable Rising, it's really tough to take a Brawl matchup when you don't have a Mei.
Tough to take a Brawl matchup, and also playing the Queen, you have to be very careful with how you use shout, and if you're not calling it or using it effectively, it's going to be very difficult, and Xana's going to be caught out by a wall there, and like you said, that Mei wall is just going to be doing dividends repeatedly.
Vaxis and Neko calming their cooldowns there, getting the slow into the wall, taking down Santa. They're going to look for a quick regroup.
And now Faith very close to this window here. Nothing quite matching it for Fable Rising. Zana the closest with that Rampage coming up, and it feels like, or it seems like Fable Rising is going to be trying to take a fight on point here.
Xana going straight to point, does use shout early. Axis, great, gets on onto the Mei. Form used by the side of Axis, however, Julie getting really close to that beat. Faith using that window there, able to keep Axis up. Form almost over. Huge axe coming down from Xana, does find that ultimate. Matched by Julie on the side of Amethyst. Lamp forced out by Faith. High Noon coming through from Sophie. Is she going to be able to find anything? Everyone able to LOS her. Julie goes down to Sari. Najila goes down to Vaxis. Next, the Orbital Ray does come down from that Juno. And it seems like Fable Rising, it's getting very close. Overtime Wick was burning, but they will be able to take the fight.
Yeah, and Fable Rising doing a phenomenal job just playing that a little bit slower. Let Zana build that Rampage. Rampage forces out both the Deadeye and the Sound Barrier from MRG. This window had already been used. A Blizzard got popped at some point there, and now we're going to be seeing Vaxis also no Annihilation. So no ultimates here for MRG Amethyst, and Fable Rising able to use that Orbital Strike later on, and they still hold on to 3 of their ultimates coming up.
Adamon does have this Rusher, going to be looking to get active with it, does take a lot of early poke damage. He's almost going down as well. Megalast TPing out just for the pressure coming down from MRG Amethyst. Rush not able to find anything. MRG Amethyst just rotating around this point here, able to kite that one out. Faith, however, is found by Megalast on that Reaper. Blossom coming through, not able to find anything additional, but losing your Baptiste early is a struggle.
Now, they lose their Baptiste early, but they will still get another fight here. By hanging in there, they actually managed to bait out both the Blossom, and obviously they got the Consumer Rush out earlier in the fight. Now, only the Deadeye for Fable Rising, that is the only ultimate on the board at all, but it will be last fight for this point.
MRG Amethyst, they're going to be rotating directly underneath the point, just going straight to it. Sorry, with this Deadeye, are they going to be able to find anything? No speed to move this Deadeye quickly around, almost. Oh, Skulls were there, but not able to find the bullet. Megalast, however, able to take down Faith through the lamp there. Patamon is traded out by Vaxis' form. Sophie finds Sari with the flash grenade. Zana is still alive at this point though, almost full HP, has this axe, able to find a huge axe. Sophie's 1 HP. It does go down to that Cassidy, however, and Najila seems like she's the last one alive. Able to find 2 though, can she contest the cart? It's a 1v1, Neko on that Mei, forced to use Cryo early. Najila waiting with those torpedoes. Is not able to find the damage. This is quite the 1v1 for the times. Neko missing his icicles, but Patamon is back with the Suzu, but Faith's back with the lamp, but Megalast is here now. Orbital Ray comes down from Najila, but the Blizzard matched by Neko, and it seems like, oh, but Julie's able to find Sari on the side. Vaxis is back with form. Who is going to be the victor? Beat comes down on both teams. Ult used by Xana. Sophie able to find 2 with the Deadeye. Sophie, where did you come from? And oh my god, Amethyst is able to take that, but from where? With what? From whom? Oh my god.
I mean, what a fight. It really felt like Fable Rising had the advantage. They're ripping the Rampage, get the Orbital Strike coming in. They get the respawns in a little bit sooner, but Sophie with that Deadeye, it feels like every map is the same story. Sophie is consistently getting value with these ultimates, and now 4 ults used for MRG Amethyst, 3 used for Fable Rising. Now, the window from Faith is going to be pivotal here as they do control the high ground at this point.
And Megalast is going to be looking for this Blossom, has to build up the rest of it. Sophie goes down to Sari. The speed from Najila just able to catch out that Cassidy, and form used on the side of Axis, not able to find anything with the trade. Land Force out by Faith, has that window if she wants to pop it, but might hold it on for next fight. Taking a lot of pressure, does go down to Najila on that Juno, and Fable Rising with that early pick with the speed, and Sorry, does get traded out, but I think it's too little too late from the side of Amethyst.
Yeah, too little too late. I mean, Fable Rising able to get those early picks and just keep the pressure on MRG Amethyst. Faith really wasn't able to get into a comfortable position to use that window. She ends up holding on to it. Vaxis is coming up on this Annihilation, but look at Fable Rising. They have this Death Blossom, they have this Consumerage. Those are 2 incredibly powerful ultimates when you're using them into a closer range composition like what MRG Amethyst is running.
Absolutely, MRG Amethyst is going to have to come through a choke point where they have this rush, where they have this Blossom. It's incredibly dangerous. Faith is with this window, but you want more distance for that, and Megalast on the side. Oh no! Goes down to Sophie. I think took damage from the Mei as well. Window comes down from Faith on the side here. Able to keep up the team, really push forward, and Amethyst with this number advantage. Form and Annihilation used by Vaxis. Will just walks past the lamp. Not able to find another kill, but Patamon does go down. He's tried out from Najila though, and Fable Rising might have an angle to come back here with these ultimates.
Yeah, Orbital Strike might get popped really early here.
does use that orbital strike, just walking back to point, does keep Sari up. Xana using that orbital strike, just walking forward with that axe, pushing back the whole team. Uses the ultimate, able to find 3 with it. Julie goes down, Neko goes down, Faith goes down, and Fable Rising, you know, they were first to go. Megalast was the first to get picked in that fight, but they were able to turn it back around.
Yeah, Vax is just getting a little bit too aggressive there. She needs to be a little bit more comfortable playing to just get that one pick and not push forward more. Emergy Amethyst so close to so many different ultimates, but Fable Rising able to win that with the Rampage, the Orbital Strike, and the Kitsune Rush. Only the DPS ults coming up for Fable Rising, but this Deadeye and this Blossom, we've seen them get value before, and Faith is going to go down first.
Faith goes down, not able to use that lamp. Blizzard coming through from Neko, trying to trade back out. Tree, I don't know what's going on. It's
Sophie has popped the Deadeye as well, I believe.
I believe Sophie popped the Deadeye on this side. Is she able to find anything? I'm not quite sure. It looks like the Patamon Suzu did come through, so nobody caught by that Blizzard, but it would be close. Julie building up to that beat. Is she able to find anything with it? It's frozen.
Yeah, we have no idea what's going on right now, but and
Rising win, baby. And it seems like Fable Rising able to come out on top. I expect that Suzu from Patamon was a big reason why. Sophie did use that Deadeye, not able to find anything with it, and Megalast with the Blossom, I think, likely took down at least 1 or 2, right?
I think it might have been zoned by Neko's Blizzard. Neko switching over to the Pharah now, but during that fight, Julie built Sound Barrier and used it. So now Emergy Amethyst is going into this fight completely dry. Zana getting ever closer to this Rampage once again.
And Vaxis just holding this choke point with that shield, with that slow, forcing Fable Rising to take another route. Neko on this Pharah now will be able to deal a lot of damage to this spell composition, has to stick close together. Taking a lot of damage, is going to sorry, but Zana taking too much damage as well, goes down to Vaxis' form. Megan goes down next. Sorry, it does trade out Julie, and, you know, good trades all around, but when you're down a tank, enemy team has their tank, it's very difficult to push in.
Megalast has switched over to the Sombra now as well. No more Reaper guy, unfortunately, but this Orbital Strike and this Rampage for Fable Rising coming up. Nothing on Emergy Amethyst, close to this Annihilation coming up for Vaxis, but look at the scouting that Megalast is already doing. They are going to get a really early punish onto Faith, it feels like.
Faith doing some spy checking, trying to find where the Sombra is, knows that she's the target, as Megalast just looking for the angle, is able to find it. Oh, hack going on to Sophie instead, though. Virus comes out, Sophie has 1 HP, does go down to Megalast. As she teleports back to her team, Zana on this Queen, used Shout, almost has this ultimate. Neko does find Megalast Orbital Ray coming down from Najila, is able to keep up her team, deal a lot of damage there. Falls through the hole, that's not what you want to see. Ultimate coming out from Zana's Junker Queen, is able to find 3 on there, gets those kills. Ultimate used on the side of Vaxis, you're going to want that Annihilation returned to your ultimate bank.
Yeah, Annihilation may be a little bit of an overinvestment at that point in the fight, but what a slow forcing down that Rampage out from Zana to win that fight. Now, Fable Rising does still have ultimates critically Patamon with this Kitsune Rush, but Emergy Amethyst, they're going to have both of their support ults to deal with that, and Neko is going to have this barrage. This could be incredibly deadly if it's not dealt with correctly by Fable Rising.
Neko really going to be looking for a barrage here. I imagine just looking to burst Zana down on this Junker Queen here, just trade out the front line. Able to just wrap right at the point, does throw the slowdown onto Sari, forcing a lot of space, but Sophie going down to Megalast in that backline, able to find the hack, virus, and kill. Traded out by Neko eventually, however. Window does come down from Faith. Neko able to use that window, takes down Sari. Barrages Zana, is able to just delete her from this world. B does come down from Julie, almost unneeded as Amethyst, they're able to sweep up this point.
Yeah, beat may be a little unnecessary, but it helps to secure the fight for Emergy Amethyst. Now it's going to be a staggered touch for Fable Rising. Sorry, still holding on to this Deadeye. Nothing else online. Megalast might get this EMP up in the middle of a fight, but is going to be caught out by Sophie, detected, running a little bit too close there.
Does get detected. Flashbang comes out, just hinders that Sombra, not able to translocate away. And Amethyst, they're going to be able to cap the second point, and now up 2-1.
And now Sophie coming up in this Deadeye that will be mirrored with Sari. Nothing else online for Emergy Amethyst. If this fight goes on long, we might see this EMP come out for Megalast and Najila as well, getting ever closer to this Orbital Strike.
High Noon on both sides. Najila looking for quite the angle there. A bit dangerous when there's High Noon on the side of by Sophie. Sophie popping the High Noon now, looking for Najila possibly. Does get hacked by Megalast, able to keep it up, and Sari with 2 of her own on the other side. No hack in sight, and Megalast able to find Vaxis as well, and the cleanup is there from Fable Rising, and what a great hack from Megalast, what a great Noon from Sari.
Yeah, what a play from Fable Rising. They know that they have those mirrored Deadeyes. We're going to just wait for them to do it, hack it, and then go for our own walk-in, and now they have the EMP, they have the Orbital Strike, 2 of the strongest ultimates in the game. Emergy Amethyst is only going to have this Annihilation, and they're not even going to have it immediately when the fight starts.
Megalaz just has that EMP available, does farm a thruster very quickly. This choke is a very dangerous point to come through, especially when Junker with the Nax is in your face. Najila almost going down, taking a lot of poke damage from Vaxis even, and looking to use that orbital ray, letting the team out a little bit, and it's going to be an EMP first. EMP on the back line does find down Faith, first to go down. Megalast finds two, unable to use the farm because of the hack. Sophie does trade out the Megalast though, but it's going to be too little too late.
Yeah, a 5-man EMP is very hard to deal with. Even if you had beat, you wouldn't be able to use it immediately. Now, on the plus side for MRG Amethyst, they didn't use the Annihilation. Megalast is off of the Sombra now onto the Echo now, so we will be getting up to a few ults for MRG Amethyst. They are close to this barrage, they have the Annihilation, but Fable Rising, critically, again, they have the Orbital Strike, they have the Rampage. We've seen them win fights off of both of these ults alone, and now they get to walk in with one.
Amethyst does not have answers to this Rampage. Is she going to be able to find 3 or more with the Rampage used? Does find 3. Faith goes down very low. Lamp used, but it's too late. Faith Neko down to the Rampage. Orbital Ray coming in just for the cleanup. The Annihilation used by Vaxis trying to trade this fight out, and it seems like Fable Rising, just with that ult advantage on the last point, they're able to cap it, and it's coming down to the wire here on Junkertown, New Junk City.
Incredibly close. Vaxis pops the Annihilation, thinks it's still winnable. That does force Najila to use the Orbital Strike, but Patamon's still holding onto this Kitsune Rush, and nothing yet for MRG Amethyst. They'll get those DPS ults, they'll get that sound barrier later in the fight, but to start off with, we could just see Patamon look for this early Kitsune Rush and try and punish them.
I know Neko's looking to use that barrage on Zayna once more. Did use it before, just bursting down that tank, giving your team a tank advantage. Great use of it. Megalast did go over to the Echo, just a very popular pick to look for the duel against the Pharah rather than, taking on the rest of the team. Knife does pull Vaxis off the high ground there, forces that shield early. High ground now open for the taking if Zayna would like to go for it. And Vaxis used that form, just trying to match the tank. Shout coming down from Zayna. A lot of damage. Julie does build up that beat. Neko with that ultimate is available. Might look for Zayna. Barrage available. Who is she going to go for? Sari has quite the angle, doing a lot of pressure for this Pharah, making it difficult for her to find that barrage. Rush does come through from Patamon though, onto her Junker Queen, just trying to force this frontline fight. Neko with the barrage does find Najila, but is instantly traded up by Megalast. Still have the Kiriko available for the side of Fable Rising. High Noon does find Megalast on the other side. Sari, however, taking down Sophie after the High Noon's over. Julie, however, does a great job, kills 3 on the end there, and just cleans up the fight for her team, and we're down to 1-5 territory.
Yeah, critically, like you said, MRG Amethyst had control the entire time there. They were able to build up both of those DPS ults, use them during that fight. Sari pops the Deadeye, Najila does not have Orbital Strike yet. Patamon used Kitsune Rush, only going to be this duplicate and this Rampage for Fable Rising, and we have both support ults for MRG Amethyst to deal with this, and Vaxis is going to get this Annihilation soon.
Copy coming through from Megalast, does copy the ram. Najila finding the first pick on Sophie. How does that happen? Beat available for Julie, can use it at any moment. Annihilation coming down from the copy of Megalast. Matched by the beat that I just mentioned. Zana almost has this Rampage, 1% away, 1% away. Axis does use it, finds Julie with it. Faith goes down. You need to kill the Sushio, does find that kill. Vaxis with the Annihilation, not able to trade out the teams, and Fable Rising, they're able to cap it, but we're still in 1-5 territory for Fable Rising until the very end of this map.
Yeah, very dangerous fight for both sides there. A lot of ultimates used, but now Fable Rising can take a little bit of a breath. They get to set up on point, set these angles up to try and punish Vaxis on this Ramatcha. Najila getting ever closer to that Orbital Strike once again, and once you have that online, it doesn't matter that you're not matching this Ramatcha, you can outbrawl this character.
Neko just doing a lot of damage here, trying to force them off this high ground. Is getting tagged a little bit by Megalast and Sari, though both TPS taking damage from those rockets. Shout used by Zayna. Najila almost with his orbital ray. Tank goes down though. It's both tanks going down. Traded out. Sari does find Neko. Najila might try to hold its orbital ray. Goes down to 1 HP though, taking a lot of damage from that Cassidy on the other side. And it will be Fable Rising holding that. They hold the orbital ray. Patamon going down late, but I believe they should be able to win that fight if they get this cleanup here. But Sophie's not going down without taking a couple with her.
Staggers coming out now, though, for MRG Amethyst. That's 2 very crucial members of your team. You're going to have to touch Vaxis onto the Diva. You have
Who
the barrage,
touches? Who touches? It is going to be Vaxis touching. Look with the barrage. Does have it available, but Sari with the High Noon just completely zoning her out. Vaxis has to try to DM that. Cannot. Oh, barely eats the High Noon. Neko is able to live, looking for the flank with the barrage. Does find one. Megalast goes down to Vaxis and Neko, but Fable Rising, like you said, those staggers really is what led them towards being able to keep this points, and they will win the series 3-1, but oh my god, was it close.
Yeah, 3-1, maybe not even the maybe a bit of a misleading stat line. Each map went all the way down to the wire, and what really ended up winning that map for Fable Rising, we've talked about the staggers, but also Najeela's discipline to not invest the orbital right into that previous fight, keeping it for that fight. Even without the staggers, they have one of the strongest ultimates in the game. They can force that brawl. They know they have to come to point, and ultimately, Fable Rising just a little bit more discipline there, and they are going to walk away with map and match win.
Fable Rising, they're able to take the match, but my heart, oh my god, is it fluttering. Let's talk about this comp matchup, because I think we definitely saw a very interesting composition come out of Fable Rising at the very beginning, and they did stick to the Kiriko Juno for the entirety of this map, which is a look that we haven't seen from any Rising team so far, and I think it is something we have to talk about. The Junker Queen as well. Emerging Amethyst just not really having an answer to those rampages, and Xena finding 2 to 3 every single fight with it, able to turn those into her favor. And it's tough because Julie can't quite keep those beats for those rampages.
Like you mentioned, there's so much that Julie needs to worry about with that sound barrier. When we talk about, it could be the rampage, it could be a duplicate or an EMP, right? It could be the orbital strike. There's so much that is on the plate of this one Lucio, and really, there's only so much that you can do if you're Julie forcing that brawl, right? Maybe it would have been a little bit better to try and opt back into more of a traditional, Junker Queen Kiriko, just try and take that matchup. But ultimately, there's just too many ults that are relying on Julie to get these good sound barriers in. And if you're Fable Rising, you're able to just, sit pretty, use one ult, get the sound barrier out, and then the next ult is just for free. And I mean, what an exciting match. We will be seeing MRG Amethyst is going to the lower bracket down to play Kaiju Core MX, and Fable Rising will be going up in the winners finals, or the winners semifinals, I'm sorry, against Mist Emerald. But before that, we will be taking a quick 5-minute break. We have some good matches coming up, so please stay tuned. Welcome back, everybody, to our Calling All Heroes Rising Minor Day 1 of playoffs. I'm joined once again by Veronica here. Veronica, we have a fantastic game once again coming up. We have the undefeated, flawless Mist Emerald from the Swiss stage versus the Rising Major 2 champions, defending 2 champions, Fable Rising.
Yeah, like you said, Mist, they went completely undefeated in the Swiss stage, which is extremely exciting. It's really not a very common occurrence in Rising. You usually see people, they drop a map here or two, or, even more common, like they drop a full match in that Swiss stage just to another team. And, very impressive from Mist to be able to hold on to the undefeated title from that Swiss. And excited to see what they're able to do against the defending champions, who did just win their last match on stream here. But it was close against the MG Amethyst roster, and I'd expect another, kind of close performance between these two teams, and I'm really excited for this match.
Yeah, really excited, and like you said, Mist Emerald doing something that's not super common. If I could be wrong, but neither of the major champions had even one seed coming out of Swiss. So what Mist Emerald has done, as we see the roster here, is incredibly impressive.
LZR gonna be on that tank. Haro, oh my god, I'm gonna mess this up.
You got this.
Haro, it's gotta be Horo, right? Horo Cowboy.
It's gotta be Horo.
Horror Cowboy. A little bit of a mistake. It's fine. Road, showing that Baptiste, Cat, and Buon. That's a lovely name, Buon. This is the undefeated Swiss roster. Rayquaza as their champion. So, I'm really excited to see what they're able to do with this lineup.
Yeah, excited. Like you said, really strong throughout the Swiss stage, but playoffs are what matters, and this is where you will be tested as we move over to our Fable Rising roster. We saw it last match as well, but still keeping that core of 3 players. The roster isn't showing up yet, right? But having Zana on the tank, Najila on the flex support, Megalas on that flex DPS as well. Sari has gotten a minor 1 championship under their belt, and then also Major 2 semi-finalist Patamon, again a really phenomenal main support player. They might not have gone undefeated in the Swiss stage, but they have been fighting every single match, and I'm excited to see how they produce results here.
They did just win their previous match. They are the defending champions, but they are up against the Swiss undefeated. The first map that we'll be going to is Lijiang once again, so we'll likely to see another kind of brawl matchup between these teams. Ramatra's on both sides potentially. It is a new team stepping into the broadcast here with a D.Va preferred tank. So we'll see if they do play the brawl on the side of Mist Emerald, but curious to see this mission.
And we've seen Fable Rising very comfortable in this brawl composition, but notably in their match against MRD Amethyst, this is the only map that they lost, right? Now, they were playing some different stuff. They weren't playing that more traditional brawl style, but as we see here, they're hovering some interesting heroes. If they walk out on this, I would be decently surprised, but Mist Emerald here is going to be playing this Baptiste Juno composition along with the Symmetra Mei Ramatra. So a pretty strong healing output backline, as well as just a tank that is able to lock down that front line. And as we now see, Fable Rising is going to be switching over to a traditional brawl composition.
And it seems like it is going to be the interesting, the Juno coming out, the Juno Lucio from Fable Rising potentially. And it seems like we are going to see the Ramatra matchup. Both teams on the Symmetra, no man on the side of Fable Rising, which is a sorry sight to see when you're in this kind of brawl matchup. Zaina already taking a lot of damage from the Symmetra beam. Has to use that form, has to perma block. Gungnir going to be taking down Megalas eventually with that full charge beam, and Mist Emerald TPing the cart. They were able to get there first. They were able to build up that beam charge and shred the tank on the side of Fable Rising.
Yeah, and Mist Emerald actually swapped off of the Juno, but still, this Baptiste Lucio composition is going to out-heal this Juno Lucio by a lot. Fable Rising needs these fights to go quickly, but if you do that, it's going to be hard to sustain this Megalas beam, and now Najila is going to be mirroring this Baptiste now.
Najila mirroring this Baptiste is going to take just the matchup instead of playing that Juno. Sorry, Fable Rising walking up, Zaina with the shield, matched by LZR on the side of Mist. Full charge beam by Megalas, has to walk into a bunch of turrets from Gungnir though, as Zaina having to form Patamon first to go down to the Mei on the other side. As Megalas next to go, sorry after, and Fable Rising, they're going to crumble under the pressure that this Symmetra is outputting.
Yeah, and with this frontline damage that we see from this Symmetra May, it's really hard for Zana to, stay alive. Megalas is going to be switching over to the far right. It seems like Fable Rising maybe wants to play a little bit slower now. Coming up close to this window, nothing else is going to be online. Mist Emerald is going to have the Annihilation and the Simul coming up in the middle of this fight.
Megalas on his fair now, looking for the angle, dealing a lot of damage already, 30% up to the barrage. Gungnir just holding down this choke against Zayna's form. Sorry though, takes down Vaughn on the other side. As Zayna pushing in here, what is she gonna be able to do? Has to block damage. Sorry, Megalas, Gungnir next to go. And May probably gonna fall here quickly as LZR goes down before that. And
Yeah,
Miss Emerald, sorry, go ahead.
No, I was just gonna say, you said, what is Zana gonna do? She doesn't need to do. If she's able to just absorb that front line, you let your DPS get those more aggressive angles with all the attention on you. Megalas and Sari both able to get those opening picks. Now this fight's gonna be a little bit more interesting. We're gonna see almost every ultimate online for Miss Emerald and only the window and close to the Deadeye for Fable Rising.
Najila has this window, looking to use it out in the courtyard rather than using it out. Is going to cut back to point actually. Letting in Miss Emerald a little bit, looking for that bit of window where they're not able to quite kite through. Megalas dealing a lot of damage on this fair. TP does come through as a TP bomb from Gungnir. Has the symbol if they want to use it, but V comes through already from Miss Emerald. Gungnir going traded out though. Sorry goes down first. Patamon able to find the Ramattra on the other side as Zayna uses that Annihilation, takes down one. LZR goes next.
And
As Fable Rising takes the fight.
An incredibly messy fight right now as we're just seeing trades from both sides. Zana able to build that Annihilation and really kind of secure that fight. Only the beat and the Simul invested for Miss Emerald. They still have 3 ultimates that, typically you'd see at the start of fights. Now they're able to walk into this next one, but unfortunately for them, Fable Rising has the barrage. If they go for a TP play, they're going to have the beat for the Annihilation, and then they have Deadeye as well to try and zone out anybody else on this Miss Emerald team, and now they're walking into a situation where they don't have the advantage anymore.
Annihilation used by LZR to open up the fight. B comes out from Patamon and match it. Megalas with the flank barrage is able to find Gungnir, goes down to one, but damage is dealt. Najila takes down 2, LZR and 1 falling to her. As Fable Rising, great barrage playing from Megalas. B coming down for Patamon just to match up with the Annihilation, and Miss Emerald, they switch over to the Cassidy, dropping the Symmetra.
Now this will be last fight, and Miss Emerald still holding on to this window and to this Blizzard. They have not used these ultimates at all this fight, and Zana is getting close to another Annihilation. She will be getting it in the middle of this fight here.
Lucio from Miss Emerald does have to tap, goes down to Sari. LZR next to touch, but falls quickly, and Fable Rising, they're able to just cap it.
Yeah, and not much of a touch able to come out for Fable Rising. Really, they just did a much better job cycling those ultimates. We saw that one fight, the heaviest investment that they had was using those 3 ults against the Annihilation, but, I mean, you bring that into last fight territory, and Miss Emerald is still sitting on the Blizzard in the window. Both ults that charge very quickly, and they're just not investing those, right? Miss Emerald is going to be switching over to the D.Va here on Gardens, a much more dive-centric point, but if we're not going to be investing these ultimates, it's going to be really hard to win out these close fights.
And it looks like Megalas going to be teleporting the team out. Might stay on this Symmetra as we've seen her kind of prefer. Miss Emerald, Gungnir going between the Ashe and the Cassidy, does settle onto the Cassidy. Horror Cowboy just teleporting the team out, switches over to that Tracer, and Miss Emerald rolling out on this D.Va composition.
Yeah, D.Va, it's a much more stable composition. It's able to kind of hit and run with what Fable Rising is running, but with this Symmetra from Megalas, it's going to be very hard for LCR to fully commit into these fights.
LZR just looking for the angle on the backline here, trying to get around those Symmetra turrets, and they're set up. Sorry, taking a lot of damage, almost rolls off the map. Very, very close, very dangerous. Lucio looking for the boop off as well. Gungnir taking a lot of damage. Lamp already used by Najila, keeping their team up. Megalas does get her HP back up. LZR, no armor, not able to push in. As Zayna just controlling the point here as a Fable Rising player on this pillar in the center. LZR diving on the backline, not able to find anything, get forced out of mech almost immediately. Next to fall is Baby D.Va, and 1 goes down to Najila on the backside.
Yeah, a bit of an overcommitment there from LZR, trying to force an engagement when we really don't need it. We are going to see some trades coming out for Miss Emerald, but ultimately they are just going to have to stabilize and reset here. They're coming up close to this Kitsune Rush, but Najila coming back is going to be just, even closer to this window. If Fable Rising is able to continue to sustain through these dives, they're going to be able to keep burning LCR if they're going to keep overcommitting like that.
DP used just to get Nijila back to the point very quickly. Has this window building up very close to it. Oh no! Megalast able to find the Lucio on the backside. One does have the Kiriko soon if they want to use it, but taking a lot of pressure does go down to Xana's form, and LZR not able to find anything on the backline with Nijila using that lamp in the late fight just to keep everyone up. And Fable Rising, they win that fight with only one trade and no ultimates used.
Yeah, no ultimates used on either side. Fable Rising now is going to have just about every ultimate. Obviously, Megalast is a little bit further away with this sim wall, but she'll be getting it up pretty soon. Mist Emerald has a decent amount of ults themselves, but you know, you're forcing yourself to kind of engage with this Container Rush, and it's going to get matched almost immediately by Fable Rising.
Nijila with the window here. How is she going to use it? The Mist Emerald does come over the bridge. LZR on the ramp, Matra now instead of the D.Va. Zana just rushing forward with the help of that window. Nijila taking a lot of damage though, has to lamp herself. Rush comes through from one, keeping her team up and letting them push forward. Gungnir though, going down very low. The Annihilation used on the side of Zana. There's a lot of pressure coming through from everyone. Pulse does find Sari and Horror Cowboy themselves on the other side, however. And it seems like as the beat comes down, it's a bit late. Mist Emerald already down 2. Fable Rising, they're just going to be looking to clean up this fight. Full beam on the side of Megalast. As Lucio does go down to it eventually, and LZR has to back up, just using that form to try to get out and live. As the timer on almost only 10 seconds remaining for Mist Emerald to flip this point.
Yeah, last fight, and Fable Rising only used 2 ultimates during that fight. Mist Emerald is left completely unsure of what to do. They have nothing. They've been swapping around a lot. They have to get a late touch here, and it's going to be met by Simul immediately.
Simwall used by Megalast. Sorry, does use the high note on the outside courtyard. Does find Gungnir. Zana finds 2 with form. Doesn't even have to use the Annihilation for it. LZR not able to build up 1-to-1 herself. Patamon using that beat just to clean up that fight. And Fable Rising with a clean point on this second point is able to just sweep the first map in their favor.
Yeah, a clean 2-0 for Fable Rising. It really felt like Mist Emerald. Maybe they're not fully warmed up. Maybe they, were sitting waiting for the previous match to end a little bit faster. But it really felt like they were just playing second fiddle to Fable Rising the entirety of that map. Fable consistently aggressing first and going for those plays. And now Mist Emerald has dropped their first map in this entirety of Minor 1 or Minor 2, and they will be getting their first map pick of the tournament.
Mist Emerald do drop their first map to the defending champions of Fable Rising, coming hot off of their previous win just today, and I think Fable Rising doing a great job of shutting down the dive that Mist Emerald wanted to run on that second point there. LZR just struggling to find a way to get value through those Symmetra turrets, just beaming her armor down, preventing her from being able to really get on that backline.
It's almost the same thing we saw the beginning of last series as well, when we had MR trying to play that D.Va, right? And we just saw consistently, anytime that D.Va would try and commit in, they just got burned down by Megalast and Zana playing that Ramatra Symmetra composition. Now, Mist Emerald does have the map pick here, so they could go to a more dive-centric map. Maybe if that's what they want to play, if they want to take a full Brawl Mirror for a full point, since we didn't really see that too much. Where do you think that they go with this map pick on Hybrid?
I mean, they did have first pick, so they did go towards that Lee Chang. I would not be surprised if we see a similar kind of theme with the King's Row, and them opting into just taking that Ramatra matchup. They did eventually switch over to it on that second point of Lee Chang there, opting away from the D.Va, just struggling into the Symmetra bit. So I do think King's Row would not surprise me whatsoever.
Yeah, King's Row, I mean, a map that is probably the most known out of any in all of Overwatch, most scrim map, most practice map for a lot of these teams, but in particular we've seen Fable Rising throughout this tournament has excelled at this map. We've seen, anytime a team tries to rotate, they match that rotation almost perfectly. So if you're Mist Emerald, if that's a map that you want to go to, you have to be really prepared to match these rotations from Fable Rising, because they are very practiced on this.
Right, we saw in the previous matchup, Fable Rising really just taking those long rotations around, especially on first point here, which is very, very difficult to cap. So, Mist Rising, we'll have to see if they do opt towards that King's Row and how they plan to kind of rotate their backline around and move their team forward to cap those points.
And, obviously King's Row is the map that we're expecting to probably be picked, but there's a number of maps that it could end up being. If they do want to play that dive style, Blizzard World is also a pretty strong pick. We haven't seen too much Blizzard World this tournament, but it's a map that if you're comfortable on it running that dive, there's a lot that you can get done with it. King's Row obviously we talked about, and then Midtown as well is a map that, you know, that poke style might come out. If maybe that's something you want to opt into. We haven't seen anything, you know, we haven't seen too much from Mist Emerald. I don't believe they were streamed very much during their Swiss stage either, but you know, we've seen that they struggle a little bit into that brawl mirror. Maybe they try and double down on it for King's Row, or maybe they try and opt into a more dive-centric map. We know that Fable Rising historically will continue to play that brawl even in a more dive-heavy map like Blizzard World. So it'll be interesting to see what the map pick is, and we will be seeing King's Row come out regardless.
We will be seeing King's Row, so I do expect to see that brawl matchup. One thing to note though is that if Miss do choose to run that Diva, they were running it with that Kiriko Lucio rather than, you know, a Juno Brig or maybe an Ana, which is a bit more of a brawly backline. So they could try to run it again here, where we did not see Fable run that so much earlier, and LZR might be able to get more done with it.
100%. And you know, if they do opt into that brawl mirror, right, this is a map that it is so well practiced by every team that even if you are a better brawl team, like we saw, for example, in the Fable Rising MRG Amethyst game, you're still able to make it close, get it to OT. It's a very strong map for attackers if you're able to play it well. So regardless, even if you might be a little bit weaker in that brawl mirror, you can still switch off to that Diva. You can still play for those high grounds, knock someone like Najila off of that really early on their defense. But also, you still have the option to switch back into that brawl mirror almost immediately.
The option will be there. I think we'll see Fable Rising run that Baptiste Lucio that they did run in the previous series, and it looks like Miss Emerald currently hovering at Gungnir actually on the Ashe instead of the Cassidy, which will be a bit of a mix-up here. Does a lot of AoE damage with that Dynamite, as both teams getting ready to roll out of their spawns here, and it will be that Ashe from Miss Emerald.
And we are going to be seeing Miss Emerald on the defense here, so Fable Rising choosing to attack first. Seems like there's a bit of a poke battle between the tanks. We can't really see it yet. The wall is going to come out really early for Fable Rising.
Fable Rising angling around this statue, as we've seen before. Lamp already used by Najila very, very early. LZR only having to form and just block a lot of that incoming damage while used from the side of Miss Emerald. As we did see rotate as well, the previous Lucio player moving over to the main now, and they now have Cat in on that Lucio for Miss Emerald.
Yeah, Cat falling dangerously low as we talk about them, and Zana is going to be pushing forward more aggressively with this form.
Using that form, is able to find Cat. LZR getting very low, has shield, just try to walk away, uses a slow to apply pressure to Hotel, and looks like they're trying to live, but Megalast is not going to let them. Really pushing in, has to use that cryo. LZR though does go down to Sari eventually. Megalast getting extremely low, but does not trade out.
And a messy fight for both teams, but Fable Rising is going to get the cap for first point. But a lot of ults being built on both sides. Najila, first ultimate online with this window. We've seen time and time again, she's willing to go for these more aggressive windows. Now, if Miss Emerald doesn't kite correctly, it could end up doing a lot of damage.
For sure, and we'll see here, Road with that window, Najila also with the window. It's going to be a bit of a matchup here. Gungnir, though, does have the Bob significantly faster than Sari has that High Noon. As Fable Rising, they're playing around this library corner. Cart just moving smoothly forward as LZR shields forward, trying to take that early fight. Does use form, wall comes through from Megalast. Zana using the Annihilation, but windows coming out from both sides just for the pressure. Pushes everyone back. Blizzard comes through, and Patamon is caught by it. The lamp used by Najila is able to stay alive. Blizzard comes out from Megalast, hits a trade back. Finds the Mei, freezes her up, is going to go down to Zana with the form. Megalast finds Cat on the backside, on the inside of the wall as well. Gungnir trying to equalize with the Bob. Dynamite comes through, not able to find anything. Bob just burned down by Fable Rising, and a lot of ults used on both sides, but Fable Rising able to take that win. They're going to chase some kills now.
Yeah, 4 ults for Miss Emerald as they lose that fight, 3 for Fable Rising. They hang on to the sound barrier. They're coming up on Sari's Deadeye as well. And for Miss Emerald, they still do not have a sound barrier of their own. Gungnir is going to get staggered out here, and Fable Rising is just going to kite back. Now for this next fight, we have Deadeye, we have sound barrier. Miss Emerald doesn't have anything to match that. They might try and go for a more aggressive touch, try and contest at the end of second point here, but they really won't be able to sustain through it.
We're going to Miss Emerald stepping forward to the plate, shield used by LZR. High Noon comes up from Sari, speed boost by Patamon, not able to find anything, but does force out that lamp extremely early. B comes down from Patamon. Cat does have beat available if she wants to use it, does use it, has the better beat against Fable Rising. A lot of damage being traded out. Zayna walking forward, Najila finds Cat on the other side as LZR did go down earlier as well. And the Baptiste from Miss Emerald does go down afterwards. And Fable Rising, they're going to cap second here with a 5-minute time bank.
Yeah, and like you said, better beat for Cat, but critically, LZR was already dead by the time it went down. And if you watch that free cam, Najila is sitting on the high ground completely uncontested right now. If you're Miss Emerald, we need to get some sort of pressure onto her, or she's going to continue to farm. We have mirrored windows once again. We're going to have mirrored annihilations, mirrored blizzards. Again, the critical factor in this fight is if Gungnir is able to get a good Bob, or whoever goes first, we are going to see the windows come out almost immediately.
Both windows used by both teams. Najila dropping extremely low, saves her lamp somehow. Road uses hers. Najila does go down. LZR though does trade out, buys in his annihilation, forces out the blizzard from the side of Miss Emerald, and Fable Rising, they will lose that fight, but they do hold on to their own.
Yeah, and you know, 3 ultimates, almost 4 used if you count the beat at the end of the last point. 3 ultimates used that fight for Mist Emerald. Fable Rising, they their own window and annihilation, so they only traded those out. They're going to have a completely free blizzard here. If Megalast is able to get a good wall along with this, this could be a very quick fight win for Fable Rising.
Megalast looking for the blizzard here. Gungnir does have that Bob to try to equalize. Wall comes through, walls off Xana. She has to block, back it up. Gungnir on this high ground applying a lot of pressure. Slow comes through onto the back line. Oh no, Cat getting low is able to get saved by Road. The lamp was used. Xana breaks it, forms forward, looking for the damage. Blizzard comes through onto the backline from Megalast, forces out the cryo, but no kills for it, as the Bob was also forced out from Gungnir, and Fable Rising able to stabilize. Gungnir does find the lamp, as Miss Emerald's going to have their lamp first in this fight.
And Fable Rising is going to be getting up these ults mid-fight. Sari has built the Deadeye and is going to use it. Patamon dangerously close to this sound barrier as well. Najila getting close to the window.
Sari finding Cat with the Deadeye. B comes through from Patamon just to keep her team pushing forward. Lamp comes through from Najila, just make sure that Xana doesn't follow as a trade. And Mist Emerald, they're going to have to recontest this point under a lot of duress.
Yeah, and they have not switched over to stall, so it's likely going to fall onto Cat to get this first touch, but a really good wall from Megalast early.
Boob comes out, window comes out as well from Najila on this high ground. No one to contest her. She's just raining damage from above. Raining damage, raining healing. Gungnir does find Megalast though, as she was holding that doorway. And it looks like a lot of Najila uses the lamp on Patamon, able to keep her up. Not going to trade out. Lamp used by the side of Road as well. Does get broken by Najila on this high ground, and Annihilation comes through just to secure. And Fable Rising 233, able to push it all the way to third as a pause comes through.
Yeah.
Are we pausing or are we not pausing?
Maybe a bit of a misclick from the lobby lead there, but incredible time bank for Fable Rising here. It felt like they were on the gas the entire time, and Mist Emerald was left trying to react to it almost continuously. And, you know, like you mentioned last fight, like we talked about the end of second point, it really feels like Najila has no pressure on her. She's able to just consistently pump that healing into Xana, into Megalast, just get that damage out into the enemy backline. And when you let a player of that caliber get that free range, it's going to be very hard to get your grip when, you know, you can't stabilize quite as well as they can.
Yeah, Najila just doing huge numbers here, but I would also like to talk about the Ashe to the Cassidy matchup. Gungnir, it feels like, you know, these Bobs being very well kited by Fable Rising, and they're just kind of burning the Bob down without losing very many resources, or especially not losing a life. But Sari with these high noons, able to find 1 to 2 consistently with them, and really helping Fable Rising cap it.
Yeah, and the Bob is being built up a little bit quicker with these big dynamites, but when you're not getting any value with Bob to begin with, you know, it almost makes more sense to just switch over to the Cassidy and mirror that, and you get that a little bit stronger brawl potential. You're able to, you know, zone people a little bit more effectively with Deadeye as opposed to Bob. And now Miss Emerald on their attack here, it looks like they're going to be opting into this Diva Juno.
Yeah, the Diva Juno coming out from the side of Mist Emerald is they're looking to just kind of speed boost that LZR onto the backline, and we'll have to see what they can get done.
Yeah, now critically, they're not running the Brig. They are on this Ana, which can be very vulnerable. If Fable Rising recognize this, they might just choose to walk on Cat every single fight.
Holding around this statue here, just holding the point. Xana taking a lot of poke damage already though. Dynamite comes through, burning her up. Juno, Ana can Cat find a nade, finds one on Megalast, but Megalast does have that cryo if she needs it, doesn't even have to pop it. Speed boost to use, LZR into the backline, does force them all back. Xana matches with the form and just trying to push this Diva away every single time, and LZR not quite able to find anything. Lamp forced out by that nade of Cats, and Megalast having to use that cryo late as well, as Fable's been cornered into the hotel corner here.
Yeah, and just off that one speed ring, almost every cooldown from Fable Rising gets forced, and now Miss Emerald is able to go for that re-engage. Megalast falling to the torpedo. Xana is going to get the trade out though.
Xana does find Road, and Cat still has that on a healing, but Oh, the Tracer going down too. Sorry, as Patamon does go down to Gungnir on the backside. Not quite able to get away from her, and we'll see both teams reset a little bit as they've both lost members. Sorry going down late to Gungnir, a bit of an overextension as Lamp was also used by Nigila to no avail as LZR in this backline is able to find Fable Rising supports.
Yeah, and really good job from Gunkir recognizing that Fable Rising has not had the chance to stabilize and continuing to put that pressure on. And now when you look at Mist Emerald, they're coming up on that orbital strike. They're going to have a nano boost coming up as well. Self-destruct, Bob, almost a pulse bomb. Fable Rising, they almost have their ults as well, but the strength of them doesn't quite match up when you talk about something like an orbital strike, an anti-nade, you know, a nano boost.
The nano boost coming online for Cat is able to put on LZR and speed boost with Road into the backline of Fable Rising. Patamon almost has the beat if she wants to match those ultimates with it, and we'll have to see what LZR can get done with that with the remake, with the nano boost, and really kind of a diva show composition here.
And Fable Rising, they do have a lot of ults, not to discredit them. They could just walk in with an annihilation with a window really early here. Their wall does get forced, and now they are immediately on the back foot.
Bomb already used by LZR as well as the orbital array. However, Zana does find Baby Diva before the remake can come through. Gungnir on the high ground just trying to look for an angle. Annihilation comes through from Zana. Pulse Bomb is good, but Najila's lamp is better as the Annihilation pushes back Mist Emerald's backline, and Fable Rising able to hold that. It looked like Gungnir was looking for an angle to Bob, but just couldn't quite find it.
It feels like Mist Emerald was almost a little bit too eager there. They used the bomb at the same time the orbital strike is going down. They end up getting no value out of either of them. And then they throw a pulse bomb
Megalax here with the Blizzard is found out by LZR, has to kite back. Looking to Blizzard the backline here. No Diva in sight. Does get it down onto Cat. Lucio does go down. No! Lucio's alive! Road able to find Megalax before the icicle comes through onto Cat's head, and Patamon does trade out to Lucio, but Fable Rising, they are down one member compared to Mist Emerald now, as the Bob is used to keep this push forward, and LZR finds both Najila with the help of Cat's nade and Patamon in the backline.
Yeah, and with only a nano boost and a Bob, they end up going through a sound barrier, a window, and a blizzard. Really good job from Mist Emerald to actually push the advantage that they had. LZR is going to be coming up on this self-destruct. Nothing else online for Mist Emerald. Sorry, holding on to this Deadeye though. If LZR isn't able to use their defense matrix to cover this up, this could get an insane amount of value.
We'll have to see how the High Noon is used. Like you said, LZR does have a lot of tools available to prevent it from getting value, and nade comes through onto the Sorry, does a lot of pressure, and LZR not able to find that kill, taking a lot of damage. We'll have to use that Diva Bomb to remake. Zana holds the cart, blocks, does not take any damage from that Diva Bomb, and Road almost goes down to Patamon, but no, Patamon first to go, goes down to that Cat, but Zana trades on the other side. Megalax also finds Cat, and Fable Rising, they're up one here. LZR no longer has that mech, does not have another Diva Bomb for an additional remake, and Sorry able to actually hold on to the High Noon as Fable Rising, no ults used, point held.
Yeah, and, critically, that self-destruct was used for Mist Emerald, so they will have the orbital strike soon. That's going to be the only thing they have. Fable Rising holding on to the Deadeye, and Zana is going to have another annihilation here. If they go for this, orbital strike play, Zana might just meet this with an annihilation and just try and walk on Cat immediately.
We'll see how this High Noon is used. Sorry, angling for the front line here. Pulse Bomb not quite built up. Oh no! Megalax able to find the icicle onto the Tracer. Has the cryo for herself. She takes a lot of pressure from the enemy Diva. Annihilation comes through from Selena. Able to push everyone back. Orbital Ray not able to be used just because the Annihilation keeping them all out of it. But Azana does go a little bit too far. LZR is able to find the trade, but it might be too little too late.
Yeah, they do get the trade, but it's going to be difficult for Mist Emerald to push this. It is a 3v4 as we get the Tracer back. Sorry is going to Deadeye just to hold space here.
Sorry, using that Deadeye to hold space, like you said, the Tracer force back. With Cat building up to the Nano, we'll have it in a moment. We'll be able to Nano LZR into the backline. How will Fable Rising respond? They have that window, they have that Blizzard. Megalax might look for the backline once more. As this Tracer wrapping on the left does so close to a Pulse Bomb on this Lucio. Blizzard comes out, not eaten up by LZR. LZR loses mech though, as the Blizzard is splitting up that team from backline to frontline. And LZR, no mech, Baby Diva goes down. Asari finds that Tracer. Cat has that Nano, but will hold on to it for the next fight.
Yeah, and Mist Emerald can stabilize a little bit here. They don't have to, fully commit out. Fable Rising used 2 ultimates, and during the course of those, they only end up getting that 1 pick. Obviously, the Tracer ends up going down, switches over to the Sombra. Now, Mist Emerald, though, has held on to all of their ultimates. They are going to have a bank coming up for this fight.
We will see this nano boost being available, this Bob being available, a lot of pressure that can be applied to the backline of Fable Rising. They almost have that beat, they're 12% away, they need to build the speed up, they need to be able to use it to keep themselves alive. As the time is ticking down, this will be the last fight for both teams. LZR already angling towards that card a little bit. Nade comes through, hits Megalas, but this Mei has the cryo available, does get hacked, might need to use it, does cryo herself. As Sorry taking a lot of damage from that Bob. The angle is good, but Zana is able to form and take down the Sombra. Megalas goes down, not having that cryo available because of the nade. LZR in the backline. Cat takes down 2. What a play from the Ana. Sorry, almost going down. Goes down to Road, and the supports of Miss Emerald are thirsty for kills as they push in, trying to get this cap on second. LZR does take down Agila, and it will be a wrap for Emerald on second.
Yeah, and you know, the role is not called healer, it's called support for a reason. You can do a little bit more than heal. And now, Miss Emerald, they're going to be coming up on this orbital strike. They have this self-destruct, and for Fable Rising, you only really have the speed. You'll build up to, you know, Zana's Annihilation and, you know, Sorry's Deadeye later in the fight, but if Miss Emerald is able to play a little bit more aggressive like they want to with this Juno, it's going to be really hard for Fable Rising to match that aggression.
Megalas already 50% from the Blizzard. Padawan does have this beat. Will need to use it to match the orbital ray. LZR has the Diva Bomb, able to dive back into the backline as you see her do now. Doing a lot of pressure. Nijila getting kind of low. Has the lamp available still. Padawan using the beat. Does Sorry, just barely catches it. LZR almost getting the kill beforehand. Zana does find Cat though as she forms into the backline. LZR, can't she find anything? Just opts to get out. Does bomb actually. Looking for the remake. Looking for that HP. Looking to keep that car moving.
Yeah, and Miss will stabilize. They're going to re-engage with the orbital ray here.
Orbital ray coming out from Road. Like you said, Najila does take down Gungnir though. How does that happen? These supports on both sides are through for kills. Annihilation coming out from Zana as well, just to hold that front line. And LZR doing a great job of keeping this high ground for Gungnir. High Noon coming out from Sorry, looking for a kill. Can't they find the Juno that they're looking for? Juno able to kite away. Hack comes through on Sorry. Sorry goes down to the hack as well as the Juno, additional damage. Time ticking down, 9%. 8 seconds, 10 seconds. Sombra has the touch, 80% to this EMP. Gungnir so close to Bob. First touch does come through. Blizzard use on the card just to kill whoever has to touch next. And does the Bob touch the card? Yes, it does. Bob barely touching the card, contesting the point. Form comes through. LZR's on it now. As this Bob applying a lot of pressure to Zenith, she's able to survive. Has to just keep blocking. Has to live. LZR able to stabilize on this point as Mr. Emerald. They wedge their way back in this fight. Cat almost has this nano, as well as the EMP on the side of Mr. Emerald, and another Diva Bomb as well. Ult advantage coming up for Mr. Emerald very soon. Nade comes through, forces a lot of pressure. LZR getting DMAC before that bomb is available. Nano now available for Cat. Might opt to use it on this. Use it on the Juno, interesting enough. EMP not available. No, the C9!
Not able to get the touch there at the very end, and that is heartbreaking. Fable Rising gets the early picks, and they're able to just stabilize, hold that corner. And even though Miss Emerald was closer to those ultimates like the EMP, you know, they weren't quite able to get them online just because, you know, the Sombra has to be the one to touch, and so you're not really able to play to build that EMP. You're trying to build the nano boost, but with Zana in your face 24/7, it's gonna be really hard for Cat to do that. And what a map from Fable Rising to have that super aggressive push and then meet that continue that aggression on their defense, continuously pressuring that support line. You know, anytime Miss Emerald was going for one of those more aggressive plays, it felt like it was constantly being met.
Zana just kind of keeping those forms for whenever LZR dives into the backline with that speed boost on that Diva, and doing a great job of either trading out the supports from Miss Emerald or applying enough pressure to the Diva or the backline that LZR has to reset for HP much sooner than she would like to.
Yeah, 100%. And, you know, Miss Emerald had some really good moments in there, but Fable Rising, it really felt like we're in control of most of the fights. And now Miss Emerald is going to be getting another map pick. It will be a push map. You know, we saw previously Fable Rising, even at a disadvantageous map, you know, is able to continue playing that brawl composition. So it'll be really interesting to see, you know, what the map pick ends up being for Miss Emerald. We will have to wait a little bit, though. We will be going to a quick break, and we will be right back with the action. Welcome back, everybody, to our Calling All Heroes Minor 2 Rising playoffs. I'm still here with Veronica. We have a really tight match on our series. Fable Rising, currently in the process of upsetting Mist Emerald, could end up with a reverse sweep, though, and the map that might start that is Esperanza as the map pick for Mist Emerald.
Esperanza, we saw this the previous series. We're seeing it now. We saw Fable Rising opt towards running the Ramatra as well on this map, and we've seen from the previous map, Mist Emerald, they've had a bit of a mixed identity. I'm curious to see what they're going to run on this point in particular, and I would not be surprised if they continue kind of mixing up the compositions, leaning towards dive, maybe switching to Brawl later, going in between, just trying to see what works against Fable Rising, who seems to be a bit of a powerhouse right now.
It feels like Mist Emerald's still trying to figure out what sticks. They did end up switching over to that Ana Juno Diva composition at the end, the second half of King's Row. So if they were comfortable playing it there, I'd assume that's what they're going to try to opt into here with the Esperanza pick. But that's just, a kind of a guess. Mist Emerald has played, everything different every map. So, it'll be interesting to see if they do continue to play, that Juno Diva. It really is going to come down to whether or not they over-aggress, right? We see that sometimes when those divas get that speed boost, they stay in instead of coming back out. You can get the cooldowns out and then leave, but if you hang around a little bit too long, Fable Rising is going to punish it. We've seen it time and time again, and it's going to be very difficult for Laser to keep their mech in if they, push in like that.
I am interested to see if we see the Ana. The Ana is a bit of a greedy pick on the support line. It's you need a lot of space in order to make it work. You have to be able to find those nades. You need to be able to build those nanos quickly, really get those on the Diva, get the Diva into the backline, and it's a bit riskier than the Brig, but it does offer a higher reward if it's able to work out. And Kat was doing a great job on the previous map with those nades, and I think that if she wanted to, she can run it again here, regardless of how greedy it is. As we saw Fable Rising lean towards that Brawl, and Ana's very good in a divey Brawl matchup.
Yeah, 100%. She kind of plays uncontested, especially on a map like Esperanza. Now, on King's Row, we were able to just continually kind of pressure Kat. But when you move to a map like Esperanza that's a little bit longer sight lines, you have more impressive high grounds, it's a lot harder for a Ramatra to just walk onto the Ana there, right? So we'll see, hopefully, if Kat stays on the Ana, she's able to get a little bit more free reign.
I would like to... I think Kat is on that Ana would be able to get for me more free reign on a map like this, especially against that Brawl, and we'll see what they roll out on here in just a second. And I'm curious to see if Road sticks onto that Juno or if they lean towards somewhere else with the Ana, because we could also see potentially like an Ana Brig.
And in fact, we actually will be seeing a Juno Brig. So we will be seeing the more, high-level meta composition with the Ashe, with the Tracer, Juno Brig, Diva, and that will be matched up into Fable Rising's traditional Brawl comp. Patamon has locked the Mercy right now, but I'm going to take a wild guess and say that she probably swaps off of that in a second or two, and there she goes on to the Lucio here.
And Kat opting over to the Brig, which is the considerably safer choice, the more DPS oriented choice rather than focusing on healing up that tank. You're healing up your DPS on those angles, you're letting them take over the game. And Gungnir on the Ashe here, we've seen the Ashe not really work out in the previous two maps, and I'm curious to see what their angle is on the Ashe here again against this Brawl, and if they do end up keeping it, as we do see a bit of a tech pause coming through from Fable. We're not quite sure what the issue is, but we will get back in map in a minute.
And similar to the Ana, like we were talking about before, with the Ashe, you get a little bit more value. You can't get walked on quite as easily, especially with the Brig, able to kind of zone stuff out, and you have those longer sight lines, so it might be a little bit easier for Gungnir to actually get these picks.
Yeah, as we see Mist Emerald just going towards that high ground, Fable Rising rotating, it seems like they're opting to go straight to point once more, like we saw in the previous series. Is they really prefer having this bot control and grass rather than hanging on the high ground, and Laser angling towards that, just looking for a little bit of damage, isn't able to find anything. And Fable Rising, they already have control of the bot, they're already pushing it forward as they take lead. Mist Emerald, what can they get done?
Yeah, and when you go for these really quick engagements and baiting right back out, Zana gets Form forced out really early, and we're going to see Najila Lamp forced out this time, but Laser going to be going dangerously low here.
Laser almost losing mech, the Form chasing down. It does lose the mech eventually to Zana and Megalas on the mage, just slowing her down. As Fable Rising, they still have control of the spot that whole time as well, while they're chasing down that Diva, and The Diva D-Mech not able to get killed, has to build up the mech again. Ooh, Vic going very low on the Tracer. Dynamite coming through onto the core of the team of Fable Rising is Mist Emerald. They have this high ground, but Fable Rising, they already have the checkpoint.
And this is a very dangerous situation for Mist Emerald. You don't have the mech. You really cannot contest this bot, and Fable Rising just anchoring here. They have the window down already. No ultimates yet for Mist Emerald, but this Bob is going to be the first one that they use. Window coming out from Najila immediately.
Dynamite was used there, as you could see. Laser having to live there, but almost finding a pick with the Dynamite and speed boost onto the backline. As Fable Rising, they continue to push this forward. Gungnir does have that bot built up, could throw it onto the bot, looking for the angle. Speed boost coming through from that Juno of Road. Also has that orbital laser if she wants to throw it down. And Najila playing a little bit of leapfrog is going to get punished for it. Orbital coming through is able to help with the damage boost for Gungnir. As I believe Fable Rising, they shoot onto their ults here. Najila going down first is a huge pick for Mist Emerald, and Mist Emerald, they will eventually swing this back their way after. Sorry gets 2 picks on the backside though. Zana with 1. Mist Emerald, they will finally wrest cart control away, but it's not for nothing.
They will wrest cart control away, but it takes the orbital strike and still lose 3 people. Fable Rising did not invest anything besides the window. They're going to have a heavy ult bank here, and they already have a 70-meter lead, and Mist Emerald cannot contest point. They need to regroup here and reset.
Laser just making sure that the checkpoint is taken away so those fast respawns won't be coming through Fable Rising anymore. Fable Rising, though, they are back on the cart. Mist Emerald holding this high ground here. Gungnir still has that Bob. Sorry, kind of rotating in the open. Laser diving in. Bob held onto. Pulse does whiff. Looking like Laser taking a lot of damage. Will have to back up. Chooses to use the Diva Bomb. B comes through from Patamon. Bomb finds Zana. Does not have that shield cooldown in time. Blizzard used on the back line, Megalast trying to find something, is Gungnir also using the Bob, just tossing it out. As ults used on both sides, but Mist Emerald, they will be the winners of this fight. They're finally going to be able to get some meters on the board.
Yeah, a good fight win for Mist Emerald. Fable Rising, they invest the beat early. Zana goes down anyways. Megalast critically invests the Blizzard into that fight after Zana's dead. So now you have the Annihilation, you have the Deadeye still. That's into a rally. Orbital Strike will be coming up in the tail end of this fight. If Mist Emerald is able to slow this down a little bit and not let a quick Annihilation lose them the fight, it's going to be very hard for Fable Rising to win, and Sari's going to go down immediately.
Laser just diving in with the speed boost there, is able to take down Sari. Then Gila a little in the lamp. Zana trying to match back with the Annihilation though, does D-Mech and find the kill on Gungnir. Incredibly enough, going to be able to take down Laser here in the Baby Diva form in just a moment. The rally coming through from Cat, trying to keep her up, is not able to, as the form coming through from Xana, post-Annihilation, is able to just continue cleaning up this backline of Mist Emerald. Vic does find Patamon and is pushing that card on the backside, but not able to get any further, does opt to survive. Looking for more backline pressure as Cat switches over to the Ana.
Yeah, switching over to the Ana, when you have that point control wrestled away from you by this brawl composition, that's a very easy way to get a good contest. There's really nothing Fable Rising can do to stop that nade from coming in. Mist Emerald is going to have the orbital strike here. Sari is going to catch Vic really early though. That might force Mist Emerald to play a little more passive.
Vic trying to play around in the backline, does get caught up by Sari with that headshot. Great shot coming through. Starry angling around. The point is moving forward. Laser trying to just contest it a bit. Forces out the form from Zana. Zana just cutting back to her team a little bit. As Fable Rising, they have lead. They don't have to force anything. But Najila windowing to take the high ground. Takes down Road. Why are you peeking? Dynamite comes through from Gungnir trying to trade. Najila playing leapfrog again against his Ashes. The ego on this Baptiste, but she is pushing out of her lamp and falls. Gungnir finds another, doing a great job for her team, finding those trades as Mist Emerald, thanks to Gungnir, might be able to contest this card sooner than they would have previously been able to. Laser looking for it a little bit, the pressure of the make, keeping her out a little bit off, as she does contest the card eventually, and Fable Rising, they should be backing up here.
And not able to get forward spawns, I don't believe, there, because of that, those picks coming in from Gungnir. Now they have a big ult bank for Mist Emerald coming up. Not a lot to match it for Fable Rising. If the fight goes on long enough, they'll have the Annihilation, the Sound Barrier, but expect maybe an Orbital Strike coming in really early from Road and a Sleep Dart early as well.
Love to see if Cat's able to land in Nade. Megalast forced to use Cryo early from Laser. Orbital Ray coming down, finds Megalast Road, doing a great job with that ult. Gungnir still has the spot in the back pocket if they need to, but they're able to just walk forward with the Orbital Ray. Sorry though, what a shot on... Sorry, it's not sorry for that Tracer, I can tell you that much. And Laser just trying to hold this high ground, trying to keep this car moving. Form forced up by Zana. High Noon comes up from Sari on the backside on that high ground. Is she going to find anything? Matched by the Bob. Forces Sari out. Not going to be able to find a kill without High Noon. Gungnir retaking that high ground against this brawl composition. Nano used on Laser. Dives to the backline. Forces out. Patamon down. Sari down. Najila's going to be next most likely as Mist doing a great job in this fight to just trade around. And they finally collapse on Fable Rising after the resources are extended. And Laser does go down to Zana. Blizzard used. I'm surprised people still fighting this. It seems like Laser might have overextended just a little bit, and Zana finds Gungnir as well. Road is alive on the cart, but might go down next.
Yeah, and what a way to win this fight. Patamon is going to invest the sound barrier. Not able to contest. And that was a nano boost, that was a self-destruct, that was an orbital strike for Mist Emerald, and they lost that fight. Now, Vic has switched over to the Mei here. It is going to be a mirror for Megalas, but Zana has a free annihilation here. Najila also is going to be coming up on a window as well. And Fable Rising, with this lead, it's going to be very difficult to force them out with these ultimates.
That last fight looking really good for Mist Emerald. Laser just going a little bit too far. Does get caught out, does get punished. As Fable Rising, Patamon takes down Road. What a pick. And the nade does come down, but Zana able to use that form, just keep herself very healthy. Sari takes on Cat next, punishes her for not having that nade cooldown to use on herself, and Laser just gonna kite away, has to reset here as Fable Rising, they continue to push the cart.
And no ultimates used for Fable Rising. Still nothing for Mist Emerald. They'll be coming close to the Blizzard and the Orbital Strike, maybe getting them late, but Gungnir is gonna get picked off by Megalas, and now you have a man advantage and an ultimate advantage for Fable Rising, and this cart is continuing to push further and further.
Mist Emerald missing both their support ults, don't have either of them. This Vic finds Megalas, almost has a Blizzard of her own, and Megalas not able to cryo before that damage came in. Those icicles, headshot damage. Zana using form on the cart, does force out Vic's cryo. Blizzard used on the side of Mist Emerald, forces Fable Rising back as they just clear space with it, and Fable Rising going to fall one by one ever so slowly as Mist Emerald march on this cart.
And now, next fight, we might see a DMAC for Laser here. No, they will be okay for the time being. Still have a window and an annihilation for Fable Rising. Add Sari's Deadeye into that mix. We've seen they've gotten a lot of value with that in the past. Mist Emerald is going to have ults of their own, though. They're going to have this Orbital Strike to start this fight off with. Laser is going to be getting very close to self-destruct, enabling them to play a little bit more aggressive. And the Bob and Nano Boost are going to be coming up here as well.
Megalas just contesting the cart underneath, is taking the Mei duel, starts winning it out, forces Vic to use their cryo early, not wanting to see. Wall comes through, just trying to make this cart go forward, but just will not move because of this Mei, and Laser has to come assist and force them out. Gungnir does find Sari on the other side. Oh, Najila getting a little too high in the sky. Gungnir takes down Patamon, and it will just be cleanup from Mist Emerald.
Yeah, Najila's coaches might be a little bit upset about those jumps, but still, Mist Emerald getting a very clean fight win. They, it looked like they were trying to farm the nano boost there, but then getting those picks and they're able to just kind of win that fight cleanly. And now, almost a 5 ultimate bank and only 50 meters left to go for Mist Emerald. Fable Rising, though, also almost a full bank. This will be a huge commitment for both teams here with under a minute left to play.
Under a minute, 5 ults both sides. Sari opens up with the high noon. Najila has to lamp her early. Laser gets DMAC, forced to use that bomb for reset. Patamon beats just to make sure no one falls to it. Laser gets the remake annihilation used by Zana, is walking forward, but is antsy. No lamp available from Najila. Window comes through, but the Bob finds 2. Gungnir finds 3 with it. Laser takes down Najila late, and Mist Emerald looks like they might be able to get lead off of this. They have the Orbital Ray in their back pocket if they need to. Megalas having the Blizzard on the other side as Mist take lead.
Yeah, Orbital Ray and Blizzard for both sides, but the Blizzard for Mist Emerald is going to be able to match it, so there is an ultimate advantage here for Mist. They're able to play a little bit more safe. The Blizzard is going to come out immediately from Megalas, met with an anti-nade.
Megalas does get an anti, but has that cryo. Keep yourself safe. Xana takes down Cat with the help of the Blizzard. Orbital Ray comes through, trying to march the team forward. Blizzard also coming out from Vic, finds the freeze on Megalas. She does go down, and Jilly trades out for the Juno on the other side, and while Mist do win this fight, they're down a lot, and no, not able to touch the cart. Fable Rising is Mist Emerald. They're gonna take Esperanza.
And what a comeback from Mist Emerald there. Fable Rising had, a 75 up to an 100 point lead, right? Meter lead, and just being able to win out these close fights just off of picks and not needing to invest these ultimates, playing that high ground control. Really strong job from Mist Emerald, and if you're Fable Rising, you might start feeling a little bit of doubt that maybe, if they're able to come back on that map, maybe they come back for the whole series.
Gungnir at the end there doing a great job on that Ash. He's able to take down many members of Fable Rising, and We did talk a little bit about the Ashe earlier before the map started, just about how Gungnir wasn't quite able to find value in the two maps, and we're able to see a map where Gungnir just kind of takes the lobby over on that hero, and Mist Emerald able to take it for a point, and we're now 1-2. Mist Emerald anchoring up, gearing up for that reverse sweep, and I'm excited to see what the next map pick is. It will be Fable Rising this time, though.
Fable Rising will be picking the Flashpoint map, so maybe we go back to a New Junk City sort of look. If it is Saravasa, that does enable Mist Emerald to keep playing that Diva Juno a little bit more with those high grounds as opposed to New Junk, where you're kind of forced into those brawls a lot of the time. But having the map pick here for Fable Rising could end up being incredibly important. If they want to keep playing this brawl composition, go to your strength, play what you got to do. You just won a map. How close doesn't really matter. You just won a map a series ago. Go to where you're comfortable. I would say New Junk City might be the pick here.
I would also expect to see New Junk City out. The composition that Fable Rising ran on that map was definitely a bit different than what we've seen them run on the other maps as well, and I would expect something like that to come out again. It seems like a very particular strat that they have for a map type like that. And Mist Emerald, they've shown that they have very flexible players. Cat moving over from, Lucio to the Ana. Not a very common switch up you see. A lot of times you just have a player like, this is the Lucio player. They might play Brig if you're lucky. That's it. Cat says, no, I can play whatever I want. Pulls up the Ana, lands those nades, has those nanos, helps her team win. And because of the flexibility that Mist Emerald has, I'm very curious to see what they would run on a Flashpoint map like New Junk City. Will we see the Ramacho come out with the Lucio Baptiste? Will we see something a bit more creative like Fable Rising on that map? It's a big question mark, and we just have to see what they roll it out on.
Yeah, the biggest thing, and this is what the issue was on Control a lot of the time, is they have very flexible players, but you have to make sure you're not swapping too much, because if you set yourself back continuously, on the ultimate bank, you kind of just let the other team continuously win fights off of, very little investment. And so Mist Emerald has a flexible roster, and that's, part of why they were able to win last map and make Kings Row relatively close as well. But for Fable Rising, you have to make sure you're coming out on the right composition, because if you try and match these flexible moves, it's not going to go super well. We've seen Fable Rising is able to move around. Zana comfortable on both the Queen and the Ramantra. We've seen Megalas very flexible this series, but when you have a player like Sari, it feels like they are kind of locked a little bit more towards that traditional hit scan.
We definitely have seen Sari play more of the traditional hit scans. Definitely. We saw a slight flex of the Tracer, but it didn't last very long, and I would expect Sari to continue to play that Cassidy that they've been so proficient on this series. But Mist Emerald, if they run out on the Ashe, I'm a little bit in fear for it, as this map geometry just is really not favorable towards that character.
Yeah, they will be playing the Mei along with it, so trying to go for that brawl a little bit more, but from Fable Rising, we are see that again, Patamon is not going to stick on the Mercy, I promise you that. But they are going to be opting back into that hyper-aggressive brawl composition that we saw from them against MRG Amethyst. And Mist Emerald, if they're not able to, keep their Ashe alive here, it's going to be very dangerous, especially... okay. Baited me for a second there. But especially with Cat here on the Ana.
Cat is walking out on the Ana, so Mist Emerald playing the exact composition that they just succeeded on, as both teams keep wrapping around who's going to get the first pick. Let's find out.
Yeah, and we are going to see a really early trade. That Dynamite, not going to get too much value, but when you look at Mist Emerald, they have much more map control really early on
the angle there, just forcing Laser to use cooldowns very early, taking a lot of damage, has no armor, has to fly away, getting very low, is deep back. Nagila going low on the other side though, does fall to Gungnir's Dynamite. Nade comes through, Gungnir able to trade out Sari, gets two, but a little too late, as Zana just needs to clear out this Ashe, and Fable Rising going to be able to take first cap.
Yeah, and Gungnir staggered a little bit, but that's really the benefit to what Fable Rising is running, is that frontline brawl is really hard for somebody that even, Diva with all of her armor and all of her defense matrix, it's really hard for her to live through that much frontline damage. And we are going to see Cat switch over to the Kiriko and match the support line for Fable Rising.
Kiriko matching the support line for Fable Rising, has that Suzu to do with Rampage, something we didn't see last series against Fable Rising, is they're trying to force out this Wraith, does do it, Megalas having to kite back a little bit, Laser heal up to full, has a lot of room to play with, gets speed boost onto the backline, forces out Patamon TP's away, shout comes out from Zena, is not going to keep her up, as she falls to Laser's micro missiles, and Mist Emerald, clean engagement, they're able to take this fight.
Yeah, maybe a little bit of a poor choice from Zana to turn on the Diva. Maybe we just walk on the back line instead there, but Mist Emerald able to win that fight. used at all. They haven't built any yet, but they're going to be coming close to a lot of them. Fable Rising, they're close to that Blossom, they're close to the Deadeye, they're close to the Kitsune Rush, but they don't have anything yet either. Miss Emerald is going to be coming up in these ults faster.
Miss Emerald will have their ults a bit quicker. Dynamite coming through, just poking their walk up as Fable Rising, they rotate down underneath. We've seen them favor this before. Seems like Miss Emerald not quite rise to it. Where is Laser looking? Does finally recognize where it is, but the knife comes through, forces out Cryo already on Vic. Booster into the backline, does a lot of pressure. Patamon full HP with the help of the shout. Zana taking a lot of damage though. Cryo is frozen up by that Blizzard on Vic's side. Not able to keep her up. No Suzu on the side of Fable Rising for her as the rush did come through, but not able to find anything. Sorry, high nooning as well. Another Cryo available for Vic as Laser finds Jillian on the other side, and it seems like Miss going to be able to take this fight.
And a really late investment of the Deadeye there from Sari, and now Miss Emerald only investing the Blizzard there, and they end up trading 2-for-1 ultimate-wise. So now you're looking, they have everything else on the board. Zana still does not have this Rampage yet. Najila does not have the Orbital Strike. Megalith's the only ultimate online. I'd imagine they just give this point up.
No one to touch. The wall coming through from Vic just to ensure it. And Miss Emerald, they now have 4 ultimates to the next fight. Fable Rising only going to have 3 available. And the Rampage from Zana needs to be able to find value, but it's going to be a struggle through Katsuzu.
Yeah, Katsuzu, and also, if you only hit a few people, there is still that Kitsune Rush able to get another Suzu online by the end of it, and both support ults are going to be pops here from Miss Emerald immediately.
Both Push and Orbital Ray used. Orbital Ray from Nijila just to match. Megalith does Blossom, not able to find anything. The Suzu from Cat is good, and Sorry going down to Gungnir's Bob, which was thrown into the backline of Fable Rising as Miss Emerald. They clean up that fight with the help of both support ults and that Bob using 3-for-1.
Yeah, 3 for 2, I believe. The Orbital Strike also came out from New Zealand. We are going to be seeing a compositional switch here. They are going to be switching to the Brawl Zana, likely only remaining on this Queen for this Rampage, and then we'll be switching off after that. Now, Miss Emerald has a different matchup on their hands. They're able to bait out those cooldowns a little bit easier.
Laser taking a lot of early damage, has to kind of boost her way a little bit, just trying to DM this early poke for her team. Shout used by Zanan, not able to find anything off of it. Diva Bomb coming through from Laser just to create a lot of pressure and hold space here. Zana getting very low, is forced to use the Rampage, but falls to Cad. Only gets the Mei with it, who lives comfortably. Laser taking down Sari, no ultimates available for Fable Rising to try to get back into this, and we're down to 1-5 at this point.
And now we will Zana will be switching over to the Rancha, and now we have Brawl. Fable Rising has done well into this composition in the past. I think they feel a little bit more comfortable doing this. No ultimates online for them, and Miss Emerald is going to have the Blizzard if Fable Rising decide that they want to touch this point, which they likely will, and that should be enough to just clean up this point.
We're going to see the time tick up. Who's going to be the clutch? It has to be Zana. She uses the form. Blizzard, however, coming down from Vic, does freeze up the entirety of Fable Rising. Finds 3. Sorry, going down next. Not able to get the high noon off. Jilla turning out Gungnir. But unfortunately, I don't believe she's going to be able to swing the fight in their favor enough. Merla's just trying to solve with that cryo.
And now only the Blizzard used for Miss Emerald. And now Fable Rising, they're going to have the Deadeye coming up. They're going to have the Blizzard coming up. But they just do not have the same bank that Miss Emerald is going to have here. And when you have, this Miss Emerald team that's able to just play that aggressive with Road and play with Laser, it's very hard for Fable Rising to weather the storm there if we're not able to actually punish this Diva on her engage.
Laser doing a lot against the backline of Fable Rising, holding the front line as well, right up until the point where she can dive. And she has this Diva Bomb coming up, which means that she'll be able to play very aggressive, and Diva Bomb for that remake, get her entire health pulled back. Sorry on the other side though, does have the high noon like you said. We also have Megalith with the Blizzard. We're gonna have to see what they find. Speed Ring coming out from Miss Emerald. Laser diving in, creating a lot of pressure. Zana uses form. Najila already has to use that lamp just to try to stay alive. Is not able to. Gungnir finds the kill. Throws in the Bob. Knocks up Sorry. We're playing clay pigeons out here.
No, it is a 2-for-1 investment for Miss Emerald, so they do invest in Rising, who will have a slightly better ult bank coming up here. But critically, Miss Emerald that time did not overlay their support ult, so they will still have this Kitsune Rush. That's still going to enable them to go for that more aggressive play. They're going to be able to bait something like a beat, like a Ramatra form, maybe a lamp, a window out incredibly early. And if they're able to do that, it's incredibly hard for Fable Rising to actually keep going throughout that fight.
We're going to see Fable Rising angling for this point. They might just come down main, opt to go for a different rotate, come through the right room. Megalith first walk through, does wall off just so they can walk up. Window comes through from Nijila, gets walled off by Vic. beat coming through from Patamon, but a little too late. Megalos already falls. High Noon coming through the window. Laser able to eat that up with the defense matrix. Bombs for the remech. Zana trying to find the kill on Baby D before it can happen. Is not able to. Shields for it. Dynamite coming through onto the back line. Hits 3. Patamon falls to the dynamite and laser damage. As we're in 1-5 territory, Fable Rising, they're -1. They're just taking a lot of tick damage. Sari goes down. Zana goes down. It has to be Nagila Megalos to clutch, and I don't think they're going to be able to.
Yeah, and even if they
touch.
Even if they do, I mean, the Blizzard coming up for Vic as well.
Vic has this Blizzard. Patamon is next to touch, does fall. Megalos, no more cryo. Falls very quickly to a headshot icicle, and Mist Emerald, they're going to take this map 3-0, and it looks a little bit like Fable Rising falling into the pressure.
Yeah, pressure is on, and Mist Emerald right now is rising to the occasion. It feels like they feel, you know, they seem much more comfortable now on this Juno Diva into what Fable Rising's running. They're able to cycle these ultimates, go for these quick engagements, getting these cooldowns out early. And if you're Fable Rising, you have to understand that they're going to disengage. They're not going to hang in during these speed ring engages, because if they do, they're going to get burned. We've seen that the first 2 maps. So we need to make sure that we're holding onto our cooldowns a little bit better for Fable Rising, but also just Mist Emerald did a phenomenal job keeping the pressure on consistently. It felt like no matter what Fable Rising was on or what they invested, they were just at a disadvantage in every single fight.
And we did see the flexibility come out from the backline of Mist Emerald. You know, Kat immediately moving over to that Kiriko once they see the Queen, really just enabling her team to succeed in that matchup. And Fable just a little bit lost when their little concoction isn't able to quite find the value that they needed to.
It felt a little bit like, you know, with like we talked about in the very beginning, with that Queen Reaper composition, you want to be taking that more aggressive position, right? You want to try and burn down that Diva, but it felt like as soon as they swap off and play that more traditional brawl, you have to try and play to, you know, punish that engage. And it felt like they were still trying to go for these more aggressive plays, going first. And when you do that, it's really easy for Mist Emerald to keep going in and out. And, you know, it's hard to actually sustain through these when you're using your cooldowns first on this brawl composition. We will be heading to a quick break, but stay tuned because an incredibly tense map 5 is on the way. Welcome back, everybody, to the upper semifinals of our Calling All Heroes Rising Minor 2 playoffs. We are in the middle of a tense series right now. Mist Emerald is in the process of a reverse sweep against Fable Rising. We're sitting here at map 5, which will be an Escort and Fable Rising's pick. Veronica, welcome back. How are we feeling right now?
I'm so hyped. You know, map 5's reverse sweeps. Pressure is on. Let's go. Fable Rising, they did select Junkertown, so we're going to be seeing probably the sniper characters come out from these teams. We do know that Sari is favorable towards that Widowmaker, so we'll see if they choose to run it. But the pressure is on for both teams. You do not want to be the one to lose the series.
Yeah, pressure is on for both teams. You know, getting reverse swept is, a horrible feeling, obviously, and there's a lot of pressure in map 5, but also going for that reverse sweep. Sure, you have momentum on your side. You won the last 2 maps, especially Flashpoint, pretty decisively. But bringing that to a map 5 where if you lose this, it was all for naught, can be a lot of pressure for a lot of these players. So it'll be interesting to see how they end up reacting to this. If they rise to the occasion like we've seen so far from both teams at different times, or if they're going to just let this momentum continue to carry and let Mist Emerald get a pretty clean win here.
For sure. And the most important thing whenever you as a player in a situation like this is you play to win, you do not play to not lose. You know, once you're playing just to not lose, you're more likely to you're not gonna be making those plays as much. You're not gonna be able to, swing fights in your favor. You're not gonna clutch up, and I'm excited to see both these teams go head to head once more, and if we're gonna go out with an explosion.
Now, Veronica, you and I were talking a little bit during the break. The map picks for Escort are Watchpoint Gibraltar, Rialto, and Junkertown. And, we were saying we feel like it's probably going to end up being a Junkertown pick for Fable Rising. Do you feel like there's a specific reason why they might go for that over something like a Watchpoint Gibraltar or Rialto?
I think Watchpoint Gibraltar and Rialto are a bit of a struggle on second point for both these teams. And I know that Fable Rising, they do have Sari on their roster, which is a traditional hit scan, does enjoy those sniper characters. And while that sniper is good on, say Rialto first point or proficient on, Gibraltar first and Gibraltar third, the second point of both those maps really struggle to let your hit scan shine. And I think going over to the Junkertown does ensure that, all 3 points, Sari's going to be able to find max value as long as they're playing well.
Yeah, and like you said, Sari, a phenomenal Widowmaker player. We know that. Gungear has already shown that they're a very comfortable hitscan player as well on that Ashe. Now, they actually will be sticking on that. Vic is going to be playing the Widowmaker for them, and at least in spawn right now, it looks like they're going to be hovering the ball composition.
We do see Fable Rising walk out with a Kiriko Juno composition as well, instead of any RE or Brigitte in the backline here for Fable Rising, and Megalas playing this Sojourn instead of anything else, which is a bit curious. I'm interested to see if what kind of angle control Megalas tries to play for here. If she tries to hold coastline, if she's just aiming to kind of melt down the tank and Mist Emerald a little bit, apply pressure there, and Zayna just sticking on the Shamatra, wants to be able to just hit that foreign button, hit the enemy tank, hit the enemy backline, and stabilize.
And critically on Junkertown, immediately going to be getting the opening pick. playing that Ramantra might struggle a little bit compared to something like a Sigma, because if you lose that high ground control, it's very hard to get that back in the middle of a fight, so you really have to commit to that drop. And now Vic is not even going to try and mirror that Widow. They're going to be going over straight to the Sombra here.
Vic does go to the Sombra, just opting to apply backline pressure, most likely going to be hunting this Widowmaker. As Sorry, incredibly pressured on this hero, did already get the opening pick. Megalast looking for damage on the D.Va, just applying pressure to Laser. Sorry getting low, does get healed up, Zen uses form, just pressuring Laser back. Megalast finds the pick on the Sombra, just a little bit of damage left. Does take a lot of pressure from Laser, is going to be able to just slide away, gets healed up by her supports, and Fable, they're going to stable a little bit here, but Miss Emerald, they're moving the car forward.
They're moving the car forward because a lot of the time, you know, we have this Ramantra trying to go rotate back up to high ground. And
Sorry.
The DPS for Fable Rising are doing an insane amount of work right now. Who needs to contest cart when you just kill them anyways, you know, before it even happens?
70% on this sites after a minute, you know Sorry's clicking has, and Laser just trying to find an angle to get in on this Widowmaker, not quite able to do it here. It does opt to just pressure Zana down. Zana stopping the car with farm. Sorry getting another pick on Zenyatta as Cat just, oh my, Sorry, when is it gonna stop? Finds another on the angle of the stairs on the left, and Laser not able to find the pressure in time, and Vic not able to find the kill either.
You'd really think running this, you know, Juno, D.Va, Sombra, that you'd be able to get a little bit more pressure on this Widowmaker, but it feels like Sorry, even with 3 people in their face, is still just able to get value. Megalast is going to get the pick on a road, Laser is going to get staggered out here as well. And now Sights already got popped, and like you said, we're not even 2 minutes into this push.
Not even 2 minutes in, Sorry already just racking up kills, able to find headshot after headshot, and 44% to an EMP. Vic's not finding a lot of value on the Sombra. Might want to consider a change. And Sorry just keeping them trapped in spawn, will not let them leave. Oh my lord.
And it's so hard, even with the ultimates that Mist is building up, it's so hard to get a full engagement here because it feels like every time we even stage for it, we're getting, you know, picked off a little bit. And now we have this Annihilation, we have this Orbital Strike for Fable Rising.
Laser diving in the backline, does find the pick on Najila, has that D.Va bomb if they have to use it for a remake. Zana trying to find value, just trying to break her out of this mech. Vic finally finding Sorry on the other side. The Widowmaker does go down eventually. As Fable Rising, they're going to have to try to kite back, try to live. Megalast going down to Laser late. You're going to wish that didn't happen. And Fable Rising, they're going to have to look for a recontest here. Through a choke, it's going to be a bit difficult on the Widowmaker.
Through a choke and down Megalast as well. Zana has to likely pop out, use this Annihilation. Both supportals here are going to be layered for Fable Rising though.
Rush and Orbital Laser coming through. Patamon does go down to Gungnir though, but Zana's found 2. Zana finds 3. Laser trades out Najila. Patamon and Najila both down. Zana using the Annihilation, trying to live, but Laser still have this D.Va bomb. Takes down Megalast. D.Va bomb for the remake. Zana needs to get around the cart, just trying to live. Has another form, but can't use it. Gets the impede. Sorry though, finds Vic. It's a Widowmaker versus a D.Va, not a matchup you want to be in if you're Widowmaker, and eventually Laser's going to be able to finally push this in. Capped first point, and even through the onslaught of Sorry, Miss Emerald able to find a foothold and cap first.
It took a heavy investment from both teams though. 4 ultimates used for Miss Emerald, 3 for Fable Rising. Critically, Fable Rising still sitting on this overclock, and Cat for Miss Emerald, I meant to say Fable Rising before, Miss Emerald is going to be sitting on this Transcendence here. So likely we're going to try and force out this Transcendence if we're Fable Rising, and OC can get a little bit more value after that.
Laser just diving into the backline, has the support from the Sombra, taking down Megalast, is able to find the high so she can slide away, and the first pick coming through, Xena, no form, has to stabilize as Fable Rising looks like they're struggling a little bit to find a way back into the fight.
Yeah, and when you have Vic on this Sombra actually fully it's going to be hard with those sights obviously coming up from Sorry, but Sorry has to play more passive, play closer to supports, and you're not able to get those more aggressive angles in those opening picks that we saw so much at the first point.
Overclock coming through from Megalast, opening up. Cat uses the Transcendence in response, does try to get their D.Va into it, does succeed in doing so. Laser healed up to full. Zana gets melted by Laser in the Discord Orb. Able to apply pressure with the Transcendence. Megalast not finding anything with the overclock just because of the Transcendence on the other side. And Sorry though does find Cat, is able to trade one back. Laser though kills Sorry eventually. Laser able to find another. Patamon going down. Hunting this Juno. Can Najila get out? Laser almost losing mech. Might have to use that D.Va bomb. Does opt to go for it. We'll be able to remech as Miss Emerald. They're able to push through second. They cap it onto third. They move. And I am curious to see if Fable Rising are going to try to stick with what they have or switch it up.
Yeah, and like you mentioned, you know, Miss Emerald is really doing a great job actually pushing in, and Laser playing hyper aggressive here. It feels like even when Sorry is getting these picks, their team just doesn't have the space to actually capitalize on it. Megalast playing a bit of Mystery Heroes here. Sorry is going to fall down to Laser. Vapor Rising is coming up on a few ultimates. Mr. Emerald doesn't quite have any, but they're coming close to that Bob and their own Orbital Strike.
Megalast switching to the Symmetra, trying to make life hell for Laser here. Sorry does go over the Cassidy off the Widowmaker just because of the pressure from the enemy Diva. As Laser using that Mega health pack just to keep herself topped up as she controls this high ground. Orbital coming, Speedring coming through, is able to get her back to the backline as Fable Rising, they live that engage. Laser getting very low, might lose mech, getting healed up by supports, is able to survive as she retakes high, and that might come through on Zana. Has this form, has this slow. Looks like she's going to be playing from the low ground here. Orbital Ray coming through from Road. Najila has her own match if she wants to. Megalast though going down to the pressure of the Bob and the Orbital Ray. Bob in the backline, Sorry taking a lot of damage. This Laser just making her life impossible. Gungnir does find Sorry, and Zana trying to keep this point with help with Rush. Does have the Annihilation to keep herself topped up. Has another form, is able to use it. Just punching this Diva, trying to get her out of mech, trying to break her armor. She has the Diva Bomb if she wants to. Najila finally using the Orbital Ray. As Sombra has to kite away, Zana finds Cat. How is the Zenyatta so far forward? Laser trades out with Megalast though. They have this EMP if they want to look for a recontest. EMP and Diva Bomb available. It looks like they will go for it. EMP finds 3. Zana still full HP on the card. Sorry, does go down to Laser though, and the EMP. Diva Bomb coming through. Zana just trying to live. Remech on top of the Ramatra does deal the damage. Zana though doing a great job just surviving forever and ever. Gungnir on this high ground though, taking a lot of pressure. Megalast now on her with the CP. Does go down to the Ash. 1 minute remaining. Are they going to be able to cap? Laser takes down Patamon. Gungnir doing a lot of pressure from above. And the Transcendence coming through just to keep their pressure up as they will be able to cap third.
And what a job from Mist to be able to just go for that, stabilizing play there, relax a little bit, get the MP and re-engage with that. It really felt like Fable Rising after, Vic started pressuring Sorry a little bit more. It felt like they were on the back foot consistently. Even when they were getting those picks in or getting those trades, they didn't have the map control to actually follow up on it because Laser and Road and Gungnir were all over the place controlling those high grounds. And when you're playing that Ramantra, like I mentioned in the very beginning, it's really hard to actually contest those once you've lost them. So for Fable Rising here, they're in a tough spot.
Fable Rising, they are in a bit of a tough spot here. I would have liked to see the Widowmaker switch off just a little bit sooner. Laser doing a great job with those speed rings from Road to just dive into the backline and really just not give Sorry any space to work with. We'll see if they open up on the Widowmaker again on the offense here. First point was very much in the favor of Fable Rising right up until Mr. Emerald kind of got those ults online, was able to really get a foothold on the card. And I would expect Sorry just to start on this Widowmaker and look for that opening pick.
Now, we're seeing a brawl composition coming out for Miss Emerald. They're likely going to go for a spawn hold here with the Symmetra. And now, with Fable Rising having just been full capped on with a minute time bank, Zana on the Diva now, there's a lot of pressure on, and you can very easily start to let your mental slip if you have people at your spawn doors. So if you're Fable Rising, you need to keep a cool head and just play safe and break this hold.
We will see Sorry opening up on this Widowmaker. Gungnir playing the Symmetra might be kind of... They are spawn camping here, like you said, actually. Laser on the Rhine. They're going to just hold this in. Fable Rising, they need to find an angle around so they can apply pressure to this backline. TP coming through, letting Miss Emerald rotate around a bit. Cryo is forced out from Vic. Patamon getting low, looking for those nades on the core. Megalast now has a full beam, is healed up by her supports, just beaming forward. Road is first to go. Megalast has the backline in her sights. Gets low herself, is able to get healed up to full. Zana did lose mech, goes back to spawn, swaps to the Ramatra, will walk out on it. Sorry, just looking for picks here, but it's very hard against the Reinhardt shield. He is looking for the angle. Sorry.
I know. I do like this play from Miss Emerald to try and bait out some time here with this spawn hold. You're not comfortable taking this, poke matchup against Sorry, just consistently getting value here. So if we're able to burn some time off and then switch to the Diva Juno a little bit later on, as we see now we've burned, a minute off the clock. But the downside to this is now we don't have any ultimates online, and Fable Rising is getting dangerously close.
Fable Rising do have a lot of ultimates coming available. Megalast, has this wall very soon. Sorry, went for the grapple shot, wasn't able to find anything. Oh, finds the Road though. What a shot, what an angle. The TP is available for Patamon. Oh, almost finding another one. Miss Emerald just having to live in fear of this Widowmaker as Vic is now on the Sombra looking to kill that backline with the help of Laser, and she's looking for it. Will Vic go for the hack? Will Vic go for the virus? She's waiting for Laser to get in position, taking a lot of damage from Zaina on the front line as well, though. Discord forcing the D.Va back. Simul does finally come through. Megalash is playing around it, trying to build up beam charge. Zana diving in, does find Gungnir. Laser trying to trade out, does find Sorry with the help of Vic. Will lose mech for it though. Cat going extremely low, does die to Zana as well on the backline. Megalash pushing card in, and we are 1 meter away as Fable will cap first.
They will cap first point, and Sorry, a really big reason why. But luckily for Miss Emerald, the Symmetra is a little bit harder here on the second point with these high grounds. It's going to be a little bit more oppressive, going to be a little bit easier for your D.Va to get a bit more value. The downside, you were at a heavy ultimate disadvantage, and Gungnir just traded out.
Gungnir does find the kill on Megalash, but Zana is able to trade it back out, which is more beneficial for the offensive team. Zana doing a lot of pressure here, just making sure that the card has a lot of room to continually move forward. Vic trying to apply pressure, but gets extremely low. Might lose the 1v1. Does go down, even through the DM of Laser. As Zana doing a great job on this character. We have not seen her play it yet.
Yeah, and now Fable Rising has not needed to invest at all. The downside to that is Miss Emerald has been able to build up these ults of their own. They are close to everything. Fable Rising needs to make sure that they win this fight quickly, otherwise Mist is going to just bankroll those ultimates.
Cat does have the Transcendence online, forced to use it extremely early. Zana doing a lot of pressure. Sorry though, does go down through the support healing. DM from Laser doing a lot for it. Nano and Orbital Laser coming out from Fable Rising, matched by the Bob of Gungnir and Orbital Ray of Road. Gungnir does find Najila, and Laser taking down Megalash. Looks like Fable Rising will lose that matchup, and I have to say I really dislike how Fable Rising stacks up ults a lot.
They continuously, it feels like they're using both at the same time. Those are both ults that are going to allow your D.Va to live a much longer time if separately. And now if you're Miss Emerald, you just kind of walked into an ultimate advantage, especially when you have something like this EMP bomb. We know how dangerous that combo can be, or how good those ults can be on their own. Sorry, constantly under pressure here is going to be on the Ashe, and if you're Fable Rising, you only have the self-destruct.
EMP is available for Vic as well. TP in, Megalash not able to find anything, does die to the dynamite. Zana though is still in the backline, trying to kite away, might not be able to do it, getting very low. He does get hacked up by Vic. Has to use the D.Va bomb just for the remake. Laser does get needed by Patamon on either side. No one dies to the D.Va bomb. The remake does come through. As Fable Rising, they're not able to find the angle. Oh, Gungnir does win that duel, but it was very close.
Very close duel. But, you know, Zana using self-destruct, Miss Emerald is just sitting on these ults. They've built another Transcendence in the time it's taken to do just about anything for Fable Rising. Megalash maybe sitting on the Symmetra a little bit too long and investing a little bit too much in the sim wall.
Laser forced use of the Defense Matrix to go a little bit, or sorry, D.Va bomb did go a little bit too far. Has to use it for the remake. Diving into the backline, already kind of low. Cat getting extremely low. Laser though does take down Gila. EP comes through, only hacks up the D.Va for Zana. Laser trades that Patamon as well. No more support for the side of Fable Rising. Zana getting low. Sorry, does fall to Laser as well. And Fable Rising, they're not going to win this fight either.
I'm imagining Megalash is going to swap off of the Symmetra here, maybe mirror the Sombra. But if you're Fable Rising, okay, and the Sombra switch is going to come out. You have the Bob, you have the Nano Boost coming up. It is going to be matched by both support ults and Bob from Miss Emerald. We need to make sure that we are not overlapping these ultimates too much. Because if we do, we're going to lose this duel because Miss Emerald is going to be able to just stagger these ults out a little bit longer.
Yeah, it does have that Transcendence. Zana trying to look to force it out. Does succeed in doing so. Trank is used. Laser, though, gets demech almost instantly, but does find the trade on Najila. Does that to Sorry eventually, though. Gungnir shooting. Oh, Sorry getting a little too high in the sky there with the coach gun. Not able to find the health in time. Nano comes down onto Zana, trying to find the backline. Orbital Ray in does match up for it, though. Gungnir also throwing the Bob out into the backline, just trying to apply that pressure to make sure that Fable Rising can't walk forward. As Fable Rising, they have no D.Va mech, they have no supports, they should reset.
Yeah, a lot of pressure being on them, and they're just staggering out a little. Bob is invested here for Sorry. I think this fight's winnable.
Anything. Laser kills Sorry, and that's a Bob you're going to want back.
Maybe we're going to see a swap off of the Ashe here. We almost have the bomb, we almost have the orbital strike. We're staggering out a little bit for Fable Rising. This is last fight, and you're coming up into only a D.Va bomb here. Sorry is going to switch onto the Tracer. We have a much more full dive-esque composition, but we need to make sure that we are using this orbital strike at a good time. If we aren't able to get a brawl out with this, it's going to just be wasted.
Fable Rising has the ults available to win this point. Zana diving to the backline, has the D.Va bomb if they need to. Takes down Cat almost immediately with the help of Megalash. The hack did come through. We do touch the card, even though it's close. Laser takes down Najila. Orbital Ray, it does get cancelled as well. Laser has the Diva Bomb, uses it on the cart, does kill Patamon first, looking for the remech, is going to be able to get it. Diva Bomb comes through from Zana, trying to pop, does pop Laser out of the mech. It's only her versus the world though. Hack comes through from Vic. Zana not able to defense matrix damage, is going to go down. Can anyone else touch the cart? Najila almost gets there, and no.
And no.
The reverse sweep is successful.
Miss Emerald, our #1 seed, undefeated in the Swiss stage. Dropped a few maps here, but they are still undefeated in matches, completing the reverse sweep against Fable Rising, and that is a heartbreaker for that Fable team.
It is a tragedy whenever a reverse sweep happens, you know, but sometimes it is the way of the world, and Miss Emerald, first seed, going down to unbreakable, and are able to come back, clean it up, and to take all 3 maps in a row.
And I think if Fable had opted into mirroring that, Sombra, Juno, Diva a little bit earlier, it might have been a different result for them. I think what ended up happening is by the time they went for that full mirror, the mental is already slipping in. That's a huge reverse sweep weighing on your mind. And like you said earlier, if you're playing to not lose, it becomes that much easier to make those mistakes. And Miss Emerald had the momentum. They felt it. They knew that they were that close to winning, and they were able to keep that pressure on Fable Rising. They weren't able to get a solid reset or a solid fight out for almost the entirety of second point there.
And I do think we saw a little bit of a pressure, you know, really getting the Fable. We saw that Bob come out a bit late in the fight that was already over. We saw Megalast staying on the signature a little bit too long. I would have liked to see a Brig as well from the side of Fable Rising, you know. Diana, like I said earlier in the series, it's a bit of a greedy pick, and if you're not able to survive those dives coming out from Laser with the speed ring, then you need to get off that hero. You need to go into something more survivable. Otherwise, you're never going to be able to push forward.
Yeah, especially in that Diva mirror, it's really easy for, you know, things like your nades and just your normal healing shots to get eaten as well. So it's a lot harder to get value compared to the Brig, which, like you said, is a little bit of a safer pick. And ultimately, Fable Rising not quite able to get it done, but they will be going to the lower bracket with a fire in their hearts. And Mist Emerald is going to be continuing on against Timeless Anomaly in our next match. But before we get to that action, we will be taking a quick break here. Welcome back, everybody, to Calling All Heroes Rising Minor 2 playoffs. We are here in the winners finals now. We have Mist Emerald coming up against the number 2 seed, Timeless Anomaly. Veronica, how do we feel about this series?
I'm always excited for winners finals. You know, both sides of the bracket ending up here. It's super exciting, and we have yet to see Timeless Anomaly on broadcast, I believe. So excited to see what they're able to pull out. You know, what kind of compositions they've been practicing, as we've seen a bit of a mix-up from all of the Rising teams that we've had on broadcast. And I think from what I recall as well, Timeless is one of those teams that runs somewhat off meta, at least during Swiss.
Like you said, Timeless Anomaly has not been streamed yet. They are new to the Risingcord broadcast. Obviously, as a player, I played against them a little bit. And like you said, they do run some off-meta stuff. You know, they do play a lot of that brawl that we see so commonly in Rising, but also they do whip out things like the ball composition every once in a while, right? They're a flexible team, and they have some pretty good coordination when it comes to those more dive-centric compositions.
For sure. And as we've seen, you know, from Mist Emerald with running those dive-centric compositions, and Laser just doing a lot of work on that diva, able to apply immense pressure to the backline, finding those picks with the micro missiles and booster combo. And I'm curious to see how Timeless is going to deal with it. If they have the backline flexibility to move over to, you know, more survivable characters like that Brick Juno, or if they're kind of more stuck. As we see Mist Emerald, you know, they'll be running the same lineup that they had previously. So Laser, we have Horror, Cowboy, Road, Cad, and Buen in the lineup today.
Yeah, and we just saw them complete that reverse sweep against Fable Rising. And sure, they have a lot of momentum. They're feeling good right now. But also, Veronica, you've played in these games. I've played in these games. When you get that long of a series, then immediately go into the winners finals, fatigue can be a thing. So it'll be interesting to see whether or not that momentum that they had is able to carry them through the remainder of this, day of playoffs, through these winter finals into the grands. But like you said, this is a phenomenal lineup that we've seen so far, and they've been very flexible.
Fatigue is definitely something to look out for. You know, they just played a series all the way to 5 maps. They had to play a series before then, and now they're going to be locking in against a team that on the other side of the bracket did kind of move their way to the winners finals. And we see Timeless Anomaly here. We have Zach, Soup, Naku, Fabian, Instinct, and 4 Doomfist, 1 Mercy. It's an interesting lineup.
Yeah, and this is a pretty talented lineup as well. Zachary K, a very solid tank player, especially when you get him onto that, Ramatra, that Junker Queen especially. Soup, they're a very talented hit scan player in their own right. Naku, a good flex DPS. And then Instinct and Fabi, that's a backline that's been together for a while, formerly of EP Pookies and Amplify Rising, if I'm not mistaken. They have a lot of experience playing together, and it's interesting. It will be interesting to see how they match up into that pressure that we're going to have for Mist Emerald.
And correct me if I'm wrong, but Soup was at the grand finals of last tournament, right?
Soup was in the lower finals. They were in the grand finals of Minor 1, so they have gotten a second and third place finish in the past 2 tournaments.
You know, a bit of a veteran player, I think, on this roster, where we see a couple of people that haven't played in the tournaments before in this lineup, and she is, like you said, very adept at those hit scan characters. I'm curious to see what is pulled out from them, and if they lend themselves over to the Widowmaker that we've seen them run before, or if they play more of the Cast the Ash that we've seen in the totality of today.
Yeah, like you said, it'll be very interesting to see what these teams match up with. We've seen Mist Emerald is likely going to be sticking with that Diva Juno. They have a lot of experience and a lot of power coming from that. So Timeless, a flexible roster. It'll be interesting to see what everybody on that team ends up walking out on.
For sure. And do we know what first map is?
I don't know if Ilios is going to be our first map. Mist Emerald has selected Ilios. They are our 1 seed, so they will be selecting map. And on Ilios, that's a map that, if we're going to be running the Diva Juno, that's a pretty strong map for it.
Ilios is definitely the map to run Diva on. You know, she's one of the most popular tank picks on there. You know, between Overwatch 1 to Overwatch 2, out of meta, in meta, Diva is a Ilios staple. So I'd expect to see both teams running that character today on this map. And I think the Juno Brig is something that we are more likely to see in this matchup between these 2 teams, but I would also not be unsurprised to, see Cat lean back towards that Ana as well in the backline matchup.
Yeah, especially if they're not into that Diva mirror where they get a little bit more free reign. And, Timeless Anomaly, we know that they'll play a lot of dive, but, we're not entirely sure what they'd walk out here on Ilios. They might try and mirror the Diva. Maybe they'll try and go for a more brawl, centric style of composition. It'll be really interesting to see whether or not they, go for that mirror comp.
For sure. And as we look at Ilios here, I think if we see a composition that isn't running on Diva, we're most likely to see it on a map, or on a point, sorry, like Lighthouse here. Where that one lends itself more towards, brawl compositions are playable there. Just go to the point, stay on the point, bunker down, see how much percentage you can get, and run it back if you end up losing that fight. But I do think for the majority we're going to be seeing Diva on both sides. Potentially a ball from Timeless. I do believe they ran it in Swiss as well,
They did.
running that wrecking ball, and I would not be surprised if they were to open up with something a little bit off meta, as they do have the coaches available on this Rising roster to give their players the flexibility to run sort of those off meta compositions.
And we are actually going to be seeing, that Ramatra Juno Brig that we saw a little bit from Fable Rising. Pots and Pans is going to be in on the Mei, Soup on the Tracer, and, likely just going to be playing a little bit more passive compared to what Mist Emerald is trying to do.
Mist Emerald here, they are running the Brig Juno as well as Timeless Anomaly, but the difference here is, of course, Laser over on that Diva. Zach is running the Ramatra, so Timeless Anomaly more likely going to want to just bunker down on the point here. Mist Emerald looking for a dive, looking for those angles. Gungnir on this Ashe once more. We've seen them run it all tournament long. As point opening up, Timeless Anomaly already on it. They're going to cap it, and percentage already ticking up for this team.
And notably, something we kind of missed, Naku is actually not going to be on DPS. They are going to be playing the Brig here for Timeless Anomaly. Fabi will not be in, and that might end up doing pretty decent
Laser here, looking for an angle, is ready to dive into the backline, does do so through the speed ring, not able to find anything. Micro missiles going wide. Soup did, however, go down earlier in the fight as Mist Emerald, they do trade back Vic, but Timeless, they're bunkering down to this point. They're very hard to remove, and Laser, they can't quite commit all the way in just because of the threat of the Maywall from Pots and Pans. Is Naku taking the fight to Laser, just swinging the Brig Mace in her face. Is Laser not able to find a kill, not able to rest control this point away. Zachary bunkering down with the Ram form, has full HP, not having to worry about anything. Gungnir, the building up above very quickly, does toss it in. Timeless immediately kiting it as they drop kind of through that window in the back as they try to stabilize, they try to heal up. Naku matching with the rally very quickly, is able to push their way back onto the site. Laser did go down, Diva Bomb not finding anything, and Laser not able to remake before the kill did come through on Baby Diva. Vic does have an available pulse bomb, but getting very, very low, is in a duel with Soup. Recall coming through for both players. Vic has to get out, not able to continue that duel, finds a mega health pack on the side. Gungnir just pelting damage at them, trying to build towards another bot here as Laser is back from the respawn. We'll be looking for another dive on the backline. Vic, pulse bomb does go wide, not able to find anything. Soup, however, does fall, Naku as well. I'm curious to see here if with DPS and support going down, Orbital Beam coming through from Mist Emerald, if Mist Emerald is going to be able to find a kill. Annihilation, though, coming through from Zach, does force Laser to kite all the way out. Road getting extremely low, does fall down, not sure to who. Kill comes through for Gungnir. As Mist Emerald, they should be able to take point in just a moment here as time is continually ticking up. Zach is still on it, has the form available, but no longer in Annihilation. Naku getting down to 1 HP, incredibly low.
Yeah, and Timeless doing a phenomenal job here, anchoring on this point, trading ultimate for ultimate back and forth. Mist Emerald has not been able to touch, and Laser is frozen already, forced the Diva Bomb, the Bob forced as well, and they are just not able to contest this Ramatra composition on point.
Pots and Pans does use the cryo, just contesting the point here, stalling it as long as they can. Soup does have this touch, but Gungnir with the Bob is going to be able to finally clean it up, and Timeless with this more, brawl-oriented comp with the Ramatra is able to just get on point, bunker down, and they're already at 99% 1-5 territory for themselves.
Yeah, they took basically one fight and got it all the way to 99. If they're able to continuously do that, it's going to be incredibly hard for Mist Emerald. Even when you have, Cat and Gungnir sitting on these off angles uncontested, Timeless Anomaly just has such amazing point presence, and when you're coming up on this rally, really nothing else besides the pulse bomb from Mist Emerald, it's going to be hard to deal with.
A really big dynamite and a nade from Cat, going to just obliterate Timeless on their rotate here. Soup instantly going down, Naku somehow surviving on 1 HP. He does eventually go down, Instinct as well. Zachary next to go, and what a combination of abilities. Cat with that nade hitting 3, just incredible from her, and Gungnir with the dynamite on top of that, taking their health HP to pull down, and Timeless just getting caught out on the rotate. Naku will have the rally going into this next fight, though.
And that's really the strength of the Ana in this composition. Like we mentioned before, not matched up against the D.Va, that, you know, anti-nade is going to get so much value. And Naku split really early. The nade misses this time around, but almost has the nano boost online for Cat.
Naku, though, does build up to the rally. Nano boost almost available for Cat as the point does flip over to Thomas Anomaly again. Rally comes through. Laser wasn't able to hold on to it. Does in fact lose mech. Naku doing a great job with that bash to make sure she can't escape. Cat does have the nano, uses it onto Vic. Vic can look for kill, does find Naku. One goes down, has to recall, looking for another. I believe Pots and Pans still has the cryo available though. Not gonna be able to find a kill there. Instinct somehow weaving their way in and out, not able to get killed as Vic eventually falls down. And Timeless are gonna cap first point here.
Timeless getting the first cap. Again, it was 3 fights the entirety of point because Timeless continuously forced that point, forced Mist Emerald to go for heavy commitments and kept punishing it. And, you know, when you're playing Mist Emerald, when you're playing that, you know, Ana, that Ashe, you know, once you got control of point, you know, you were able to, you know, stall it out a little bit longer, get that point percentage up. But if you let Timeless Anomaly with this Brig, Juno, Ramatra, May, if you let them anchor the point and get that stronger position first, it's going to be incredibly hard to contest. Now, this map might be a little bit easier for you, a little bit, you know, better high grounds, a little bit harder to anchor in, but still, you have to be very careful to not let Timeless get the strong position to start.
For sure, and we're going to see Timeless, you know, they're going to run on the right side here. They're most likely playing for cage control, which is on the right side of the point. Well, Cat is going to be playing the Mercy here, just expecting this brawl comp will be damage boosting Gungnir, I believe, as Vic also on the Sombra, maybe looking for a punish on Instinct on this Juno. Timeless angling towards cage, just like I mentioned before, as they're able to walk inside with no pressure, but Instinct going down to Laser, boosting right through that speedering, is able to clean up that kill with Vic on the other side, just, you know, pushing Instinct forward. Vic does eventually fall, but I believe Timeless has the angle, they have the pressure, they have what they need, they're able to get first cap.
Yeah, and Mist does a phenomenal job switching over onto that Ana, get Gungnir a little bit more value. You switch to the Sombra, help those dives go in a little bit more. Now we should be able to disrupt Timeless's positioning a little bit more, and now we get to hit them during their rotations, which is what we're about to see here.
Timeless, they are stepping up to the plate once more. Mist Emerald, though, they have a lot of high ground available to them. Laser controlling it very well. Instinct almost going down, getting very low. Naku doing a great job with those packs. Triple packs, their other support keeps her up. Mech lost for Laser as Juno and Vic also going down to Thomas Anomaly's DPS, and Gungnir is alive on the high ground here. We'll be able to continue shooting damage, but might want to get out very quickly. Pots and Pans coach down the low ground, try to contest him with the wave wall, as no one able to quite get up here to contest Gungnir, but Gungnir not going to be able to get anything done either. Cat going very low, might die. 1 HP does end up falling, I believe, to the man on the other side of Pots and Pans. Soup contesting Vic here on the Tracer, swapping it off the Sombra now, and Timeless Anomaly, they're not able to get Gungnir off that high ground, but like I said before, Gungnir not going to be able to find anything either.
This is where it's going to start getting dangerous for Mist Emerald. You have Timeless Anomaly here. They're able to anchor by point and force Mist Emerald to push into them, and they have so much sustain with this composition. Now, you're coming up on the bomb and the bob here for Mist Emerald, but look at the ult bank for Timeless Anomaly. They are building ult after ult here.
Naku has the rally, they can use a contest card here. Pots and Pans just using the main wall to help them anchor onto it. Bob thrown out by Gungnir, matched by the rally on the other side. Zachary getting very, 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 very low. Has the Ramatra ult very soon, but might die before he's able to pop it. No, she is able to hold on to it. Naku, though, does go down to Laser. Unfortunately, Pots and Pans does have Blizzard. Cat also falling, I believe, this dude. For the pulse bomb.
This Annihilation finally online for Zachary K. The Mail and the Orbital Strike coming up as well. The Self-Destruct not invested for Laser here.
Self-Destruct not invested for Laser, just going to look for a remech regularly, is able to stay, no, does not get the remech, does fall before it happens, and Timeless Anomaly able to take control of the point back, have available ultimates. They have the Blizzard, the Ramald, and the Juno ultimate here.
Yeah, some really big ultimates for both teams coming up, but Timeless Anomaly, you tend to favor that Annihilation and that Blizzard, you know, especially when you have that more fragile backline with that Ashe, with that Ana. So we'll see what happens here, but expect to see a really early push in from Timeless Anomaly.
Base Laser already coming out from Instinct, pushing her team forward. Pots and Pans uses the Blizzard on top of it, does a lot of pressure. Cat goes down in the midst of it. Gungnir next to go. Laser not able to keep up the team with defense matrixes. The time is ticking. Time is getting very close to this cap, and Laser will have to be the one to touch. Does have the Diva Bomb for a remech, but it's going to get real dicey here.
Cat has switched over to the Brig, gonna be trying to touch a little bit later with that. Recall really forced early from Vic, and Orbital Strike from Road already matched with the Annihilation.
Orbital Strike coming down, Annihilation stacked on top of it. Make sure nobody can take advantage of that ultimate. Soup getting the recall just before she falls. Laser using the Diva Bomb just for the remech. Is able to remech, however, Road getting very low, 1 HP. Cat also 1 HP, does fall down. Road having to kite back to make sure she doesn't die, as this Ramatra is just a terror on the front line, getting a lot of damage onto the Diva. Instinct, though, does get traded out by Laser. Pots and Pans next to go. Can Zach find another kill? Almost has that Ramatra form. Road is able to get away, but the Pulse Bomb comes down on Laser, gets that mech down to 1 HP, kites away from Zach and the Tracer of Soup. Oh, has to go back in, looking for a kill on Naku. Naku bashes into the wall! That's not where you want to get a drink of water, and Laser is able to keep this cart up for the side of Emerald, just contesting it permanently. Road never able to find, or never able to get killed on the other side, able to keep Laser up through everything, and this will be slow, but it will go over to the side of Mist.
Yeah, it takes a while, and critically, you know, no ultimates used for Miss Emerald when they get this point, inevitably. Naku is going to have this rally soon. They're going to have an Annihilation, they're going to have a Blizzard, but they are going to be meeting the full ultimate bank for Miss Emerald here. If they're not able to get an initial pick, it's going to be hard to match these ultimates.
We're looking at 5 ultimates inside of Miss Emerald. Like you said, Timeless Anomaly, they need to bait a couple out before they push this point. We are in final fight territory, so they need to use their time wisely, bait out an ult, let it happen, go back into your own after.
Yeah, and we see Timeless Anomaly going to be pathing around to the right side, trying to take that cage control. They're going to speed ring out through it and get a clean rotation. The Dynamite is going to catch a few, though.
Dube taking a lot of damage from Gungnir. Naku goes down, was so close to that rally to the Pulse Bomb of Vic. Pots and Pans has this Blizzard getting very low. Instinct next to fall to Gungnir. Laser has the Bomb on the high ground. Orbital Laser coming down from that Juno of Road, and Laser able to find another kill onto Pots and Pans. Apologies. The Ramatra does have that ultimate, needs to use it just to stay alive on this point as long as possible, is not able to. The bash from Cat is halting her in her tracks. Naku next to go, and this point will go over to the side of Miss Emerald.
Yeah, and like you said, Zachary K, critically, she's not able to use that Annihilation there. Dies early, not able to use rally, and Miss Emerald doing a phenomenal job targeting these people with high priority ultimates. And Timeless Anomaly, they had some good fights in there, but ultimately, you know, they lost out a fight that Miss Emerald, you know, didn't invest into, and because of that, they were able to just continuously invest one ult and then another and then another, and Timeless Anomaly was left kind of looking for scraps, trying to find a solution. Now here, we will be going to a much more open map. It might be a little bit harder to run this Ramatra Brig.
The Ramatra will be struggling on this map a little bit. I would not be surprised if they went to the Diva, but it seems like they are ready to walk out on the current composition. Miss Emerald doing a great job on that last map, playing their high grounds, you know, really moving around the enemy team, getting their angles, and I'm sure we'll see that happen again here. I'm curious to see if Timeless are making any adaptations. Pots and Pans over to the Torbjorn off the Mei.
And now Soup also onto the Mei. So you have your hit scan on your Mei, you have a CPS on Torbjorn, and Timeless is going to be pathing up, trying to take this top right position.
They do take this top right position. Gungnir going very low, does fall. Icicles from Soup are good, as Pots and Pans got the cleanup kill, but Soup doing the majority of the damage, and Timeless Anomaly with that insta-kill onto the Ashe, they're not going to be taking a lot of pressure. They're able to hold this point. Laser does tick down a bit, is going to be able to get out and keep her mech, but unfortunately, you know, that original pick onto Gungnir, Timeless Anomaly just able to hold.
Soup is going to fall here, though, so Miss Emerald is going to be re-engaging. A bit of an overcommitment, perhaps,
Awesome
from Laser,
goes on next to Laser. Laser getting very low, does keep mech, gets the Mega. Oh, does barely keep mech, is able to cut away. Road and Cat doing a great job keeping their tank up. Gungnir is back, as Naku also went down. Instinct went down next after, and Zach will be last to fall here, as Soup should be either stalling or kiting away. We'll choose to stall with the cryo. And the point does flip over to Miss Emerald, and Timeless Anomaly just not quite respecting the Diva from Laser, as she's able to trade out and switch the fight back over to her team.
Yeah, it felt like Zachary K, they just weren't quite on the same page as the rest of their team there. They went for the push, got slept, and then there was no follow-up from the rest of their core. And now Miss Emerald has the Diva Bomb. They're going to have the Orbital Strike far before Instinct does. This is a dangerous fight for Timeless Anomaly. They hopefully won't invest anything here.
Laser just diving with the speed ring, instantly taking out the Instinct, as the nade came through from Cat, hit 5, I believe. Impressive from the on side of Miss Emerald, and A lot of ultimates banged up for Mr. Emerald. That nade leading to a fight win without any investment, and Naku actually respecting the nade so much that they are going to switch over to Kiriko.
Yeah, and that's a bit of, a weaker pick with this composition, right? You don't get, quite the same peel that you would with a Brig on this team. And now, Timeless Anomaly, they're going to have a few ultimates. They're coming up on both DPS souls and that Annihilation, but look at the bank of Mist Emerald. They can continuously just launch one ult in.
Oh, Naku not respecting Gungnir, but Gungnir did get traded out. It's a 1-for-1. And Mist Emerald, they are doing a lot of pressure on these rotates here. Timeless Anomaly walking over to point. They have no supports anymore, though. Soup next to go down, doesn't even bother using that cryo, as I believe Timeless Anomaly should look to just reset here. Pots and pans looking for a trade and not able to find one. Zach almost just trying to get away. Will she be able to? And yes, Zach will survive, but the trades coming out do favor Timeless Anomaly there, and they need to find a way to keep their supports up on these rotates.
Yeah, and it's really hard when you're running, Kiriko instead of this Brig. It's a much more vulnerable area to be in, and now you're finally getting these ults up, but only the Pulse Bomb used from Mist Emerald. They still have both support ults. They're going to have Bob back up, and Laser's already in the backline.
Sleep coming down onto Zach does prevent that Ramattra from walking. Naku goes down first. The pressure from the backline is just immense. Cat, however, gets traded out. Oh, the Blizzard catching Road as well. Will fall to the two Soups. May. Was that an Ajax on the Orbital Ray?
I believe it was.
D.Va Bomb coming out from Laser does fall before the Rare can come through. Zach doing a great job with the Annihilation, trying to keep her team in this, but unfortunately, Vic doing the damage. Both supports coming back from Mist Emerald, and they will take first map from Timeless.
Yeah, and ultimately what the difference maker is there is Mist Emerald and Cats in particular on that Ana. Really, we saw it in their match against Fable Rising. We're seeing it again here. It's demanding so much respect from Timeless Anomaly, and as she gets play of the game here, they were forced to try and react to it. We saw they did a really good job on map 1, but then map 2 and map 3, it felt like they were playing second to Cat consistently. And, when there's no pressure on this Ana, it's really hard to live through these fights.
For sure, and I think it's very interesting to see kind of a refusal to switch over to a D.Va or a different kind of tank, and the Ramattra shield's just not lending enough support for the backline of Timeless to make those rotates, and Mist Emerald doing a fantastic job of punishing them on their walk-ups, and Cat, especially with those nades, like, it's incredible what this Ana can do, and just clean play from Mist Emerald on the last point.
A very clean play, and like you said, if you're gonna not opt into that D.Va mirror, you're just gonna let Cat continuously farm those big nades, get that nano boost online, and there's very little pressure on her to actually play her life. She's able to just kind of do whatever it is that they want to do, and that's going to be really hard when you're playing that more stacked kind of Ramattra brawl composition.
I would expect us to see a King's Draw pick from Timeless Anomaly. They're trying to force this Ramattra all 3 points of Ilios, even though it was definitely a bit of a struggle on the last point especially. And I think if they opt into that King's Draw, we will see Mist Emerald match it with the dive, to be honest. I think Cat's playing well in this Ana right now. I think they're going to recognize that, and I think they'll say, okay, you want to run a brawl? We will run the Ana, we will run our dive, we will play our game, and if you can't beat our game, then you will lose.
It really feels like Mist Emerald is in a flow state with that composition. So the pressure's really on Timeless Anomaly. Sure, we might be going to King's Row, historically better brawl map, but if you're not able to deal with that D.Va or contest those high grounds, where Cat's gonna be sitting with that Ana, the same thing is going to continue to happen. You're gonna have those nano boosts every fight. You're gonna get those huge 5-man nades that we keep seeing time and time again. And if you're Timeless Anomaly, you really have to be, you have to respect it. And we saw it last map. We saw Naku switching over to the Kiriko at the end there, just purely for the Suzu for that nade.
For sure, and I think as well, they could have maybe tried to run over to that Lucio, give them a little bit more speed for those rotations. The Kiriko was beneficial, but I think Naku was almost looking for duels just a little bit too much, and we saw them get punished for it as Gungnir, finding those kills, and even though Gungnir did go down, a support for a DPS is a worthwhile trade.
And like you said, like Naku, it feels like they're trying to seek out these duels, and to be fair, that's what happens sometimes when you put one of your DPS players on that support role. Sure, they can have a lot more mechanical skill a lot of the time on things like a whip shot for Brig or hitting those headshots on Kiriko, but ultimately in their head, a lot of the time, the playstyle is still going to be getting that damage in first and not necessarily playing your life as much as you would as a support player, as a career player, right? So if they continue, they do still have Fabi on the bench. She is a main support player that she could opt into coming back in and playing, the Brig or, matching the Ana potentially. But if you're going to commit to having Naku in here, you need to make sure that that support player is playing their life above anything else.
For sure, and we should have map pick any moment now, right?
We are actually going to have a quick bio break coming from the teams, so we won't be throwing it to a break, I don't believe. But okay, never mind. We are throwing it to a break really quickly. We will be right back in this, in this close winners final series. Hello guys, I'm sorry to come back a little bit on a worse note. We do have a bit of a player emergency on behalf of Timeless Anomalies. We will be going to a longer 20-minute break, so we will not be back for a while. I'm not sure if the stream will continue or not. My producer would have to confirm or deny that, but stream will be continuing. We will just be throwing it to about a 20-minute break right now. So
get your soda, get your popcorn. You have time. Come back, sit down, and watch the rest of the winners finals. It's gonna be a banger. We're all excited still.
We still have a good game on our hands. So, yep, take a, obviously since you've been watching all of the games completely, go take care of yourself, get some water, get a drink, use the restroom if you have to, but we will be back here in about 20 minutes. Welcome back, everybody. I hope you enjoyed your break because we are back with the winners finals in our Calling All Heroes Rising Minor 2 playoffs. I'm here joined again by Veronica. And Veronica, we are picking right back up in a pretty heated series that we have so far.
We are picking up in a heated series. It is 1-0, but Ilios was a bit close. And Timeless Anomaly, I believe that they're going to pick King's Row going forward. You know, looking for the Ramatra brawl into the Diva, trying to force Miss Emerald to either match them on the Ramatra or, you know, play a bit more into their hands. But Miss Emerald, you know, they've been playing against Ramatras all day. They've been playing a bit of Diva, and they look really comfortable on it. And like I said before the break, you know, like Miss Emerald, if we go to King's Row and they still play that Diva comp and they put Kat and Liana, you know, they're really saying like we are just gonna play what we're good at, and either you need to beat us in our game or you're not going to beat us at all.
Yeah, like you said, Miss Emerald very comfortable against, you know, Ramatra compositions. It's a Ramatra is a very popular pick here in Calling All Heroes Rising. A lot of teams like to play the brawl style, and Miss Emerald has beaten several of them already. And now moving forward, like you mentioned, Kat is just getting free reign on the Ana, and if Timeless Anomaly aren't able to contest that, it's going to be very hard for them to continue to run this Ramatra brawl style, even on a map that historically has been more, you know, brawl-centric in King's Row. So it'll be very interesting to see what Timeless Anomaly does to deal with that Ana pick coming out from Kat. But, you know, if it goes anything like last map, I'm incredibly excited.
For sure, it's gonna be close. It's gonna be heated, and this is winners finals, and you always want that free ticket to the grand finals. You know, you don't have to worry about fatigue the next day. You just wake up, you do your warm-up, and you come to grand finals, and you lock in, and you're ready to play.
Now, like you said, fatigue plays a big part. I have played in, you know, 2 Rising Grand Finals so far, one through the winners finals, one through the lower finals, and there are benefits to both of them. In the winners finals, like you said, you get to just wake up and play in the grand finals, but if you go through the lowers, you do get warmed up a little bit easier, right? You get that momentum going into the grand finals. So there's benefits to both, but certainly you get that first map pick coming in if you go through the winners. So regardless of whether fatigue or, you know, momentum is better, you still get an inherent advantage immediately in the series.
Absolutely, and we are going to King's Row, which was what it was predicted, and I'm expecting to see Timeless on this Ramatra, which they've already hovering, and Miss Emerald, it looks like they might opt into just mirroring it instead of running the Diva themselves. They are, however, running that Baptiste Lucio, whereas Timeless Anomaly, they're sticking with the Brig Juno.
Now, Mist Emerald is on defense to start here, so maybe they're a little bit more comfortable playing that more passive Baptiste Lucio style as opposed to the, you know, Juno Brig here on defense. They are in a position right now with most of their composition where if we look at it, they can switch pretty easily, right? We can see the Brig come out, we can see the Ana come out, and we can see the Juno come out. It's only 2 characters that have to swap. So they're still in a position to mirror if they need to, but they feel a little bit more comfortable playing a more standard composition here.
For sure, and gates are about to open, and we're going to get this game underway. We'll see Timeless Anomaly are on the Ashe instead of the Cassidy. Gungnir also, you know, very familiar on that Ashe character.
Yeah, and Timeless Anomaly is going to be just trying to play this poke battle. They want to rotate around this statue. Zachary Kane going to be taking a little bit of poke damage and walled off very quickly.
The wall coming through does a good job spinning them up. Zachary having to use that ram form, but Laser trying to get active with their own, of course. As this statue, you know, serving for a lot of cover. Both ram forms are over. Wall comes back up from Vic on the side of Miss Emerald. Mirrored by Timeless Anomaly as Gungnir looking for an angle here, but the high ground taken by Soup and Naku. Gonna get forced down a little bit. Naku getting extremely low. Dynamite coming through, does tick Soup down. Looking for the kill, does find it on Soup. Soup going down, you know, Dynamite ticking away, but the bullet helping for sure. Cryo forced out from Pots and Pans. Instinct trying to get out on 1 HP. Pots and Pans, can they live? They do, and Timeless Anomaly, they're gonna look for a reset.
Yeah,
oh, wait,
really
Cat going down.
Wait, they're gonna push right back into this.
Cat making a mistake a little bit too far. It doesn't have going down to Naku, and Timeless, they're not gonna let Miss Emerald reset. They can take advantage, walking forward. Ram form used on both sides. Shield as well, keeping Zachary healthy. As the wall not available for Vic. Dynamite though on the front line. Wall does eventually come up from the side of Pots and Pans, or sorry, from Vic, just trying to keep Zachary at bay, but form almost available again. Cat back in and instantly down already.
Poor
just
Cat.
seems to be slipping off these walls a little bit as Instinct takes them down with the torpedoes. Window, however, used by Road to keep their team in this as Pots and Pans and Naku both fall to it. Soup next to go. Instinct not able to keep her up at all, and Timeless, they will fall eventually, but Ultimate having to be used from Miss Emerald, and they're able to stabilize.
Yeah, a little disappointing. Zachary K forced to block a little bit more than the Timeless Anomaly liked. That close to the Annihilation. The plus side, Timeless Anomaly now has the Blizzard. They have the Annihilation. They're coming up on both support ults as well. Downside, Mist Emerald also has both DPS ults and their own Annihilation. So really, the X factor here for Timeless Anomaly is going to be this Orbital Ray coming in from Instinct. If they're able to get this on early and get a good brawl in, and we're going to see
Blizzard
the Blizzard
used from Vic in the background. Road does take down Naku with the help of the Blizzard. His Ram form is used from both sides, and the Blizzard is clean from Vic. No ults used in response from Timeless Anomaly. They're just going to take the L and reset.
Yeah, I think maybe a slight misplay there, in my opinion. You have the Orbital Ray, that's such a strong ultimate that they can't match on the side of Mist Emerald, and we decided to take a little bit of a longer fight. I feel like we should probably be trying to go a little bit faster in. Plus side, you hung on to all of your ultimates. You have 5 in the bank just about. Mist Emerald only has this Annihilation and this Bob. Both of these ults have shown a lot of value so far, but they're not going to be able to match up with into 5
Wall
here.
does come up in the choke, tries to split them off. Pots and Pans going to drop Blizzard of their own. Gungnir matches with the Bob. Lamp is good, keeps up. Laser just in time for the user Annihilation, getting all their HP back. Naku rallies, but not going to be able to survive, as Laser, with the help of their team, does take them down. But Pots and Pans doing a great job of trading out with the help of the Orbital Instinct from Instinct. And Timeless Anomaly, they're going to get the foothold here. Vic trades out the Juno, unfortunately. Do they have Cryo to survive the form of Zach? Let's find out. A lot of pressure coming through, a lot of support coming through as well from this side of Mist Emerald. Road doing a great job keeping this May up, is able to save Cryo all the way up until they have to contest the cart. Stall trying to come through. Vic does go down eventually to the Ramattra.
Yeah, Soup kind of saving that fight for them a little bit, getting a lot of value on that Ashe. Now they have the Bob online. That is going to be the only ultimate for Timeless Anomaly. They invested all of their other 4. Now Mist Emerald is going to have a pretty free Blizzard as well as both support ults to use here. Maybe a window or a Blizzard here to start off with. Timeless Anomaly needs to play it a little bit slower and try and get that Bob in a good angle.
Timeless Anomaly, they're looking to play around this library corner. It's a very strong corner cart. You want to move cart through the archway, and holding the library corner is a good way to do that. As Laser is stepping up to the plate, they are going to come through. Soup, however, does Bob, but it's stopped by the wall. Great wall coming through from the May of the side of Mist Emerald. As Zachary does take down Cat first to go, but however, Gungnir trades back with Soup, but the Bob is still in the back line. Window coming through from Road once more. Built that up so fast from the last fight, and going to force Timeless Anomaly back, but they are going to be able to move back in once they have the cooldowns once more. Form coming through, pressure on the May, uses the Cryo to live. Form coming through from Laser, can't let you anything done with it in the back line. Blizzard coming through from Vic, but Zachary not going to get... Zachary will get split by it, sorry, and does eventually go down. Naku trying to match with the rally, but the beat coming through from Cat is clean, and Mr. Emerald will be able to clean up the fight.
Yeah, and the rally does force out the beat from Cat. So now Mist Emerald, you're going to be playing off the Annihilate and the Bob here. For Timeless Anomaly, you now get a free Blizzard. You don't have to worry too much about that beat coming in. You're also going to have your own Annihilation and Orbital Ray coming down soon. The longer the fight goes on, the more you're going to have to invest in this fight. Mist Emerald a little bit further off on those other ultimates.
Timeless Anomaly, they do have the Juno, but it's a bit tricky to use that speed ring more than it is to use Lucifer to get away from a Bob and an Annihilation, which is available here on the set. Mist Emerald. Wall coming through, does a great job cutting up Pots and Pans, who goes down before the Cryo is able to be utilized, and Naku next to go, and the Timeless Anomaly, they just have to back up.
Yeah, a phenomenal wall really coming in, and Mist Emerald now, they don't need to invest anything. Timeless Anomaly, they still are sitting on the exact same ults that we were talking about before, but now look at the ult charge for Road on this Baptiste. You're coming up on this window, and if you are able to get that online, that can help to nullify this Blizzard if you're able to get a good window.
And they come through, Annihilation already out by Laser. Pots and Pans use the Blizzard to try to get into the chokeway. It's going to be good. Laser, though, does take down Naku. Instinct trying to clean this up with the Orbital Ray. Gungnir does throw in the Bob in the midst, but not going to be able to find anything more than just one. And Timeless Anomaly looking to clean up this fight. Gungnir actually finds 2. Instinct going down to it. Pots and Pans straight out to May, but Gungnir doing a lot of work on this Ashe. Has 3 to their name this fight, as Zachary going to be able to fend the rest of them off with that Ram form and start moving this card forward a little bit. Gungnir just looking for the last bit of value they can get before they have to back up.
Yeah, critically, Road got out there. Zachary was not able to chase, but Timeless Anomaly, they still have this Annihilation. It is going to be met with a Blizzard and a window coming in from Mist Emerald, though.
You know, Gungnir did get the lamp forced from Road early, which means that Zachary able to find the kill with the slow. Walking forward now, use the Annihilation to keep this push going forward, and Cryo used by Vic just to try to live is not going to be able to, and does fall. And Timeless, you know, they have no time. Overtime is here, but they are up 1, and they have ultimates coming up soon. Window used, though, by Road. Has to lamp herself, unfortunately. Ram form used by Laser, just try to live, but the Maywall is great from Pots and Pans, cutting off that window LOS from the tank line, and Road not able to get that healing, and Gungnir does find Naku, but it's too little too late as Timeless Anomaly, they're going to be able to clean this fight up.
Yeah, and now critically also, Thomas Anomaly did not have to invest. They didn't even get those ultimates that they were coming up on. Window invested by Rhodes, but they didn't need anything past that. They were not able to invest further, and now Miss Emerald, they're sitting here on the Blizzard, but Timeless Anomaly is starting to get a bank up. They have the rally coming up, they have their own Blizzard, and they're gonna have this Bob coming in from Soup.
And we're going to be looking at Vic here with this Blizzard. What is she going to be able to find? There is no Lucio speed. Bob used early from Soup. Blizzard goes down just to slow this push as Zachary does get frozen up by an Instinct though, finds Gungnir. Zach still full HP, has full armor, and will not fall during that Blizzard. Naku doing a great job with that Brig rally and shield just to keep their tank up, and Timeless Anomaly, what a great fight from them.
Yeah, great job from Naku, and also the Bob from Soup also keeping pressure on the backline of Miss Emerald. They're not able to push in when Zachary K is there, and now Pots and Pans has a free Blizzard coming up. Naku really early.
The door does go down, but the Blizzard is used by Pots and Pans to try to put this in. Laser first to go, not able to keep themselves up with the help of Road, and this is getting very, very dicey. Cat has to touch the point, almost has that beat, getting extremely close to it. 5% off. Can she build it? Can she build it? Form comes out from Zach. No, 1% away! And Timeless, they're going to be able to cap. Cat so close to the beat, so close to being able to solve that for respawns, but just not close enough.
Not close enough indeed, especially when you have that orb ray coming down from. She's able to build it in time, and Timeless Anomaly is able to keep the pressure on, and they're just, Cat is not able to actually build up that beat. Really good push from Timeless Anomaly. Time bank under a minute though, very easy for Mist Emerald to be able to match it if they have their own good push here. Now, Mist, it felt like they were struggling a little bit to capitalize on those really big ultimates that they were getting. Either they were getting matched by an ult from Timeless Anomaly, or they just weren't used at the perfect time. I think they need to lock down a little bit, try and focus in on those ults that were able to win them fights on their own in those previous series, things like the Blizzard, like the Bomb, like the Orbital Ray, and we are going to be seeing the Ana come back out here for Cat.
We will see this Ana come out from Cat. We've seen this before. Miss Emerald, they are going to just go over to the full Diva composition, which they're very proficient at, and it's really going to be up to Cat with these nades on if she's going to find the value needed to, you know, make the dive work into the brawl of Timeless Anomaly.
If she's able to get that high ground control, it's going to be much easier for her to hit those nades. Timeless Anomaly, if they're not able to match that rotation we saw earlier from Fable, it might be hard for them to control that high ground. They might need to, you know, go and flip map or play a little bit more passive. And Miss Emerald, we're going to see Vic actually switching over to the Sombra here and put more pressure on this Timeless Anomaly backline.
Vic on the Sombra, you're really looking for a kill on the Juno there. Once they're hacked up, she loses a lot of her mobility, makes it very difficult to survive.
And now we are going to be seeing Naku on this Brig stacking with Soup. This is a core that is going to be pumping out a lot of damage here while this Timeless Anomaly core is sitting on point. And if they're able to do that without a Diva jumping them, it could be huge.
Laser did get speed boost in the backline, but the slow is good from Zach, able to lock up that Diva. Instinct as well ends up finding the mech actually, and Pots and Pans getting very low, does have the cryo, I believe, will be able to keep herself alive as shield comes up, and Laser out of mech, not able to find a lot here. Pots and Pans cleans up the baby Diva, and Miss Emerald's gonna have to reset.
And a really clean fight when coming in from Timeless Anomaly. Exactly what that Diva was going to do. They're going to jump in on our backline over this Brig, this Ana, or this Ashe, and they're able to slow and punish that Diva for that over-aggression. And now, coming close to that Blizzard, they might be able to build it this fight even. That could end up being huge mid-fight if they need it.
It looks, you know, Soup staying really far back, trying to make this Diva cover as much distance as possible to get to her. Speed ring out, Diva does boost her through, is able to find a lot of damage. Naku getting very low, does go down. Cat with the nade, finds it. Instinct is hacked up. Instinct might be next to go if they're there to find this kill. Zach, though, actually defends this backline with the ram form, is able to find the Sombra instead. Road going down to Soup. What a fantastic pick out of the Ashe. And Timeless Anomaly, they're making it scrappy. Soup getting a low, does go down to Gungnir. And it looks like it's going to be up to Pots and Pans and Zach on the point with the help of Instinct on holding this down. Laser trying to see what they can get done, see if they can start that capture progress, but they are unable to. Gungnir decides to commit the Bob, wants to win this fight. Naku is back, however. Instinct almost has his orbital ray so close to it. Will probably look to use it here. Naku does go down eventually, but they do still have the orbital ray. Will send that out. Pots and Pans stacks the Blizzard on top. Laser not able to eat that one with the defense matrix. Does get frozen up. No more mech for you. Diva, baby Diva almost finds the May. Pots and Pans, though, does survive the cryo, and Miss Emerald, they're down a lot, but so is Timeless. This fight will probably go on for a bit longer here.
Yeah, Orbital Ray coming up for Rhodes. A Nano Boost almost online for Cat as well. Zachary K almost has this Annihilation, but if Mist Emerald manages to use this Orbital Ray at a good time, this could push Timeless Anomaly back before they get this Annihilation up.
Road getting very low there. Gungnir also incredibly low. Soup just needs to find one shot, is not able to do it. Laser finds Instinct on the other side. Orbital Ray does come down from Road to support that D.Va, and this Sombra's 1 HP, does fall to Naku. Vic not able to find any additional kills. The D.Va now on the high ground, forcing Naku down, finds the pick themselves. Pots and Pans though, doing a lot of work on the point with Zach here. This Mei Ram duo holding down the bunker, doing incredible amounts. The Annihilation committed, forcing out the Nano. Cat just using that to keep their D.Va in. Mech does not want to have to use D.Va Bomb, wants to save that for the next fight as Zach does go down eventually, and Laser should be able to keep Mech here as Mist finally cap point 1.
Yeah, maybe an overinvestment there with the Nano. Even with the Annihilation, you might have been able to burn that down a little bit, you know, okay without investing. Now, the plus side for Timeless Anomaly, you invested the Annihilation there, but you have a free rally. Or never mind, you do not have a free rally. Both DPS holds coming up for Mist Emerald along with this self-destruct. It's going to be very hard without your Annihilation to actually push this forward, but killing Rhodes early is going to be a good start.
Pots and Pans is able to find that pick. Laser taking a lot of pressure, trying to find pressure back on to Naku, is unable to do so. Zach does get hacked up by Vic, but nothing is going to come of it. They do have the EMP online. Vic in the backline looking for a huge one. Will they be able to find it? It's huge. All 5 hacked up by that EMP. Laser instantly finding Soup off the back of it. Rally, though, does come through. Naku getting incredibly low. Might be able to survive. Does do so. Instinct, though, getting low herself. Does go down to the Bob. Naku's next. And Timeless Anomaly, they do have that mail for next fight, but Mist Emerald are able to get through their choke point here.
Yeah, Mist Emerald will continue the push. A slight stall out here for Pots and Pans. But critically there, Naku uses the rally. So EMP and Bob traded out just for the rally, and now if you're Timeless Anomaly, you have this Blizzard for almost nothing. You have to make sure it doesn't get eaten here by Laser, and then if the fight goes on long enough, Instinct will have this Orbital Ray, and that can secure it entirely on its own.
Laser does have the D.Va Bomb as well. We'll be able to use that speedrun to get in the backline and stay there ever longer with that ultimate online. We'll have to see if she's able to trade out any of the backline here, as she's holding pretty close up to this choke that Thomas wants to walk through. Stoop just trying to tag away. Speedrun does come out onto Soup. Instinct first to go down. Naku's next. Pots and Pans incredibly low. Has to use that cryo. Soup does force the D-Mac and the D.Va Bomb consequentially, but does go down to the baby D.Va. Zach does find Gungnir on the other side of the map, and Timeless, they might get a touch here, but it'll be close.
It'll be close in 100%, and Timeless may be playing a little bit too aggressive right now, trying to greed for these kills on the Cat and Road. A lot of the time, their backline is being left out to dry, and when you're playing a more vulnerable backline like that, you know, that Brig Juno, it's really hard to sustain through yourself without, you know, your tank taking some of that damage off of your, off your hands. And now with Timeless Anomaly, they're going to be coming up on a few ultimates here. Mist Emerald doesn't really have anything besides this Orbital Strike coming in.
They do have this Orbital Strike. Road goes down to Sue. Fantastic shots coming in from the hitscan player of Timeless. They're going to march forward here. Hack comes through from Vic onto the main. Not able to find the kill before the cryo is available. Soup does find Vic. Pots and Pans finds Gungnir. That's 3 now, and Mr. Emerald's going to have to reset.
Yeah, and a very clean fight win coming in from... They get to sit on this ult bank. Mist Emerald is coming up on a few. They have their support both online. They're about a fight away, maybe a half a fight away from this EMP, but Timeless Anomaly can continue to just take these fights aggressively, invest one ult at a time, and keep winning fight after fight here.
We do have Nano and Orbital online for Mist Emerald, where they can be able to find Hack comes through from Vic, but Cat's already down. The Hack on the backline just not enough. Blizzard also coming out from Timeless Anomaly to just wrap up that front line pressure. And Timeless Anomaly, they just had a free Ana walk right up to them.
Yeah, Blizzard invested there from Pots and Pans, but like we talked about, Nano Boost was used during that fight. So now Timeless can continue to just go ultimate after ultimate. A few ults coming up for Mist Emerald, but they're not going to be able to use it first.
Timeless playing so aggressive here, using both the Orbital Ray and the Ram form just to get into the backline of Mist Emerald. Close to the choke. Annihilation coming out second just to try to clean this fight up. Blizzard not able to find Instinct. Instinct barely slipping away out of it. What great play out of her. Zachary does find Cat on the back end with the Annihilation as Mist Emerald, they're scattered and they're weak.
Scattered and losing that fight, and now Timeless Anomaly has brought the time bank down to about a minute. They have the rally coming up. They still have this Bob from Soup. We've seen how much both of those ultimates can do. Mist Emerald, though, EMP and Bomb online, both of these ults can get insane value. This D.Va is going to be able to play much more aggressive here.
Timeless Anomaly just playing so aggro into the D.Va comp. Finds 2 before the EMP is able to come out. Gungnir not able to do anything. Goes down. Soup just adding in the Bob to the fray. Laser though, 2 with the Diva Bomb. How does that happen? You have a Maywall and a shield, but is it going to be too little too late? It's going to, only time will tell. Is Thomas looks like they're going to back up, and Laser able to get on the cart and start pushing it forward.
Timeless Anomaly still has this rally here. If they get pushed right now, they have the opportunity to stabilize a little bit. Miss Emerald does not have any ultimates this fight, so if Timeless Anomaly is able to rally around this Brig, they will be able to sustain a little bit longer.
Laser, though, already on that Diva, finding Soup, just diving the angle. Zach does trade out with the cat. Naku, though, rally not going to keep her up. Or them up, sorry. And Gungnir does take them down. Road eventually taking down Instinct. Naku switching over to Lucio, trying to get it back to cart quickly. As Zach just holding it down as long as she can. Does eventually go down to Laser. And we're going to have Orbital Ray coming up for Road. And that's the only you have to watch out for. As these shots just barely not finding their target. Laser taking down Soup again. Soup just having a struggle of a lifetime.
Timeless Anomaly needs this fight to go on a little bit longer. They're close to this Annihilation. They're close to this Blizzard, but Naku going down early is not going to help them.
Pots and Pans has the Blizzard available, might find it, does throw it down on point, it does not get eaten by Laser. Road, however, does take down both the Mei and the Cat, takes down the Ramatra. Almost has Orbital Ray on the side of Instinct, 1% away, is able to find it, but it's too little too late as the Bob from Gungnir is going to clean up third point.
And really good job from Miss Emerald pushing that, you know, Timeless Anomaly splits up a little bit after, you know, 2 of them die to that Diva Bomb. Soup is on their own over on that right side, not stacked with that Brig, and Laser sees that, Road sees that, they speed ring over there, they get that kill, and from that point onwards, Timeless Anomaly, they're touching to get a stagger fight, and when you're that close to that many ultimates, if you don't get a clean fight, it's going to be incredibly hard, and we saw it at the very end there with Instinct desperately trying to get that Orbital Ray, but it's just not coming on online because you are on the back foot at that point. So phenomenal job from Miss Emerald to actually push that advantage that they had.
Great job from Miss Emerald. I do want to talk about Timeless, you know, holding third point. It seems like they had a bit of a tempo shift after second, opting to, you know, play much more aggressive into the Diva comp themselves with their own speed ring, and it worked out quite well right up until the end where Miss Emerald, they were able to flip it around, had a couple ults of their own, and push it in. So I'm curious to see if we're going to see a higher tempo from Timeless for the rest of this map.
Yeah, they looked like they were really comfortable on that third point. Now, coming back to first point, Timeless Anomaly is going to be defending first. They had a slightly longer time bank on their attack, so they will be playing this same composition we've seen from them time and time again. Mist Emerald is going to be opting into putting Vic on the Tracer. Cat is going to be remaining on the Ana. That could be a really easy target if Timeless Anomaly wants to continue that high tempo.
For sure, doors are now open. Gungnir looking for pick on the Widowmaker. Will they be able to find one? It seems like they're rolling out on the Widow, just opting to see if they can get a pick with the minute time bank that this team has. And Laser wrapping around this statue will probably opt to go for the high ground. Vic getting incredibly low already to that Mei long range damage, and this high ground is available for Laser to take.
Yeah, but we see right now this Brig and Ashe coming in from Timeless Anomaly. They are rotating so soundly together, but it's going to get caught off by Laser here. They're not ready for this.
Laser diving in, does a lot of damage to Soup, incredibly low. Vic on the back end trying to clean up those kills for her. Laser unable to do so, and Laser incredibly just punished for that. Loses mech instantaneously, Zach with the form, and it seems like Timeless are going to have an advantage here. This Tracer is still on the high ground, but is 1 HP, unable to peek for fear of death. And who will touch? Who will touch? It has to be the Tracer.
Yeah, and this Widowmaker is still just taking pot shots in here, but Timeless Anomaly playing so safe around Hotel.
No!
Oh, Vicky died! That's heartbreaking for Miss Emerald here, but Timeless Anomaly has now set themselves up so well for their attack. They have a little over a minute here on their attack, and on that defense, just playing so soundly. Naku and Soup just being able to withstand that dive, and then the rest, the core of Timeless Anomaly, able to punish Laser as soon as they drop down from that high ground. Phenomenal defense from Timeless Anomaly, but now they have to match it. They have to get a tick here on first point, otherwise this map will end in a draw.
Naku doing a great job on that Brig there. You can see 3 packs used on their Ashe to keep them alive, and the whip shot on the Tracer to make sure that the follow-up damage wasn't there. Fantastic Briggy to play.
And now Mist Emerald on their defense, they are not going to opt into the Juno. They will be playing a Baps and Yanis composition here, maybe trying to burn down, you know, the front line of Timeless Anomaly a little bit faster, trying to get instead of trying to dive somebody like Naku, like Soup, maybe try to just burn straight through the front line, get to them that way. We'll see if it ends up working for them, but Timeless Anomaly now, it has a bit of a speed advantage here on first point.
Ready to level this place by
For sure. Doors opening in 10 seconds. We're going to have to see Timeless Anomaly. They're just running out on the Ash. No Widowmaker shenanigans for them. And it seems like they're just going to, you know, play their game, play their comp, and trust themselves.
And with how they're playing right now, I do not blame them. What they have to watch out for is Vic with this wall here on first point, and that is a good dynamite to start out from Gungir.
Dynamite already giving Gungnir 20% of their ult. This wall is available for this choke, and Cat on the Zenyatta as well, probably looking for a lot of frontline damage onto Zac, so Zac's gonna have to do a good job of dropping that Discord orb before they really take that fight, and great wall, good Dynamite as well, but Timeless Anomaly able to stabilize. Form is used by both teams. Laser just trying to tank the damage that Timeless is putting out, and Sue finds the first pick on Gungnir. Incredible shots from her, and Maywall's coming out, able to break that down, and Timeless Anomaly, they're just going to flood this point, walk forward. Are they going to be able to cap it? Naku getting incredibly low, is able to live. Soup gets a second, Cat going down, Soup gets a third, May is gone, and no one touches the card. Two C9s in a row with the help of Soup, and Timeless Anomaly, they're going to be able to cap that and win this map.
Twice, what a heartbreaking way to lose that map if you're Mist Emerald. First, you forget to touch on your attack, and then you don't recontest on your defense. That is brutal, but insane props to Timeless Anomaly, especially Soup playing this Ashe, just consistently getting these opening picks. And Timeless Anomaly, they're playing their style, and they know that this will work. We just have to keep going into places where we are more comfortable.
Absolutely, and it will be going over to Mist Emerald's map pick. I would 100% expect to see Esperanza push once more. They will be running the D.Va, they will be running that Ana, they will be running that against the Timeless composition, who has not strayed from their Ramatra comp. They have stayed on it, they have stayed with the Iron Rod, they are tried and true. They say this is our comp, this is what we're going to play. We're going to have to see how Mist Emerald matches up to it once they pick Esperanza, which I'm 100% positive they will.
And now this is, if they end up picking Esperanza, which they probably will, this will be a real test for Timeless Anomaly if they're able to deal with this Ana when she's a little bit less contested here on this high ground, right? We get to see how Timeless Anomaly will take this, Ramatra style, which we've seen work against Mist Emerald. In their Fable Rising game, Fable had a 100-meter lead on them before it was lost. So, this Ramatra can work, especially based off how well we've seen Timeless anchor these points in the past. But the X factor has to be Cat on this Ana. If she's able to get those nades in, it will continuously cause Timeless Anomaly to be on the back foot.
Absolutely, and we know that she can do it. We've saw her do it before. We saw her do it on Ilios just this match. You just hit those rotations, hit those nades, hit 5, you're guaranteed to win. So very, very excited going forward.
Now, this is a map where obviously it is usually a more dive-centric map. We could see this might be Esperanza is officially the map pick. This could be a situation when we see one of those more off-meta picks from Timeless Anomaly. They're a team that's very comfortable playing things like a ball composition, and that can be very strong on Esperanza.
Absolutely. I do think the ball player was a different tank player, though, for them during Swiss. No? Okay.
Same tank player. Zachary K, prolific ball player.
They might very well pull it out for Esperanza. It is definitely leaning more towards that ball comp on a dive map like Esperanza, and we do additionally have a substitution in with Fabi for pots and pans,
which to me is signaling Naku is going to be going back over to DPS. Fabi is probably in to play that Lucio. She was likely subbed out for that Brig, so we will more than likely be seeing a Lucio composition. This is a time when we might see this ball comp come out.
Absolutely, seeing Naku go back over to the DPS role, it's very likely that we will see the ball come out, and I'm really excited. We see some ball, we see some Tracer, maybe an Echo. Get excited, get active, and we'll see who's able to come out on top in that kind of dive mirror. I will say that generally the D.Va is favored in that matchup just because of the ability to both apply pressure and peel for her own team. So we will have to see how Timeless deals with the lack of tank peel, but I'm sure they're practiced on it, and it'll be a close match.
I'm incredibly excited here. Hopefully we see some ball. It's been a while since I've, gotten to, nice ball gameplay, right? But I think we all know Mist Emerald is going to be playing the same thing here. They are going to walk out on this D.Va. They're going to play the Ana, and they're going to try to punish Timeless on their rotations. Now, if Timeless is playing a faster composition, it might be a little bit harder, and that's where we might see the Brig come out from Mist Emerald, and that's something that can be punished a lot better for Timeless Anomaly. They're able to collapse on that Brig, and there's not as much sustain on the side of Mist Emerald.
Absolutely. Sorry, go ahead.
I was just gonna say we should be moving into the map in just a moment here, but as a reminder, this is a 3 series here in the winners. Is currently tied 1-1. Timeless Anomaly, the 2 seed coming in, Mist Emerald, the 1 seed. Both of these teams are fighting for a chance to make it straight into the grand finals and not need to drop into the lowers. So whoever wins this next map will bring it here to match point and that much closer to a grand finals.
Like you said, just that much closer to grand finals ticket, and both teams wanting to be able to sleep in tomorrow. We'll have to see who's able to come out on top in Esperanza with the side matchup. That is, well, we presume it'll be a dive matchup. I'm really hoping for a wrecking wheel. Wrecking wheel, wrecking wheel, wrecking wheel. Bring out the hamster.
I think everybody wants to see the hamster. We'll see if Timeless Anomaly ends up actually taking it out because, you know, ultimately, they've already shown that they don't really want to play that diva style. They had chances to on Ilios, and they chose, hey, we're just going to keep playing this Ramantra. We're more comfortable doing this. So with Fabi in here for main support on Timeless Anomaly, it should signal that they're going for a more aggressive style.
Absolutely, and you know they were opting to play more aggressively on that King's Row. We saw it towards the later stages, and it worked out extremely well for them. And I would expect them to continue to play at a tempo, regardless of composition, that takes the fight to Mist rather than waiting for the fight to come to them.
100%, and we will be seeing the heroes locked in now, and we will not be seeing Wrecking Ball, unfortunately. However,
Winston has to be a bait. Give me the
surely
Wrecking
the
Ball.
Winston's a bait. Surely they're not going to play that into D. Especially considering, looking at their backline with this Zen Mercy, okay, we're going to see...
They are full switching?
Are they going to go Diva? Ramantra is going to come back out here. So Fabi is in and going to be playing the Brig once again.
Okay, so Fabi on the Brig now. Naku over to the Mei. It seems like Pots and Pans just getting subbed out for the same character. And Zach on this Ramantra has been doing a great job. Excited to see them continue it. As if they angle, they are opting to angle for the high ground this time, which is a bit of a deviation from the other Ramantra comps we've seen on Esperanza, where they've opted to take control of the bot itself. And Laser getting the start fighted, diving into the backline, they'll find a lot of pressure. Instinct goes low, is able to live. Zachary though with the form does chase after this Diva. Laser though with another booster cooldown, just able to get right back out.
And that's almost all of the cooldowns out from Timeless Anomaly, and we're going to see Laser go right back in on that high ground, and Fabi is going to collapse. If you're Timeless Anomaly, you have to be very careful with these cooldowns because that's exactly what Mist Emerald wants. They want you to try and chase because Diva's boosters are going to be up faster than your cooldowns are.
Absolutely, and Laser doing a good job of baiting Timeless Anomaly to chase after her, able to live and get a reset and then go back onto Fabi. Naku almost taking down Gungnir, but an incredibly late stagger. The Cryo almost making it worse for their team.
Yeah, and now they have to wait for Naku to respawn. Naku is closest to their ult, but unfortunately that is the closest that anyone on Timeless Anomaly is. Fabi 40% to rally, but Miss Emerald is over 40% on just about everything. They're coming very close to this Bob in particular. But
Duke takes down Gungnir. Fantastic shots. That's exactly what you want from your hit scan player, getting the first pick of the game. The rest of Timeless trying to walk through this choke. Laser, though, doing a great job playing your pressure, but not able to quite commit for it. Zachary does use the form, pushing people back. Cart, though, inching towards that checkpoint, and Miss Emerald, they just steal the checkpoint away from Timeless.
And they don't even give up much positioning. They just send Vic on that Tracer to go do that, and now they still have this high ground position. Both their supports are perfectly safe. Laser's able to go in and out, where the Mei's slowing them down a little bit, but ult's coming closer and closer for both sides.
Zach on this ram, looking for something with the form, not able to find anything. The backline of Miss Emerald completely safe. Garner doing a lot of pressure on Naku. They have to back up. And Timeless Anomaly, they have this blizzard available, but will they be able to use it as Miss Emerald? They just rotate around Timeless Anomaly consistently, rotating back up to the high ground once they take cart, rotating down to the cart once Timeless come back up. And they're doing a great job of playing hopscotch around Miss Emerald here.
Yeah, and Miss Emerald just continuing to build these ults, and we're seeing Zachary K here on the Ramantra. Oh, we're going to get a pause coming in. But we're seeing this Zachary K Ramantra is really struggling to get value. Not even 70% to an annihilation after almost 3 minutes of play. Because realistically, who are you supposed to walk onto, right? If we don't play with our backline, we're going to end up getting our backlines traded even if we get theirs. But then if we stay and try and punish the Diva, well, Diva's going to be out in 2 seconds anyway. So it's going to be incredibly difficult for this Ramantra to get value on a map where the supports are set up so far away from where the enemy team is.
It's definitely a bit of a struggle, especially when you're in this kind of comp matchup. it's a bit of a struggle in this comp matchup where one side has the Tracer Diva, one side has no Tracer, just because the ability to contest the card and control the high ground is definitely more heavily favored towards the composition that has that Tracer available to them, and it's really difficult to deal with.
100%, and especially when you're running, the Ashe mate, you really have to keep everything in front of you, and when you don't have control over, your flanks and the other lanes, it's really easy for somebody like Vic to come in and do something like steal the bot, right? Or get, pressure onto Naku, onto, Fabi, anybody like that in that backline, in that, core, they have to keep their head on a swivel, and that's not really what you want in that brawl competition. You want to keep everybody directly in front of you, but that's really hard to do here.
Absolutely, and we are going back in now to the fight. Orbital Ray used by Road. Fabi matching it with the Rally Instinct, going very low to Laser in the backline as she is able to scrape by with her HP pool. No, ends up going down to Laser's second set of cooldowns. As Rally used by Ket as well to just camp this fight, and the entire time this is going on, Vic is just moving this card away from Timeless Anomaly as they continue to get more meters.
Just sitting directly on cart, not even helping in the fight, but they don't need to because Cat has the Rally, Road had the Orbital Strike, Gungnir had the... Oh, this is going to be brutal.
Naku caught out, trying to use the card to live, but unfortunately will not be able to unless their team is there, but Gungnir does find Fabi on the back end of it. Blizzard coming down from Naku is able to lock Laser up. Diva Bomb used in response, but the Baby Diva does go down to Zach with the slow. And Timeless, they're going to be able to rush control away with their tank advantage, but that was scrappy.
Incredibly scrappy, and the Blizzard invested, just to play your life, really. Now, Thomas Anomaly, they do have a good few ults here, right? They have the Annihilation, they have the Bob, they have the Orbital Strike. But into what Miss Emerald is playing and how this map usually works, you're forcing the, Miss Emerald team to engage onto you before you're going to get a lot of value with these ultimates. So, Miss Emerald is able to kind of just play it a little bit slower and continually, stagger touch cart.
Absolutely, and Miss Emerald doing a good job of just, pushing the card away. They say, okay, we have the objective, you need to fight us, we can just bide our time. And big dynamite come through from Gungnir. Bob is used by Soup to try to equalize Laser, loses mech. Naku finds a pick onto Vic, Tracer on the other side, and Timeless Anomaly, they're going to be able to take this fight with a small investment. Gungnir, though, trades Soup out, and Laser does eventually fall on the Baby Diva, and it's a bit unfortunate that Soup does fall, but Timeless are able to take the fight.
It gets a little bit closer at the end there, but still only the Bob invested Timeless Anomaly. They're still sitting on this Orbital Ray. They're still sitting on this Annihilation. Miss Emerald, they're decently far off from their own Orbital Ray. They'll get it towards the end of this fight. Gungnir is the only one close to their ult coming up on this Bob here, but if Timeless Anomaly are able to take the pressure to the backline of Miss Emerald early, they might be able to push it. Unfortunately, it feels like they might be just waiting for their respawns coming back in.
Timeless definitely waiting for Soup to come back. Soup is here now. Timeless is going to start walking forward. Shield used. Laser is in the backline of Timeless already, though. Zach just trying to use that form. Isn't sure what to do with it. Doesn't go for the backline. Isn't able to quite peel. Instinct, though, finds Vic. Great pick from a support player. Annihilation is used for Zach to just walk onto this backline now. As Gungnir going extremely low. Is 1 HP. Does get caught out by Naku with the Icicle into the head, and Road is still 1 HP, unsure where they are, but Miss Emerald, they're going to have to kite back, reset. Thomas, they're going to finally get the checkpoint.
Yeah, Road barely getting out with their life there, but now Miss Emerald has a bit of a chance with these ultimates. They have their own Orbital Ray that will be matched with the Instincts, and they have their own Bob. Now, Thomas Anomaly has more ults here, just based off numbers.
Orbital Ray coming through does keep the team available up. Road does go down to Soup, though. Laser, after the Orbital Ray is over, does fall on cart. Mech gone, Baby Diva dead. Gungnir throwing in the Bob, trying to turn this fight into their favor, but is unable to do so as Zach with the shield here is able to just delete the Bob. Goodbye, Bob.
Yeah, maybe a bit of an overinvestment, throwing the Bob into a fight that you've, realistically already lost even with the Orbital Strike. Now, they have a Rally, they have a Pulse Bomb, they have a Self-Destruct coming up for Miss Emerald, but for Timeless Anomaly, you have this Rally, you're coming close to this Bob. If you're able to weather that first storm with Rally, you're getting close enough to this Bob that you might be able to turn it with a good angle.
Cat does have the Rally for herself on the side of Miss Emerald, and the bomb is available to Laser if they need to go for a remake in the mid-fight, but Timeless running forward with the Rally here. They're taking the higher tempo once more as Cat getting extremely low. Does go down to Zachary with the Ramatra form, doing a great job. Soup on the high ground here, applying a lot of pressure. Does have Bob available if need be, but Timeless Anomaly doing a great job of keeping tempo up, going quick, going first, keeping up their pressure, and they take down Cat before she's even able to react.
And Cat is now switching over to the Ana. A late touch here. Instinct falling dangerously low.
Instinct just trying to push that in. Laser trying to make sure that they don't get the lead. Vic does find Fabi on the back end. Laser gets the remake off. So close. Instinct falling to the Bob as Vic finds a second in the back line. And it was sketchy, but Miss Emerald are able to keep the control of the lead of the map for them.
Now, a really good job from Timeless Anomaly to push in aggressively before that, but unfortunately Miss Emerald is able to stabilize. They switch Cat over to the Ana, and now they're playing to punish these aggressive pushes with this Ana nade. We've seen it time and time again. Cat has been able to get these off. If Timeless Anomaly isn't able to deal with that, they're going to struggle a lot here.
Absolutely, and we'll really have to see how this matchup works. Vic with the pulse bomb, will she be able to find anything? Timeless Anomaly, they're rotating around behind them. Gungnir almost going down immediately. Meanwhile, used by the side of Naku just to make sure they can walk up safely. And Zachary, walking up the form, finds Cat immediately. Road almost next to go, is able to wiggle her way out of there. Naku does finally get the cart to stop moving as Timeless Anomaly wrapped around the enemy team to the backline and was able to find a pick.
Yeah, a very clean rotation coming out from Timeless, and now they have the bot. They're coming close on some key ultimates here. Missed Emerald, though, they almost have this orbital strike. This could delay long enough for something like a Bob or a Nano Boost to come online. We see Vic here inching around the backlines, looking for a punish on somebody like Fabian Instinct.
Vic looking for a pulse bomb, almost has it, has to build up the rest of the charge. Naku as well is very close to Blizzard, is matching the orbital ray charge of Road, will be able to put that down if the orbital ray comes through. Big nade, hits 3, Soup going extremely low, everyone barely scraping by as the lead is almost about to go over to Timeless. Gungnir with a great angle, Laser does find Instinct, what a fantastic pick. Annihilation used by Zach though, the card is going through and Timeless is able to find the lead through everything. Blizzard comes down from Naku just to secure it as Laser eventually going down between the Annihilation and the Blizzard, not able to find a moment of respite, and as Naku takes down Gungnir, even though Timeless are down 1, they are going to be able to continue to push this forward.
And now both teams have almost both support ults up. This Bob will be able to contest for Missed Emerald, but this rally coming up for Fabi is going to be enough to sustain through it. Timeless Anomaly, Cat's caught out!
Where Fabi using the rally, trying to live. Cat doing a great job keeping yourself alive. His 1 HP does not find the Mega in time as Naku also takes down Laser's mech without the honest support, and Cat had an item available, was unable to use it as Fabi finding Cat from somewhere and is able to take her out with the help of the rally.
And that's the Bob and Orbital Strike invested for Miss Emerald. They still have this Nano Boost. They're coming up on the Destruct. They'll be able to touch with these, but Bob for Soup can burn through that backline. A big nade coming out onto Naku.
Naku does get naded, however, has the cryo to just wear that storm. Nano coming down onto Laser. Laser looking for anything in the backline, is not able to find Fabi or Instinct, both survive. Naku has no cryo, is taking damage, but is able to survive. Diva Bomb coming out from Laser just with the remake. Can she find it? She does find the remake. Road, no HP, barely survives as well. Vic, incredibly low, is the first to go down in this fight finally. Zach with the form, able to find that kill, and Gungnir very low in the back as well. Laser loses mech, as they can try to just contest this card to keep it from going all the way in, but the seconds are ticking down. There's no one to touch anymore. They have to trickle on one by one. Cat next to go. Road might be next to go after. No one able to touch this point as Timeless is able to just ferry this in, and they cap it all the way through 142 meters.
A phenomenal map from Timeless Anomaly, a map where, you know, your composition isn't quite as strong, but continuously that second half of the map, they are finding these punishes onto people that are caught out. People like Cat, who, you know, don't reset fully and are trying to play a little bit too aggressive into this brawl composition. They're getting caught out, and Timeless is punishing them time and time again. And the same really can't be said for Miss Emerald. People like Naku are staggering themselves a little bit, but their team is there to help them by the end when they're able to get these respawns in.
Absolutely, and at the end there, it was just a little bit of a disaster. You know, Cat maybe looking for a backline angle for her own nade, and is just caught out by the Brig on the other side, and is cleaned up just in time before the Nano is able to come down. And from there, it's just a stagger fight as Timeless continue to push that car forward, and before they're able to finally cap. And honestly, it's an incredibly close match, even though it looked at the end to be completely in Timeless's favor. You have to remember, Miss Emerald were in favor of winning that map the majority of the time, pushing it all the way to 110 meters, almost all the way themselves, and Timeless able to bring it back.
Clearly, like we said, you know, getting those punishes is really what flipped it. In the beginning, it felt like Timeless weren't really sure what to do into those dives that Miss Emerald were doing. Miss Emerald was having a lot of success, we're getting a lot of really free point progress, and then Timeless, they started locking down point a little bit more, contesting some of those, you know, weaker people taking control of the tempo, and Mist wasn't able to respond to that in time, and it felt like Timeless really just started to take control of the map after that lead happened.
Absolutely.
And we will have Flashpoint as our next map coming up. It will be Mist Emerald's pick once again, but Timeless here is on match point, and you know, personally, if I'm gonna pick any map, I would probably least want it to be Flashpoint. There's much less variety in those maps.
Absolutely. Flashpoint is a bit of a struggle. You know, Survasa and New Junk City both kind of lend itself more towards those brawl comps. If Miss Emerald want to try to get away with another dive kind of composition, they ought to pick Survasa, but we have yet to see that map today.
We've seen a lot of New Junk City, and Miss Emerald they are very comfortable on that map. Obviously, 3-0ing Fable Rising, that was a really big part of why that reverse sweep happened, with getting that momentum on Flashpoint. So they're comfortable on that map, but Timeless Anomaly is showing that they're comfortable on this rush, and they want to keep playing this Ramatra. So it'll be interesting to see what happens. We will, however, be heading into a quick break before we choose our Flashpoint map. Welcome back, everybody, to our winners finals here in our Calling All Heroes Minor 2 Rising playoffs. We have Timeless Anomaly on match point here against Mist Emerald, and we will be going to New Junk City as our map 4.
And you know, we've seen New Junk City a couple times today. We're going to see it again, and the theme of it is that it's very difficult to run more of that dive composition against the more brawl-oriented teams. And I would expect Timeless to be very comfortable on this map. I'd expect to see the exact same thing they've ran every single map before. We're gonna see an Ashe, we're gonna see a Mei, we're gonna see Ram, we're gonna see Brig, and we're gonna see that Juno out of them.
Yeah, very comfortable on that composition, but Mist Emerald, in their match against Fable, they showed that they were very comfortable running the D.Va on this map, you know, just playing to, you know, cycle those ultimates, play control a point, slow those fights down, and force each point to really only be 1 to 2 fights. So it'll be interesting to see how they match up into a team like Timeless Anomaly that has been so good at drawing out those fights into, you know, situations that they like.
Absolutely, and Mist Emerald, though, to give credit where credit is due, they are pretty adaptive, and they are quite, what's the word? No, it's like when you don't falter under pressure. You know, they've been here before. They've been on the hunt for that reverse sweep. They're comfortable when they're down a map, and they're still hungry. They stay hungry, and I think this map is going to go to 5 points.
Yeah, match point has not scared Mist Emerald in the past. It likely will not here, but Timeless Anomaly has won 2 in a row now, momentum heavily on their favor, and they are playing like it. You know, with that big comeback, they're on push. It is almost mimicking what Mist Emerald did again in their last match, and now we are going here onto New Junk City, and we will likely just be seeing the same mirrors, but Naku looking to go over to the venture.
On the venture. Are they gonna play it? Let's find out. I'd be very excited to see a venture. Venture's very popular on a map like this and high reload play, and I think that the venture can get a lot done. You have a lot of frontline pressure and you have a lot of backline pressure, and if you don't respect the dig, then you kind of get popped.
Yeah, and you know, playing this more aggressive, you know, character as opposed to playing something, you know, like the Ashe, Soup is going to be going in on the Mei now. And when you compare the two compositions, Mist Emerald, they want to go faster with that D.Va, but they have to play a little bit more reserved with Naku coming in on this venture.
And we've seen Timeless ramping up the tempo every single map, and now that the venture's out, I imagine they're going to ramp it up again. Naku already diving into the backline with that dig. No one able to apply pressure. Just sends the entire backline of Mist Emerald scurrying as Cat is on the Ana here, looking for those nades. Might not be able to find one. As Timeless, they took a lot of space off Naku. Naku going to do it again, just looking for that pressure, looking for the backline. Digging up does do so, and the team is split again. Maywall, though, coming up from Vic on the side of Mist Emerald, as the sleep dart and the anti-nade comes out onto Zach just to halter that tank in motion just a little bit, as Laser diving to the back of the speed ring does find Instinct. Instinct is the first to go, but they might try to back to back as Laser just boosters away and barely able to escape as Naku trying to chase her down. Will they be able to find it? Nade does come through, keeping everybody healthy, as it looks like Gungnir taking down Fabi and Laser taking down Soup next. Timeless Anomaly will be losing in this first fight.
Yeah, maybe a little bit of a mistake for Timeless Anomaly. You get Laser going into your backline, you're staring right at theirs, and we turn to Peel instead of just trading out those backlines. And now Timeless Anomaly, they are, you know, matched pretty blow for blow here for most of these ultimates, except for this Orbital Strike coming in from Road and this Bob coming in from Gungnir. These are both ultimates that are going to get a lot of value here. Expect to see, you know, a Bob coming out as soon as Timeless Anomaly tries to touch the point.
And Gungnir, you know, building that Bob up incredibly quickly, will have it before any ultimates are online from the side of Timeless Anomaly. As Timeless Anomaly, they're going for a bit of a rotate here, Rep on the right side, just trying to angle towards that backlane so Naku can have an easier time getting in. As they rotate back around again, seems like it was a bit of a bait. Wall coming up by Soup is not going to be able to find anything as the Laser able to back up comfortably. Gungnir does find Instinct though, as the first to go down, throws the Bob in there, getting very low to Naku, but will be able to survive as Vic tosses in the Blizzard, but a bit of overkill, I believe, as the Bob and Gungnir were able to take down 2 before.
Yeah, definitely an overcommitment there. Gungnir got 2 picks already. Timeless Anomaly wasn't going to be able to get another fight in on that point, more than likely. And now you're down to just, you know, the D.Va Bomb, which is likely going to be used to remech and your support ults. Whereas Timeless Anomaly, never mind, they're going to be switching their DPS line completely losing out on both of those ults that they were about to get, but they do still have that Annihilation coming up and both support ults. That Orbital Strike and that rally should match up pretty well into this Nano and Orbital rally.
Soup moving over to that Tracer. We've seen her on it before. We know what she can get done with it. She'll probably be looking to get onto Cat, as Cat does have the Nano available for Laser to get into the backline as Timeless Anomaly, but Fabi with the rally to fend it off, uses the rally early. Orbital Ray does come down from Road. A lot of pressure onto the Timeless Anomaly. Naku going very low, does have the cryo to survive, is able to do so. D-Mech is Laser, but is able to get out. Remech comes through. No! Soup with the one clip takes down Laser as she's trying to Zach was stuck, got the ram form just in time, gets that armor HP back as Timeless Anomaly does take down the rest of Miss Emerald. Gungnir though trades out Naku. It's a little scrappy. Gungnir gets a second with Soup, and Road does eventually go down. Gungnir's 1 HP will eventually fall, but oh wow, those trades are not what you want to see.
Yeah, a little scrappy, and now both DPS for Timeless Anomaly are going to be coming back late. This Juno and Ash have a spawn wave together. They will be coming back a little bit faster here. Now, Zachary K held onto this Annihilation. That is going to be one of two ultimates online here. Cat with this Nano Boost likely onto Laser. Fabi has to play very careful here, otherwise she will get burnt down very quickly.
Fabi will first have to play safe. Cat with the Nano looking for it. Laser getting closer and closer, looking for the backline. Wall does come through to slide that team though. A lot of pressure coming down onto Laser, just trying to make sure she can't get into the backline very easily. Pulse Bomb comes through, whiffs, does not hit anything. Fabi does go down to Laser with the Nano Boost. Laser in the backline will find a lot of value. Nade comes through, just trying to keep her in mech. Ramatra ultimate used by Zach does find a lot of pressure onto Laser as Soup finds Road on the sidelines. Laser does trade out Naku very barely, does get demag by Zach with the Ramatra form though, as Soup assists on it. And Timeless Anomaly, though it's a bit scrappy, bit shaky, they are able to come away with that one.
Scrappy fight, but that's where Soup is thriving right now on this Tracer. They're able to consistently get these picks onto people like Cat, like Road, and now Miss Emerald, they have the Bob, they're coming up on Blizzard, but Timeless Anomaly here, if they continue to take these aggressive fights, they might just force both ults out at once, and they cap the point purely off of those respawns.
Absolutely, you know, Cap coming through now 1-1 on this map. Match point for Timeless Anomaly as well. Keep that in mind as we continue to move on to the next one. We do have the Bob available and the Blizzard available for Miss Emerald. Both TPS holds online to 0 for Timeless Anomaly. About to see who comes away with it.
Timeless Anomaly anchoring themselves here on the high ground, playing, likely trying to get this Blizzard online early. Instinct is getting closer and closer. Strike though.
Big dynamite coming through from Gungnir. The Blizzard does come down from Vic, doing a lot of pressure. Fabi has to kite back, is able to barely survive Laser. Zach though in the front line. Does she live? She does. Very, very close though. Instinct almost has his Orbital Ray online. Keeps her team topped up with those torpedoes. Another dynamite comes through on the core. Anti-Nade comes through as well. Gungnir, the Bob finds 2 with the knock-up. Not even the bullets. And Zachary does find 1 trade, but Timeless Anomaly, they're going to go down to an Anti-Nade from Cat with a follow-up from Gungnir.
Yeah, fantastic Anti-Nade on that re-engagement for Timeless. Now, the plus side for Timeless, they didn't use any of their ultimates, so they're coming up on a pretty big bank here. Downside, Miss Emerald is also coming up on a bank. They have their own strike coming up. Laser is able to remech very easily here with this self-destruct as well. Timeless Anomaly, it's going to be a tough fight for them, but this rally should be able to help them out a lot here.
I think Orbital Laser versus Orbital Laser does favor Timeless Anomaly unless Cat is able to find a nade, which he is looking for. Orbital Laser coming through from Instinct. A lot of pressure onto Laser, has to kite back a little bit, does have the D-Bomb for remech if need be. And Miss Emerald not using an ultimate in response. Naku finding a headshot on Gungnir. What a great icicle. Diva Bomb used for the remech. Laser might get the remech kill. Oh, yes! Naku goes down to the remech kill. What a squish from Laser. Soup, though, with the pulse bomb to match on the other side. As Cat goes down. No, not a boost available for you. Orbital Laser does come through from Road. Keeps Laser topped up. Zach, though, with the form is going to do a lot of damage. He removes the armor from Laser, making that Diva incredibly vulnerable. Not able to stay up. No Ana in sight. Only healing from that Juno. Not going to be enough. As Soup wins the duel against Vic, and Instinct takes down Laser's mech.
Soup, once again, it feels like is clutching out a lot of these fights. And Zachary K just able to sustain through that front line, both supports peeling for themselves. Now, Naku has the Blizzard here. They will be able to likely open here with that ultimate. Cat will probably Nano Laser to try and keep them alive. But Zachary K has the Annihilation. If they play quickly with this, there's not much that the backline of Miss Emerald can do.
And Soup looking for this duel, does find Vic, spots it out. Taking a lot of damage actually, does get packed up by Fabi as the Blizzard came down from Naku on the core. Cat down first. Gungnir though trades out Fabi with the dynamite as Laser takes down Soup, goes to help that Tracer duel. Road does find Naku, takes a lot of damage from Gungnir in the process as well. And it seems like Timeless, they're gonna kind of fall over here as Miss Emerald, I'm not sure where they walked in from, but they're able to cap the point.
It looked like Gungnir and Road almost went from the top right and just set themselves up in that angle, and they were able to get much value off that, anti-nade that Cat got before she died. And now, Miss Emerald, you're coming up on a decent ult bank. There's really only the Annihilation for Zachary K, but like we talked about before, if you're able to take this fight aggressively for Timeless Anomaly, you can force out a lot of these ults or just get these picks early enough that those ults aren't going to get value.
One more point from Miss Emerald to send us to a map 5. Can they do it? Cat does have this nano. Looking for it to be on Laser. Laser doing a fantastic job all series with them. Able to find Instinct almost every single time. A lot of pressure already coming through. Shield use on the side of Zach. Does have the Annihilation available. Could trade out the backlines if she so chose. Dynamite hits Zach, dealing a lot of tick damage. Oh, Road just getting a little too antsy. Does walk forward a bit too much. Nano though, coming down on the Laser, is going to trade out the Fabi as Soup goes down in the Tracer duel. Rare occasion, Laser taking down Naku, but Annihilation on the other side does trade out Gungnir. It's going to be a 1v3 as Gungnir looking to trade out, but will be unable to do so as the Bob is on the cart. Laser keeping mech up as well. Will be clean, and Mr. Emerald, they take that fight.
And really good trades coming out from Miss Emerald. Zachary wanting to push a little bit more aggressive, but when you have that Nano Diva in your backline, your team is going to get split when you push that. Now, Fabi is going to be coming up on the rally, Instinct on the Orbital Strike. Those are both ultimates that are going almost uncontested on behalf of Miss Emerald. They only really have the self-destruct coming up, so if you are able to get these ultimates online and push with them, you should be able to do pretty well, but if this fight goes quickly, you won't be able to use them.
Soup almost has full stun available. We've seen what she can do with them. She hits them almost every single time, looking for it. Spots out where the Juno is, decides not to go for it. A lot of pressure coming from a lot of sides. Laser takes down both supports. Timeless Anomaly. What a fantastic job from the Diva. A lot of pressure coming onto this tank as well. Does, oh my god, does 3 that fight. Laser on a train wreck. And it seems like she's going to take down almost all of Timeless Anomaly. We're down to 1 fight.
Yeah, and like we said, Timeless Anomaly is so close to both supports, and they go quickly. Naku is on the venture now. Both supports are going to be online for Timeless Anomaly, but you're going into a decent ult bank. An Orbital Strike is going to be mirrored here, and you have to touch for Timeless Anomaly.
And it's going to be up to Soup to touch, but it seems like she's getting a lot of pressure by the other Tracer, and she's will be unable to. Vic doing a great job boxing out the other Tracer for Timeless Anomaly. Soup not able to get it on, and it will be a C9. We will be going to a map 5.
Yeah, I mean, a close map, certainly, but it really feels like Timeless Anomaly is letting these fights either go too quickly when they want them to go long, or go too long when they want it to be over quickly. It feels like there's a bit of a split decision between that front line and back line, and it doesn't help when you have Gungnir hitting plays like this.
Gungnir doing a fantastic job on that Ashe. The Dynamite's hitting, 3 almost every single fight. It's a lot of pressure to deal with, especially when you're running a composition for healing like a Juno Brig. If your Brig's not having consistent Inspire uptime, it's a bit tricky to heal up from those Dynamites, and oftentimes those Dynamites are coming through in a poke phase where Brig isn't even able to swing anything yet, and it's just resulting in a lot of ult charge for Gungnir, a lot of damage for Gungnir, and a lot of pressure for the other team.
100%, and now we are reaching a map 5 here in the winners finals. Reminder, winner goes straight into grand finals and does not have to play more than 1 game tomorrow. The losers have to drop down to the lower finals, and they will have to win out down there in order to make the grands. Map pick is going to go to Timeless Anomaly here. It will be an escort map. Now, I'd assume they're not going to play Watchpoint Gibraltar. They've shown that they want to play this Ramattra, which limits your choices down to both Junkertown and Rialto, and to me, Rialto seems like the choice.
I would not be surprised by Rialto, but we have seen Miss Emerald, or sorry, it's Thomas's pick. Okay. Apologies. So we did see the Rialto from Timeless before, I think in the Swiss stage, so we do know that they are okay with it. I think I would not be surprised to see Rialto. And I think based off the previous series, if Timeless was paying attention, they would have seen Miss Emerald's success on Junkertown, might stray away from it, which kind of leaves us with just the 2 choices. You have Watchpoint Gibraltar, and then you have Rialto. And with what we've seen out of Timeless with their compositions, I definitely would expect them to go over to that Rialto, as the Ramattra variant, incredibly difficult to run on a map like Gibraltar that relies so heavily on the high ground.
Yeah, and Rialto historically has favored those brawl compositions a little bit maps on several of the other maps. Now, the key thing is, if you're continuing to try and just absorb those dives, Miss Emerald is going to take that high ground away from you very quickly if you don't secure it. So you have to make sure that you are punishing like you did on Esperanza at that tail end when you anchored down point. It's really critical for Timeless to get that done.
Absolutely. Love to see what their map pick is, and We'll be going to a map 5 regardless. Incredibly exciting. It is the Rialto, like we were kind of thinking the may lean towards. So, all right, another map 5. Let's get it.
Yeah, we haven't cast enough map 5s today. One of them was a map 4. It makes sense that we get another one on today. But here in the winners finals, there is no other time that you'd want it to reach a map 5. Tension at an all-time high. The winners make it all the way, secure at minimum a second place finish, and both of these teams are fighting tooth and nail for that.
Both of these teams just doing an incredible job right now. You know, the most exciting thing is that we're not really seeing much of a mirror from them, which is just so fun to see how the different heroes interact with each other. And there were a lot of plays last map that we could go over. I mean, Gungnir with the double kill on the Bob. Oh my god, how
a lot of those.
How as a maid do you get remeched on? Just stay in cryo a little longer, please.
Just a tiny bit
Stay
longer.
in your safe little bubble. But Laser doing a great job of timing that on that maid, just getting the remake kill there. And oh my gosh, Soup with the pulse bomb and the cat trading out, and what a hectic map.
There's some crucial nades coming from Cat. They weren't quite as big as they were in the past, but even if you just hit one person, a lot of the times that can be enough, right? And especially in that heavy brawl composition, right? That backline's a little bit more vulnerable. If you hit a nade on one of them, they're going to fall over, and that's what was happening time and time again with Cat. Is these re-engages for Timeless after they've sustained through that initial dive. When they go for that re-engage, they get hit with a nade, and then all of a sudden their backline crumbles, and that's what won them several points there. As Rialto, it's going to be a little bit harder if you don't have those.
Absolutely. We should be going into Rialto any moment now, right?
At some point, they really like keeping us on the edge here, but it happens. I did get word from Zachary K, the tank player for Timeless Anomaly, that they just want to ball. They just want to play Wrecking Ball, but sadly, they're being kept away by the forces. So.
Oh, the coaching staff of Timeless getting a little bit too serious here. Not letting them run that wrecking wheel.
Zach just wants to ball, and they're not allowed to right now. It's very sad, but we will once again see this room come out, and we will see the Diva come out for Mist Emerald. So it's exactly what we've seen about the last 4 maps or so.
If Ball is live, does that mean that they're keeping Zach away from life?
They might just be. This is, corporate America right here. Tier 1 org.
Corporate America.
But, at least Soup gets to play the Widowmaker. This is a hero that, she has excelled in the past. One of the better Widows in Rising. Funnily enough, the 3 best Widows that come to mind immediately or the 4 best, 3 of their names begin with S's: Soup, Sorry, and Sophie. So maybe there's something there. I'm not sure, but expect to see.
Miss Emerald not picking the Widowmaker themselves. They're going to stick to this Ashe. Miss Emerald actually running the Brig instead of the Ana here. So going for the safer backline rather than greeting. Soup not able to find an opening pick, but will be sticking to that Widowmaker. Just looking. Oh my god! Gungnir goes down. I spoke too soon. I'm so sorry. Soup is able to find that pick with a grapple shot. Has another grapple available. Can she find another? Does not see anyone as Miss Emerald. They're backing up.
And this Widowmaker, if it's not contested by Vic here on the Tracer, they're gonna have a very tough time, living through the. Oh my god!
Oh my god! Instinct with the whip shot takes down Laser. Gets a lot of ult charge for that. Knocking with the headshot onto Vic on the other side, and so much is going wrong for Mist right now.
I did just realize Fabi and Instinct have switched. Instinct is now on the Brig. Fabi is on the Juno. So a bit of a switch up in the final map, and Road getting picked off by Soup. They're not gonna be able to get a touch here.
Soup is just not letting him get out of spawn, and Vic moving over to the Sombra hopes to deal with this Widowmaker, but we've seen before the struggles that Vic has on Sombra with dealing with Widowmakers in the previous matches, so we'll have to see how successful she can be with it. But Timeless, they're marching forward. They got a 5-minute time bank, and they don't want to give up pressure. Gungnir getting very low to the form, is able to stay alive. That hack helping with the pushing Zach away, and Timeless, they're just moving the car forward.
The big difference between the Sombra now versus other series, now they're Brig on the field for Instinct. So there is going to be a little bit more peel for that backline, and that Soup. Soup is living through this initial dive already.
Hack does come through, but nothing will come of it as Vic needs to try to find an angle onto Soup here, but Soup almost has sights up. Does go down though, then pressure and Gungnir with final shot. Nate did come through on a Naku, force that back up. Fabi goes down to Laser after, and Finally, Mist is going to find a foothold here, but Timeless, I mean, they still have 4 minutes. Zachary finds 2 with the form in the backside. Laser gets forced out by Naku on this Mei as Zachary starts angling towards this high ground. Doesn't have support, doesn't care. Marches forward with the shield, has form still if they need to use it. Is going to choose so. Laser has to leave low on armor. The slow comes down. It does force out the sleep from Cat, but is instantly woken up. Cat's 1 HP, might go down to the form. Barely lives, has that nade, but is still in a very bad position. Does go down to knock with the icicle as the shield comes forward. We have the annihilation if Zach wants to keep marching forward with it as Emerald. They're just trying to back away. They're just trying to get it out, but they can't. Another form comes through. Zach just marching over onwards. Has the annihilation to hold this. Cap comes through, and they already have second point.
And no chance for Miss Emerald to do anything. Timeless does such a good job stabilizing and keeping that pressure on that now Timeless Anomaly is on third point with a 5.5 minute time bank. Ult's just coming online for Miss Emerald. We might see an orbital strike to come out early, and Fabi doesn't quite have it yet.
Fabi does get naded, barely survives though. Road does find Naku though through the cryo. Soup goes down next to the Sombra on the other side as the ultimates come down from Miss Emerald. They use both supports. They use the orbital ray, they use the nano boost onto their diva, and they're finally able to get another moment of respite against this timeless onslaught that they just experienced.
This is the first time that they've been able to breathe. The downside, they won't be able to breathe for long. They have an EMP, they have a bomb. Unfortunately, Timeless Anomaly is stacked with both support ults and their own annihilation here. If they walk in too fast, though, they might just get hit with the EMP early.
We're really going to be looking at Vic here with this EMP, looking for the back line. You know, can Fabi starting with the orbital ray? You can't EMP that. Does Vic still use it? A lot of pressure coming down on Laser. Vic uses the EMP there, catches 2. Orbital ray is good though, but Fabi still goes down. Instinct tries to match it with the rally, but it's too little, too late. Ends up going down to Laser herself as Instinct does find Gungnir first though, but Timeless Anomaly, they have no supports here. Zach does have form if they want to try to keep this up, but it looks like they'll be coming back.
Laser gets demeched at the very end.
Has to use the bomb for the remake. That's quite unfortunate. Does get the remake off though as Zach walks back up, has another form, marches ever onwards, chooses to use the annihilation, trying to get this demech once more. Fabi finds Vic on the other side. Gungnir walking Cat walking forward a bit too much. Gungnir though is next to go to this annihilation, and Zach just doing an incredible job on this Ramachi right now. It's like watching a whole new team.
Everybody on Timeless Anomaly playing at an absolute 11 right now. Naku pulling off, not quite as well as previously, but still, no ultimates for Miss Emerald. You almost have the Blister, you almost have the sights for Timeless Anomaly.
Fabi takes down Vic before the crowd can come out to stall the cart. Blizzard used on the backline. Naku doing a great job, gets both supports locked up in it. Sleep Dart comes out, but both supports should still fall. Cat barely surviving, is not able to touch card, and 3 minutes 24 is our time bank.
And what a statement performance on their attack for Timeless Anomaly. Map 5, Grand Finals on the line. No matter, we are going to cap Rialto fully with 3.5 minutes. Miss Emerald had maybe 2 times that entire defense that they were able to actually compose themselves and take a fight, but it didn't matter because Timeless went into each and every fight with a determination to win it, and they were able to stabilize and continue to keep pressure on no matter what. And what a phenomenal push coming out from Timeless.
I mean, Miss Emerald, you know, they had a clean map on the last one of the Flashpoint. Were able to sweep that one away, but Timeless said, no, we can do it better, and they came back with a vengeance.
I mean, phenomenal, and we are going to be seeing roughly the same compositions coming out for both sides, but Miss Emerald, they're hovering a little bit longer. They might not be sure what to do. Clearly, what they were running there wasn't working. Maybe it was a stylistic thing, maybe it was a hero thing, but they are hesitating a little bit more.
We're going to have to see if Laser is able to contest Soup on this Widowmaker. Rialto first, very difficult if you don't have your own Widowmaker to take that duel with, and it seems like Gungnir is a bit afraid of taking it. Opsico continue to play this Ashe despite what just happened, and we're really looking at Soup here to just take this game and close it out.
Yeah, and with the defense, with the defensive positioning you can get here on first point for Rialto, you can play so passive on Widowmaker and just outrange this Ashe if they're not going to mirror the Widow. You're able to play with your team, you have a pocket, and you can play the range.
Soup looking for a pick. Gungnir, oh, gets a little bit dangerous. Cat's next. Not able to find anything. Is everyone playing their angles, playing their walls, very aware that Soup's going to be on this Widowmaker. Diva already boostering in, actually doing a lot of pressure on the Soup, but you know, Instinct is there with the Brigitte, has the packs, has the whip shot, marks that Laser, but Soup will stop to give space.
Yeah, and Soup manages to live through that. The anti-nade comes in on Instinct. Instinct also is able to live, but another quick engagement here onto the Widowmaker, but now critically Laser is stuck here.
Laser diving very deep, trying to mark that Widowmaker. Is able to live for a bit longer, but should lose mech here in just a moment. Is able to barely get away to the high ground. Zach can't follow her there. And it seems like she will be safe for just a moment. Road building up towards that ultimate. Cat also building up towards that ultimate as we look to see Soup just applying pressure by existing. Laser just trying to dive cross map for her. Does it again. Nade does come through this time, but Soup able to LOS for a bit. Instinct does go down as a result though, and Soup is next to go as Laser finally finds something off of it. Naku trades out Vic on the other side, but Timeless Anomaly, they should just be stalling card here as they wait for respawns.
Yeah, but it will be a bit of a long stall here. Zachary K is able to just kind of block here, and I mean, maybe get some ult charge coming out, but ult charge for this bomb, this orbital strike, and this nano boost are all very close for Miss Emerald. A lot of time off the clock, but Timeless Anomaly not quite as close to any of those ults.
2 minutes remaining. You know, first point Rialto, notoriously difficult to hold. Laser does have that Diva Bomb, can dive very deep. Road also has the Juno ult online. Timeless has no support ults of themselves to mirror with. It's going to be very difficult for them. You know, Zach is on the point, starts contesting it. Orbital Ray comes through from Road, applying a lot of pressure. Heals Laser up to full. They choose to go for the Ramacha with it. Soup, though, finds the pick onto Vic. What a shot! Fabi gets very low, is able to survive. Instinct keeping her up for those packs as Zach just anchoring this cart down. That Orbital Ray finding nothing, and Soup with the pick, and they hold.
And now Timeless Anomaly is... okay, good pick from Cat. But Timeless Anomaly is close to these ults. They can hold on to this if they choose to.
Slow comes down onto the backline, it's a good one. Zach is healthy, Nano comes down onto Laser looking for the backline, Orbital Ray is there. Fabi does go down to Gungnir. Diva Bomb has to be used as she's forced out of mech. Rally just a match. Blizzard comes down as well. We'll find Laser on the remech as Soup cleans up the kill with the help of Blizzard. Has the Annihilation on point if we need to. Uses form first just to make sure that we can keep as much HP as possible. Pulse Bomb comes out onto that tank. Still has the Annihilation. Will use it as the Anti-Nade comes through. Anti-Nade wears off, is able to get healed up. Fabi is back off respawn, no longer dead, and both supports back for Timeless Anomaly, and we're seeing first point Rialto here.
Yeah, first point Rialto at its finest, a phenomenal soul coming up from Timeless Anomaly. Now, no ultimates on either side. This is a purely neutral fight. Miss Emerald has to try and pressure Soup out, but Naku is going to get the first pick onto Vic here.
Naku back on the Tracer. This is the first time we've seen it from them. They're able to take down Vic, impressively so, and Miss Emerald, they have no more ultimates available. Vic going over to that Sombra, just trying to look for something in the backline. Probably going to go for the Swindmaker once more. Gungnir, though, finds a pick on Naku. Not able to recall in time before the Dynamite takes them down to 0 HP. And it looks like we're going to see Zach just anchoring this cart. You know, they use their form, they hold their right click, they block that damage, and Miss Emerald, they need an ultimate to break this choke as Vic looks for the Widowmaker, might dive straight back, doesn't even need to. Gungnir with the double shot, this is down with the headshots, and ends up hacking Fabi instead. Gungnir cleans that kill up as well on the high ground. Zach does trade out Gungnir, will likely go down soon though, is able to trade out one more, but Miss Emerald, they will cap first.
And a phenomenal hold considering how good their attack was. Timeless Anomaly brought the time bank down to under a minute, and now they built up another Annihilation in the fight. Now, Miss Emerald is going to start getting some of these ultimates online if they're able to manage these correctly and get something like an Orbital Strike in, win a fight off that alone. They could start to steamroll here.
Absolutely, and Laser just looking for anything that she can get with those speed rings into the backline. Zach, though, doing a great job putting the pressure on this Diva, you know, trying to wear that armor down before she can get too much down. Anti-Nade comes through, will find no value, though. Fabi getting very low, might get healed up by Instinct first. Looks like Fabi gets a little too far away from her team. Laser able to capitalize on that error, does get the pick there. Going further and further deeper, might have to use this Diva Bomb just for the remech. Zach does block that damage, is able to survive. Orbital Ray coming through from Road, keeping the team up, continuing this push forward. Zach does have that Annihilation should they choose to use it. Nano Boost coming down onto Laser, dives the backline, finds the Fabi again. Fabi just having a rough time right now. Laser finding a second on Soup, is looking for a third on Instinct, will be able to find it. What a fantastic play from this Diva. But on the other side, Zachary finds two. Naku finds a third. Great Annihilation from that tank as well. But it seems like Miss Emerald, they might be able to clean this up. Can Naku touch? There's a Bob in the way, Bob gone. Fabi touched first, does go down, but now Naku is here, has the stall, is able to push back this Diva, and thanks to Fabi's heroics at the end there, it seems like they'll be able to hold second for just a little bit longer.
Yeah, Fabi playing a bit selflessly there, getting the touch so Naku won't have to, and now they have the rally. They're coming up on the Orbital Strike here as well. EMP for Miss Emerald and the bomb, those are what they have to play around, and Snoop is going to go down early, and that is phenomenal for them.
Laser with the speed ring just hitting so much stun on the offense here. Able to take down one more again. Has another Diva Bomb for the remake. Oh no, Bobby! Oh, barely gets a cooldown, is able to live. Has the orbital laser here. Will he be using it in just a moment? I'm sure. Road getting incredibly low as well. The orbital laser does come out. EMP just a match, but orbital ray doesn't go away when you use that ultimate. Fabi though does go down outside of it. Laser finds mech gone. Instinct able to take down Cat. Unsure how. Soup with the dynamite takes down Baby Diva. Naku doing a fantastic job on this Tracer. What a player.
I mean, what a good job from Timeless Anomaly to, use the rally, build up a little bit more time. Cat is now onto the Kiriko, Vic onto the Tracer, and the Pulse Bomb coming up. Doesn't catch anything, but buying time for Fabi to get that Orbital Strike online. No ultimates online for either team. Orbital Strike may be late in the fight for Road, but Soup is going to just keep applying pressure onto this backline.
We're going to see if Soup or Gungnir are going to be able to find the first pick, as there are no ultimates. We are true neutral. Time is ticking down. Laser looking for a lot of pressure on Soup, is able to succeed in doing so, but will not be able to find the kill. Someone has to touch the cart. They are on it, but they're taking a lot of pressure. Zach finds two. Soup with Cat. They're down 3. Miss Emerald, did you have to touch the cart? No more mech. Vic, next on. Can you stall for 5 minutes? Let's find out. And instantly down to Instinct, and Timeless Anomaly, they will take map 5.
And taking map 5, taking the series, and going on and securing their place in the grand finals, handing Mist Emerald first match loss in the entirety of Calling Heroes Minor 2. What a phenomenal way to end that series. What a statement coming out from Timeless Anomaly.
Absolutely, and from the last map to this map, they look like a whole new team. They must have had a pep talk or something, because holy, were they running a train.
Yeah, I mean, just insane performance from each and every player on Timeless Anomaly. It felt like there wasn't one, singular star propelling them towards that victory. It felt like that team was a bit more, greater than the sum of its parts. I'm stumbling over my words a little bit, but just so strong, and the resilience to keep going in a map 5. And this has been a long day for all of the players. Obviously, we've cast 3 series. A lot of these players have played 4 separate series already, a lot of them going to 4 or 5 maps, so fatigue was setting in, but to end on such a high note with that much strength is just a huge credit to Timeless Anomaly.
Absolutely, and Timeless did do a great job. And on the side of Miss Emerald, I mean, they also put up quite a performance. I mean, Laser on the Diva, like we talk about that, finding 2-3 picks with the speed ring almost every single fight after they got out of first, and doing a fantastic job. But unfortunately, just not quite enough from Miss Emerald to cap second and continue this to continue this match going. But their players did play phenomenally as well, and I almost want to chuck it up to Fatigue for that roster on why we're not seeing overtime on Rialto here. Incredibly close from both teams, and they did a great job.
Yeah, Miss Emerald did a great job. Ultimately, it seems like it just kind of slightly came down to flexibility. They weren't able to swap off of that Diva and mirror that Ramattra, and that's what ended up costing them. But they are so confident and talented on that Diva composition. Like you said, Laser's such a phenomenal player that it's going to be able to work against a lot of these other teams. And hell, it almost works against Timeless as well. This is a team that I'm fully expecting to make it into the grand finals.
Absolutely. We might see a rematch of these two teams tomorrow in the grand finals. We may not. We'll have to find out. But for now, Timeless Anomaly did punch their ticket. They're the ones that get to have a little bit of sleep in. They're the ones that just warm up. They come to the match. They just have the one. And we'll have to see how it turns out.
Yeah, and that is going to do it today for broadcast here on Risingcord. Thank you so much to everybody who came out to watch. Thank you to all of who stopped by to, at various times help out in this broadcast. Thank you to Echo, our producer, and obviously thank you to Veronica being here all day despite, having some other obligations coming up.
Thank you. Thank you, everyone.